Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Mr. President, I table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
President, committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the consideration of the Fair Work Amendment Baby Prayers Bill 2025.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
Thank you. I move the motion as circulated.
So the question is, the motion is Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to make a short statement.
You can speak to the motion, Senator Roberts. You don't need leave, you can just speak. So,
thank you. I just want to make some brief comments. This is yet another guillotine, another cutting of debate by the Labor government. So much for transparency. Yet again, again and again. You're denying a voice to an emotional issue that troubles millions of people, millions of people. You're stopping debate on stillborns. The government doesn't want the experiences of people with the stillborn told in this Parliament. Shame. We should have a full debate.
thank you, Senator Roberts. So the question is, Senator Canavan.
Look, thank you very much, Madam President. Look, this is a very regrettable move by the government because it's a very sensitive issue. It's an extremely sensitive topic. The birth, or in some cases, some extremely tragic cases, the stillbirth of what could have been a potential human life, a potential human being. I think it would be best, particularly for this chamber, this House, to take a deliberative approach to an issue of this sensitivity. This bill has only just been introduced to this place, and my understanding of the motion now before this chamber is that the government is intending to move the bill without any form of consideration, deliberation or debate. We are in effect not doing our job then as senators to only make laws after a considered deliberation of the issues. Now, may I also add here in this case, there was a motion last week to seek to refer this bill to a Senate committee. That was refused. Now, that sometimes happens, but again, it seems a little unusual for a bill of this sensitivity that goes to a lot of different opinions in the broader public not to have a proper airing of all of those issues. I could only conclude, Madam President, that the reason the government is seeking to silence debate on this issue is because it has been on the receiving end of thousands of people who are upset and concerned about this bill. We've all received that correspondence, and some of us would agree with it, some of us wouldn't, some of us would have a different opinion. But because there has been such an outcry of concern over this bill in the past week, the government has simply decided, Madam President, in my view, that instead of having to respond to those concerns, and I think there's some legitimate concerns that I'll come to, instead of responding to those concerns, it is simply going to silence them. Its approach to engage with the Australian public is to treat them with contempt and say, talk to the hand, talk to the hand. That is the approach being done by the government here through this motion. And it should be condemned. It should be absolutely condemned to act in this way. Because there is some very, very legitimate issues here with how this is being approached, and I would have liked to make a contribution on the substantive issues on this debate. It may surprise some how I would have approached these issues. I don't think it is black and white. I think there is a very, very difficult and sensitive topic to deal with here. Fundamentally, I do, as I believe the Liberal National Party does, the government does, I think most people do, fundamentally believe that the law should be changed to ensure that parents that have to go through the tragic event of a stillbirth are not disadvantaged when it comes to their workplace or other entitlements associated with parental rights. I know many parents who have gone through this situation, and they are no less parents simply because their child has unfortunately suffered an untimely end before birth. That child is a human being. That child has been loved and cherished by their parents, and the loss they feel is as great as any parent would when they lose a child. And it is a problem with our current law that such loss is not properly reflected in our workplace laws or in the entitlement rules for the paid parental leave system. So I fully support all of that and would hope that we do legislate to get to that position. There is an issue that's been raised, and as I say, what the government wants to, I think, silence, is that the bill, as drafted, would appear to extend these additional rights to situations where a pregnancy has been terminated on the decision of the parents. And this is a very difficult situation. I recognise that it's a relatively rare situation in terms of late-term interventions. It does, however, happen, and I think there are legitimate issues here. Now, as I say, I don't think it is black and white, because the decision that a parent would take to do that in these circumstances comes in a myriad of forms, and it is quite difficult to write laws around this to capture all of those different human experiences. In particular, I am very mindful of situations where in the late term of pregnancy the health of the mother can be put at risk. That's an extremely difficult question for any parent to have to face, any family to have to face. And I wouldn't want our laws to impose an undue burden on parents in that situation to decide how they balance the health of the mother against the health of a child. It's a terrible ethical dilemma, and ultimately one I firmly believe best placed for each parents, each mother and father to determine themselves. So I wouldn't want to see, and I just want to be clear, I've received the correspondence that I referred to, but I don't want to see us amend this bill in any way that reduces the rights of mothers to make a decision to protect their own health. However, I also don't want a situation extended that if in the event there aren't any health risks, that we would extend entitlements to a situation where there has been a decision to terminate a pregnancy at late term. It is a very confronting situation, these examples. A few years ago I moved a bill to provide care to babies when they are born alive in these situations, and when I first introduced that bill, I was, I suppose, under the impression that a baby born alive in these circumstances is an unfortunate, unexpected outcome of a termination procedure. And look, I apologise for bringing this up in such a... I mean, the government's brought this on. I didn't intend to speak right now on this, but you've brought it on, and and I want to make sure I have my chance to say, and I realise I've just been told the guillotine's apparently 1 p.m. still a guillotine, yes. And I think on an issue that goes to a conscience, it would be much better for the government to have a conscience and let other senators express their conscience views on these matters. But a few hours is simply not good enough to deal with these issues, because, as I said, I was under the impression that that in the event of a late-term termination, that a baby born alive is an unexpected, unfortunate contingency that sometimes happens. Unfortunately, for some termination procedures, the baby born alive is in fact an outcome of the procedure. That in fact the procedure is simply to, in some circumstances, to simply induce pregnancy. The baby is then born, and then no longer is left to die. Effectively left to die. It's very, very sad, very tragic, because the problem is the other techniques that can deliver a late-term abortion involve the use of chemicals that inflict enormous pain on the fetus, that are in fact banned to euthanize animals in this country, but are in some states used to perform a late-term abortion. So I don't know. When I learnt that, and look, obviously I'm pro-life, but when I learnt that, I was shocked. I was shocked that we simply leave babies to die, and there's no care provided to them. That's why I introduced this bill. It's something I think most of us haven't perhaps confronted, but it's what happens. And just like we're trying to fix a problem here, that to me seems like a major problem, that every human being surely deserves care, but we're not providing that right now. And in these circumstances, these late-term terminations, they're extremely confronting, and we should be much more considerate in dealing with these issues. And that's why I very much would like to see a proper investigation, proper Senate inquiry into this, where we seek to not yell and scream at each other, but actually confront the details of what occurs and how we should best legislate for those details, those contingencies that good lawmakers should do. Because, as I said, when I introduced my bill, I wasn't even aware of this. It wasn't until we had a Senate inquiry into this bill, and I think it was the first Senate inquiry into abortions for many decades in this place, that we had experts, we had doctors come forward and actually explain how a late-term termination works. And I think all senators in the room, whatever your views were a bit shocked by the description of the procedure. And I apologise again for having to go through this again, but I needed to make this point right now, because it is these sort of facts, these sort of confronting truths, that should be given an appropriately sensitive airing through a deliberative process in this chamber. But instead, the government has come in here and blindsided the Senate this morning. I was ready to speak on the bill as it has been listed. The government listed it for the agenda this week that was circulated, and instead decided to come through in early morning intervention here into our deliberations and say, no, look, that's it. We're just going to make sure this is dealt with today. And as I say, as I started, I've been in this position a lot of times in recent years, but we really let people down. We really let them down in this place. Yep. Do this all the time, guys. And you know, I don't know if this is a news flash to anybody, but everybody hates us out there. They really don't like us. They really don't like us. And the reason they don't like us is because of the games like this, right? These silly little games that political parties play to get their way, to use the raw force of their numbers to get a decision to go their way. That's not our job. We're paid good money. We're paid really good money. We get great privileges. And our job is to debate. Our job is to consider. Our job is to listen to the Australian public. But instead, time and time and time again, at an increasing rate, may I say, this chamber, and it has been all sides of politics, but it's getting worse, there's no doubt about that, it's getting much, much worse, comes in here and simply silences everything, puts a cone of silence over us, and none of the public can then penetrate that cone. They can't have their voice heard, they can't get a response, they don't even get an airing of their concerns in their assembly. This is their place, not ours. We're just tenants here. All of our careers will pass, but we are here as servants to the Australian people. We're meant to be. But instead, by moving motions like this, we're acting like they're masters. And that is the wrong way around, guys. And you keep acting like this, you will continue to get a level of frustration and anger in the political system in this country. It is why the primary vote of the major parties is at its lowest level ever. It's absolutely why it is, no doubt, because it's us that do this rubbish, and we cop the backlash for it. So, okay, you can do it. You got the numbers. You can do it. But there's going to be consequences from actions like this. There is going to be a backlash from the broader public, and not just on this issue, because this is just another example, another shocking example of us not doing the jobs we are paid to do. Us simply deciding that it's all too hard, it's all too difficult to handle these tough questions that people in emails and on social media bombard us with, so let's just knock off early. Let's knock off early and we can all go home at 1 p.m. apparently, and then no one will email us again because the decision's made and there's nothing they can do about it. They might not email us again, but they'll come and vote. They'll come and vote in a few years, and a lot of us might not be here, because I tell you what, if the polls keep going the way they are, there's not going to be many senators from the major parties left, right? That's the hard, cold reality of this and what we're doing. So keep at it, guys. Keep making a mockery of this House, and maybe you won't be here in the future to keep acting like this.
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. And just to be clear about why we're moving this motion, is to allow for the passage of Baby Prayers Bill by 1 o'clock today. That if we hadn't had that 15 minutes, we would have got into the... Well, we would have got into the bill. We're allowing for 3 hours.
Minister, please resume your seat. Minister Wong.
Senator Canavan was heard in silence by this side of the chamber. I'd request that Minister Gallagher be accorded the same courtesy.
Thank you, Senator Wong. I remind senators, Senator Canavan, you were heard in silence, and Minister Gallagher will be heard in silence as well. Minister, please continue.
Thank you. To allow for 3 hours of debate, allowing all senators to participate in that on this important bill. And just to be clear that this bill is actually about amending the Fair Work Act, and it only relates to employer-funded paid parental leave if a child is stillborn or dies. And its origins are in the parents of baby Priya, who lived for 6 weeks after her birth, and when she passed away, her mother's parental leave was cancelled by her employer. She had worked there for 11 years, and her father's parental leave continued, and those very brave parents felt that that was unfair, that the mother should lose her parental leave. And this bill responds to that. It recognises that the loss of a baby is devastating for parents, and that if there's a way to respond, and in baby Priya's name and the bravery of her parents, I think, to seek legislative reform that would allow a mother in the exact same experience as what baby Priya's mother had endured to grieve and have an entitlement to grieve through that period of what would have been her parental leave. That's what this bill's about. We believe 3 hours is plenty of time for senators who'd like to participate, just as Senator Canavan has and others. But let's not lose focus on what the bill actually is. I know there's been a fair bit of attention about what it's not, but what this bill is about amending the Fair Work Act so that where parental leave exists for parents in the private sector, not related to Commonwealth paid parental leave, which doesn't cancel in those circumstances, that parents would be entitled to continue to receive parental leave. That's what the bill's about, and we believe that passage, you know, if it hasn't completed by 1 o'clock, that's 3 hours of debate for this chamber, and I move that the question be put.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Minister Gallagher that the matter be put, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required? Division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is, the motion is moved by Minister Gallagher that the matter be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes. Order. And Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is, the motion is moved by the Minister, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Fair Work Amendment Baby Priya's Bill 2025 for concurrence. Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister to be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Fair Work Act 2009 and for related purposes.
I move the minister. I call the minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Minister. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. Well, I rise today to respectfully support this bill and to honour the Coalition's commitment to bipartisan support on matters of compassion and family welfare. The Coalition gave bipartisan support to this bill, and as I said, that support still remains. However, in relation to the guillotine that's just been put in place by the vote of this chamber, I'd just like to make a couple of comments before I make a contribution on the bill. Firstly, I understand that there will be amendments that are going to be moved to this bill, and those matters are likely to go to matters of conscience. And I'd just like to say that it is quite unusual for matters of conscience to be put under guillotine. And I'd also say that the government has failed in its contribution on the guillotine to put the case as to why this bill, the debate on this bill needs to be cut short. There is no reason why senators shouldn't be allowed the opportunity, as is their right in this place, to make a contribution, particularly on matters that they feel very strongly for. And for that reason, we did not support the guillotine, but as is the will of the chamber and the majority, we now see that it is under that guillotine. So as I said, I rise today to speak respectfully in support of this bill, because it reminds us about our duty as legislators goes way beyond just policy, but it also needs to understand compassion. It's about making sure that the law stands with people during their darkest time. So in amending the Fair Work Act to introduce a new principle that employer-funded paid parental leave must not be cancelled because a child is stillborn or passes away shortly after death is consistent. It aligns with the Fair Work Act, with the government's paid parental leave scheme, and ensures that when families endure the unimaginable loss of a child, the law does not add burden to that tragedy. It guarantees that grieving parents are not forced to fight for recognition and respect or kindness in the workplace. And importantly, it ensures that women have time to heal both physically and emotionally after what would be the most devastating of losses. The bill honours Priya's memory, and I want to express my deepest sympathy to Priya's family for their unimaginable loss, but also my gratitude for their courage in leading this change through their grief. And of course, that sympathy extends to all families in similar circumstances. As the Minister for Families and Social Services, I was proud to lead the reforms that recognise the grief and dignity of parents who experience a stillborn or a child dying shortly after birth. In September 2020, the Morrison government committed $7.6 million to improve bereavement payments for families after suffering a stillbirth. We ensured that all eligible families who experience stillbirth or an infant death receive support payments, helping 900 families every year. We recognised in 2020 that the loss of a child is truly devastating and no amount of money could ever deal with the grief these families experience. Our reforms introduced a single stillborn payment rate, ending inconsistencies that treat first and subsequent losses differently. Our 2020 reforms were guided by a fundamental principle. By introducing a single rate of stillborn payment, we addressed inconsistencies in levels of support to better recognise all bereavements. Every child matters. Every loss is devastating. The law should never discriminate between first and subsequent tragedies. Today's bill continues that work from 2020 by extending these same principles of equal recognition and dignity in the workplace. Where we ensure that the social security system treats all bereavements equally, this bill now ensures the Fair Work system does the same. It is the natural and necessary next step in recognising that parents of stillborn babies deserve the same support and protection in their employment as any other parent. I want to address some comments made by my colleagues in the other place during the debate on this bill. Some colleagues raised concerns about the wording of this bill in relation to late-term pregnancy terminations. I understand they spoke from conscience and I respect that. However, I want to put on the record that I disagree with any suggestion that some women might somehow exploit their grief to access an entitlement that they don't deserve. Late-term pregnancy losses, whatever their circumstances, are rare and occur in the most tragic and extreme circumstances. They involve decisions made by women, their partners and their doctors in situations of profound difficulty. This bill is about recognising that any woman who endures the physical and a psychological ordeal of losing a child late in pregnancy, at birth or soon after deserves the time to heal. I want to acknowledge and thank Bears of Hope for their advocacy and support of this bill. Organisations like Bears of Hope provide essential support to families experiencing the loss of their baby. They help families navigate unimaginable grief while advocating for systemic change. Their work reminds us that behind every statistic is a family, a loss and a need for compassion. This bill is not just about one case or one family. It ensures that when Australians face grief, workplaces and laws reflect the best of our national character, fairness, respect and compassion. It reminds us as legislators that the true measure of a society is how we treat people in their moments of vulnerability. By passing this bill, we send a clear message. In Australia, no family grieves alone, no parent should face indignity on top of that loss. As the Minister for Families and Social Services, I heard stories of parents who, in addition to unbearable grief, face bureaucratic obstacles, workplace discrimination and financial strain. These experiences reinforce my conviction that our social security and employment systems must be underpinned by compassion. This bill continues that work, ensuring our laws recognise the humanity of every family's loss. This bill enshrines compassion and dignity into our workplace and employment framework. It validates the experience of every parent who has lost a child. It clearly says your grief matters, your loss is recognised and you deserve time to heal. This reform reminds us all that compassion must be at the heart of every law we pass. I commend this bill to the Senate.
Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, I rise to speak on this Fair Work Amendment Bill, Baby Priya's Bill. The loss of a child is a profound tragedy. It is a profound tragedy. It has been described as a palpable, cascading grief that is linked to an equally palpable yearning, a longing that stretches into the infinite. It is everlasting, a grief of what has happened but what could have been, of a life cut short. And in this situation, in this period of grief, what we aim to do is prevent it from morphing or becoming a trauma. And this, unfortunately, was the scenario that faced Baby Priya's mother. Baby Priya died at 6 weeks of age to a mum who had been employed in an organisation for 11 years. This mum then faced this situation where her paid parental leave was unilaterally cancelled by her employer, and yet this was not the situation for Baby Priya's father. And as a result, thanks to their courageous advocacy, we now have this bill before us. And we are here in this Parliament to right this injustice. We want to, certainly by bringing forward this amendment, reduce the distress both on parents but as well as employers who really shouldn't be in this position with a lack of clarity around what to do in these circumstances. We want to allow, with this amendment, parents the time and space to grieve and to provide guidance, clear guidance to employers as to what they should do in these rare scenarios. And stillbirth is rare. Australia is a country that has one of the safest records for women in childbirth. But in Australia, 6 babies a day are stillbirth. They're born. They're not viable when they're born. And we also know that 2 babies die within 28 days of birth per year. So that totals around over 3,000 families who are affected every single year. So it's not negligible. It is rare, but it is certainly not negligible. And in moving this amendment, we will be attempting to alleviate some of that distress for those families, giving them the time and space to grieve. I do want to say that it has been beyond disappointing to hear some of the arguments peddled in this chamber, linking this bill in some way to late-term termination of pregnancy. Late-term abortions are not trivial matters. They are not done on the whim of a mother or father. They are a medical decision made by doctors and a wider medical team, usually in a specialist hospital for women, and it is a multidisciplinary decision, and it's usually done due to a severe fetal abnormality or if the mother's health and well-being is at risk due to a psychological or psychiatric problems. So this is an extremely rare scenario, and it is beyond disappointing to hear some of the misinformation and disinformation, I would argue, being peddled in this chamber by some members of Parliament who frankly should stick to their lane. I will also just flag that there are disturbing reports in the media of women who are not listening to their trained midwives or doctors, but instead choosing to be influenced by doulas or social media influencers around having home births or free births. This has led to numerous deaths, both of babies as well as women in Australia, and there's no need for this. I would urge women of Australia to really seek your advice from trained professionals, either midwives or obstetricians. And we have universal health care. These people are accessible. Don't rely on social media influencers. And I say this because in medicine we reserve the word catastrophe for only one specialty. Only one specialty uses the word catastrophe, and that is obstetrics. It doesn't appear in the lexicon of any other specialty in medicine. In medicine, our language tends to be very dispassionate because in an emergency, doctors, nurses, allied health professionals are trained to operate under immense stress in order to alleviate a situation. So emotion is taken out of it, unlike in this place. It's completely taken out of it. But the term obstetric catastrophe is absolutely enshrined in obstetrics because when things go wrong, they go wrong quickly. And it's often too late to wait for an ambulance to come to save the day. Just too late. I won't go into the graphic details, but it gives an indication of how important it is to, in that antenatal period, seek your advice from the professionals. Back to this bill. In the situation of a stillbirth or an infant death, we want families to have certainty. We certainly do want employers to have certainty as well. And this bill will provide that kind of clarity by preventing the unilateral cancellation of paid parental leave. And it builds upon the other supports that this Labor government have introduced for working parents, principally the expansion of paid parental leave, which currently sits at 24 weeks and will go up to 26 weeks next year, and also the numerous reforms we are making to early education and care to better support working families. Deputy Chair, it's important to understand what this bill does not do. It does not interfere with existing bargained entitlements. There are many employers who already offer express stillbirth leave entitlements which will be unaffected by this reform. It does not prevent employers and workers from bargaining and agreeing conditions in good faith. It does not create a requirement for employers to begin providing employer-funded PPL, paid parental leave, if it is not already provided. The bill also prevents employers from undercutting this reform by unilaterally changing the existing terms and conditions of employment after commencement. I want to conclude by thanking the courageous advocacy of baby Priya's mother and father for bringing this to the attention of our government and our parliament. And I am in her, baby Priya is not here to see this, but this bill will preserve her memory. I commend this bill to the Senate.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. The Greens support this bill. It's a relatively small change that will make a big difference to families experiencing the grief of stillbirth or the loss of a baby. Stillbirth, miscarriage and infertility are issues that affect so many families. According to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare data, 6 babies are stillborn each day and 2 die within 28 days of birth. Sadly, these are issues which are still not talked about enough. That silence can compound the grief, trauma and isolation experienced by families. The Pink Elephant Support Network's recent report, Not Just a Loss, found that 75% of women coping with stillbirth and miscarriage feel unsupported and abandoned, particularly in rural and regional areas without specialist support services. The profound grief caused by the loss of a child can be as all-consuming for parents as the experience of having a child born healthy. Some parents will choose to go back to work quickly to try and regain some normalcy, but for many grieving parents, including baby Priya's mother, returning to work when you're expecting to be on parental leave is a trauma that they're simply not ready for. If leave is unavailable, parents end up taking long periods of unpaid leave, dropping down to part-time work or quitting, all while facing medical costs and counselling expenses. Employers need to provide flexible, sensitive workplaces that support staff through these challenges. This bill would ensure parents affected by stillbirth and infant loss can continue to access their employer-related paid parental leave if they wish to. The government-funded scheme extends to stillbirth and infant loss already, and this bill grants the same support to private sector employees. All parents deserve the security of paid leave while they grieve and adjust. This change was recommended by a Senate inquiry into stillbirth research and education in 2018, chaired by Senator McCarthy and my former Greens colleague, Senator Janet Rice. But it's before us again today because of the bravery and courage of baby Priya's parents. 10 days after the tragic loss of their daughter, Priya's mum was told to come back to work. They turned their heartbreaking loss into a call for action so that other parents didn't have to experience what they went through, and I'm so grateful to them for their advocacy. I want to acknowledge the support of the Australian Services Union, of which I'm a proud member, and the support that they provided to Priya's mother and their campaign for reform, and also to my New South Wales Greens colleague, Abigail Boyd, for continuing to raise this issue. We need to talk more openly about stillbirth, miscarriage and infertility, and provide support to those affected, including partners and family members. Beyond this bill, we should consider introducing premature birth leave, currently provided by the Australian Public Service and the New South Wales public sector, so that parents don't have to eat into their paid parental leave before a baby even comes home. We should provide paid reproductive health leave for miscarriage, terminations and infertility treatments, and make it easier to access counselling and support after pregnancy loss. And we should extend paid parental leave to 52 weeks, in line with international best practice. We should do all of this because stillbirth and infant loss is a public health issue. It's a mental health issue. It's a compassion issue. What it is not is an opportunity for conservative men to perpetrate and perpetuate their culture wars. The bill clearly and clinically defines stillbirth and infant loss. It seeks to support parents experiencing this loss. Any claim otherwise is simply a stalking horse against women's reproductive rights. To suggest that any parents in this situation did not want to be parents is hurtful, disrespectful and out of touch. And it ignores the evidence that terminations post 22 weeks are extremely rare, traumatic and often involve pregnancies that are incompatible with life. These are private decisions supported by medical advice. Using the shield of unintended consequences and seeking clarity, a few Conservative men in the coalition have taken a bill that is about grieving parents getting dignity and certainty and used it to attack bodily autonomy. Australians are not interested in this anti-woman, anti-choice nonsense. Using this bill as a vehicle for their Trump-style talking points while doing absolutely nothing about women's rights on any other issue is utterly shameful. As I said at the outset, this is a bill to extend support to parents at one of the worst times imaginable, and it is the right thing to do. Once again, I thank everyone involved in bringing this bill to Parliament, and I hope that having baby Priya's name associated with such a profound change is something you can feel really proud of.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. This bill is about compassion, fairness and some clarity for parents facing the most unimaginable of circumstances. It fulfils a commitment we made at the election to ensure employer-funded paid parental leave cannot be cancelled if an employee's child is stillborn or dies in the early part of their life. It removes the distress of having to negotiate a return to work while a parent is grieving. It ensures employers aren't left to make discretionary decisions in deeply emotional circumstances. Our country is one of the safest in the world to have a baby, but stillbirths and infant deaths tragically still occur. In 2022, more than 3,000 Australian families lost a baby through stillbirth or within the first month of life. The loss of a child has profound and lifelong impacts on parents, families and communities. Until now, some parents have fallen through a gap in our workplace laws, losing paid leave entitlements just when they need support the most. This bill closes that gap. This bill applies to national system employees entitled to employer-funded paid parental leave the right to continue their paid parental leave in the event of a stillbirth or the loss of a child. It prevents an employer from cancelling paid parental leave in those circumstances. It introduces a principle in the Fair Work Act that employer-funded paid parental leave must not be withdrawn unless an agreement already provides for it. It prevents employers from undercutting these protections by changing contracts or policies after commencement. Importantly, this bill does not create a new obligation for employers who do not currently offer paid parental leave. It does not override or reduce existing bargained entitlements. And I know that many employers across the country do already have strong provisions for for families impacted by stillbirth. It does not interfere with good faith bargaining or flexibility for employers and workers to agree on additional supports. This bill is named after baby Priya, who died at 42 days old. Her parents' employer-paid parental leave was cancelled following her death. Their courage and advocacy has brought this issue into the national spotlight, and I want to thank them for taking the time to teach us all about the importance of this issue. They turned their grief into something incredibly important that I hope will spare other families some of the trauma they experienced. Their story has brought compassion to this Parliament and has shaped a lasting reform. This reform builds on Labor's record of strengthening support for working parents alongside our government-funded paid parental leave with the adding of superannuation contributions. We know that paid parental leave gives parents the support that they need to navigate the challenges ahead, and that support should not be taken away in circumstances where parents face the most unimaginable of circumstances. This is a measured and compassionate reform that might cost little, but means everything to the families that are affected. It brings decency to our workplace laws. It honours not only baby Priya, but every family who has faced this unimaginable loss. In this place today, we have the opportunity to act with compassion by passing this bill, and I urge all of us to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. It's Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak in support of this bill. And I want to start by recognising baby Priya's parents who experienced the devastating death of their 6-week-old daughter last June. I'm sorry for your loss, and I'm sure that no words can describe the heartbreak of losing a child. We know the story now. Thank you to their advocacy. Rather than being met with care, time and support to grieve, Priya's mum was asked to start negotiating with her employer about when she could return to work just 10 days after her daughter passed away. Her parental leave was cancelled and replaced by a 1-month personal leave. From this experience, they have advocated selflessly to ensure other bereaved parents never have to go through the same uncertainties as they did while they were grieving. This bill ensures that paid parental leave cannot be cancelled in circumstances where a baby is stillborn or dies. And it's because of their advocacy that the right for parents to grieve in their own time, supported by paid parental leave entitlements and a return to the workforce when they're ready, will now be protected. This is a very good bill. And again, I want to thank and recognise Priya's parents for their work in pushing for it. And I want to commend Minister Rishworth and the government for bringing this bill to the Parliament. Also want to thank those among my colleagues who have debated this bill with empathy and respect. Embedding compassion into our workplaces is something we should be striving for in Australia. And I believe this bill represents the type of common grace that people want to see extended to their fellow Australians. No parent mourning their child and the future they had imagined for their family should be forced to return to work sooner than expected or face financial pressures to do so. Someone's parenting journey does not end because their baby was stillborn or died early. This bill recognises that truth and moves to bring protections for employer-funded leave entitlements in line with those for the government-paid entitlements. It is an important step to ensuring compassion and fairness for all parents, no matter where they work. And just on a final point, it's worth mentioning that 6 babies are stillborn every day in Australia. It's something that we need to talk about more and to recognise that there are many, many parents living in our community who are missing a baby every day. And hopefully this bill will make it a little bit easier for parents going forward. But there is still more to do in this space. I commend this bill to the Senate. Thank you.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to this bill with incredibly mixed emotions. I thank those other members of the Senate who have spoken on this with great care. And as somebody who has also lost a child, the idea of in any way not recognising the pain and difficult times that a family goes through then is abhorrent to us all. What I can't let go past, though, is that this legislation has been guillotined, because it is not just about the tragic circumstances of losing a child for a family. There is more issues to be examined. We had a very comprehensive speech this morning from Senator Canavan, and I thought he did a terrific job in that regard. I want to raise another issue, though. Small businesses across Australia are under incredible pressure. When the Minister spoke to this legislation earlier this morning, she made the point that this was not about whether there was a definition around stillbirth or losing a child during maternity leave. It was about fair work. And this is the bit that I think we've not had the opportunity to examine. In this country, there is around 10 weeks annual leave, 10 weeks leave provided by small businesses to their employees. Small businesses have that relationship with their employee. Their employee is an incredibly important part of that broader small business family. And yet with the guillotining of this legislation, with the lopsided discussion, there is no input for the employer groups to be able to be a part of this discussion. They are removing the ability for the employer and the employee to have this relationship that I have enjoyed as an employee over many years. And in fact, the sad time that I referred to at the beginning, my employer was extraordinary. But we will remove that. We will once again move to legislating every part of our lives. I don't think this is helpful for providing respect to that relationship, to allowing a robust and successful relationship. Imagine if we start legislating for what can happen in a married people's relationship or other sorts of relationships in our society. I think this legislation, whilst incredibly worthy at its heart, is not dissimilar to the domestic violence leave legislation that we passed last year. We have removed a societal cost to a small business cost. And there are those on the other side who talked about the cost, the price of this being small. Well, if you're a small business with only a small number of employees, the price that you pay for providing all of these benefits that we desire under our modern society is significant. Under the AFP, I understand that the leave entitlements are something like 14 weeks a year. Small business, as I said, 10. These are genuine costs for people who are doing it incredibly tough at the moment. And so the inability for those people to be able to have a relationship and a discussion with their employees seems incredibly heavy-handed. There will be those who think that I'm missing the point of this legislation, and I acknowledge that. I understand what it's trying to achieve. And I certainly sympathise to the bottom of my heart with baby Priya's family. The sadness must seem at times to have no depth. But I do caution that when we guillotine legislation like this, without allowing everybody to have a say, without a proper debate and discussion, we deny real people in our society, real people who should be involved in this. And as Senator Canavan made the point this morning, we undermine the trust and the respect and the responsibility that is given to this Parliament and this Senate. I think that guillotining of legislation, particularly important legislation, it's unparliamentary, it's undemocratic, and Australians expect better and more. And the more difficult the topic, the more important it is that all Australians get to have a say. We cannot be righteous and say this is the only way in this regard. That is what healthy democracy is about. So I rise to represent the other half of this relationship, being the employer groups, the employers who have for so long been able to make generous and appropriate arrangements with employees who have all sorts of different requirements. I mean, will we move next to legislating for greater leave if one of your parents die? What about a sibling? I think that's currently 3 days. You know, where are we going to start requiring that employers should take on the financial responsibility? If the government believes that this is important legislation, did the government consider the government would pay for it? Of course they didn't, because this is a government that will always shift the cost to small business, the very group that at the moment is going into liquidation, administration and closure faster than at any point in our history. I think we should care about that. I think that this is an incredibly important group of people. They provide the apprenticeships to our young people, the opportunity for school attendees to work part-time in their businesses, to give people a go who would not fit into a bigger corporate structure. And particularly in the places where I'm from, in regional and rural Australia, it is small businesses that turn up and continue providing services, often at cost to themselves. They don't pay themselves. They pay instead their employees and their workforce and their suppliers and all the government fees and charges that continue to grow. So the point that I seek to make is that guillotining this legislation is bad for Australia. It's bad for our democracy. It's bad for the standing that this Parliament has in the minds of those people that we come here seeking to represent. And it is bad for a sector of our community and our economy, because as we seek to make good a harm, we have not had any ability to to look at what that cost is, what that price is. I don't think that's fair. I think it really diminishes the government in my eyes, but worse, I come here to represent people who provide jobs to thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of Australians, and their voice has been completely lost and disregarded in this, and I don't think that's right. Thank you.
Senator Polley.
I rise to speak in support of this profoundly important legislation. The Baby Priya Parental Leave Bill. This bill is more than a piece of workplace legislation. It is a human and moral imperative born out of tragedy, compassion and commitment to justice for grieving parents. This bill delivers on a key Labor election commitment. We promised to legislate to guarantee that working parents who experience stillbirth or early death of a child can continue to access their employer-paid parental leave, where such leave aligns with the employee's terms and conditions of employment. This promise was made in response to the tireless advocacy of Priya's parents who have courageously shared their story to prevent other parents from enduring what they had come to endure. Baby Priya's tragically died at just 6 weeks of age. The loss of a child is one of the most profoundly devastating experiences any person could face. In such moments, grieving parents need certainty and stability, particularly regarding entitlements that allow them time and space to mourn. This bill ensures that parents are not left to navigate a legal grey area during what is already an unimaginable period of grief. I want to take a moment to acknowledge Priya's parents for their courage, because their courage has brought this issue to the forefront and will have a tangible, long-lasting change to workplace laws. No parent should have to go through the heartbreak that Priya's mother experienced, and the government's response reflects our shared grief that grieving parents deserve both dignity and certainty. To you, Priya's parents, I extend my deepest gratitude and admiration for your strength. Under this bill, an employer cannot, because of the stillbirth or death of a child, refuse to allow an employee to take employer-paid parental leave to which they would have otherwise been entitled, nor can they cancel any part of that leave. This principle, however, respects the terms of employment. It does not override arrangements where an employee's contract explicitly allows the employer to refuse or cancel leave, or provide for alternate entitlements in these circumstances, or where the employees requests the cancellation of leave. Employers will know clearly what their obligations are, helping to avoid unnecessary disputes and distress. This clarity benefits everyone, promoting a fair, predictable and compassionate workplace. Acting Deputy President, this bill is about more than legal definitions and workplace entitlements. It's about humanity. It's about acknowledging the parents who have lost a child and that are facing an unimaginable pain, that none of them should ever have to endure this alone without being caused, and should never be caused, additional stress over employment entitlements. It's about saying unequivocally that the Labor Party and the Labor government believes in protecting and supporting families in their darkest hours. The strength that Priya's parents have shown by allowing this story to be told, and why we've named this legislation after Priya, has reminded us all of the power of lived experience to drive policy change. This bill is a testament to their courage, their determination and their refusal to let Priya's life, however brief, pass without making a difference. By naming this legislation after baby Priya, we honour her memory and ensure that her story changes the lives of countless parents into the future. And this bill also demonstrates the Labor government's commitment to fairness and decency in our workplaces. Employment laws must be about more than productivity and economics. They must reflect our shared values, our empathy, our respect for human life. By guaranteeing employer-paid parental leave in circumstances of stillbirth and early infant death, we are creating a workplace that recognises grief, compassion, and the fundamental rights of working parents. I urge all senators across the chamber to consider the human cost of failing to act. To hesitate would be to send a message to grieving parents that their suffering is a matter for uncertainty and negotiation, rather than protection, compassion, and respect. This bill ensures that no parent must question whether they can access leave they're entitled to during one of life's most tragic circumstances. I fully support this legislation.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise in support of the Fair Work Amendment, Baby Priya's Bill 2025. And I want to start by acknowledging, like many others in this chamber have, the heartbreaking circumstances behind this bill. This bill was named after baby Priya, who died tragically just 42 days after birth, and I extend my sympathy to Priya's parents on their terrible loss. Only a few days after her loss, Priya's mum informed the company that she worked for, and she'd worked for them for over 10 years, that her baby daughter was gone. What happened next only compounded her grief and distress. They unilaterally cancelled her maternity leave, informing her via text message soon after, and gave her just 1 month of personal leave. This was cruel beyond belief, but it was also legal. Fair Work told her there was nothing they could do about the cancellation of her maternity leave. Legally, employers can cancel paid maternity leave even though they cannot cancel unpaid leave in the event of infant death or stillbirth. Priya's parents knew the law had to change. When her husband got 3 months of paid paternity leave under the New South Wales industrial system, while Priya's mum had to go back to work, she realised that our federal industrial relations system needed to catch up. The cancellation of her maternity leave forced her back to work despite her immeasurable grief. Priya's mum deserved that maternity leave just as any other mother of a living baby would. I commend Priya's parents for their advocacy. No parent should have to go through what they did. This bill amends the Fair Work Act to make entitlements to parental leave in case of stillbirth or the death of a child more consistent, whether the leave is paid or unpaid parental leave. It will prevent employers from unilaterally cancelling periods of paid parental leave in cases of stillbirth or infant death, in cases like Priya's. While the previous Liberal government made amendments to previous periods of unpaid parental leave from being unilaterally cancelled by employers in these cases, no such rules apply to periods of paid parental leave. This is a serious problem, and the Greens support this bill's amendments to the Fair Work Act to fix this. As someone whose academic and professional life has been committed to understanding the relationship between work, life, care responsibilities and the birth of new children, along with fairness in employment, I know that the current system is far from adequate. It can fail parents in the moments they most need it to support them. And I thank baby Priya's parents and the Australian Services Union for their strong campaign to change these laws. This bill also aligns squarely with the Greens' long-standing commitment to make work fairer and more caring. The bill is a welcome step forward, but let's be honest, it's still nowhere near enough. Australia's paid parental leave scheme remains one of the weakest within the OECD. The average across developed countries is around 52 weeks paid leave, yet here, even after this bill, families will have less than half that. The Greens believe every family should have access to 52 weeks of paid parental leave by 2030, and it should be paid at replacement wages. Because caring for a new child shouldn't mean falling behind financially or widening the gender pay gap and super gap that already disadvantage so many women, and it shouldn't mean perpetual exhaustion for having to go back to work way too early after the birth of a baby. As chair of the Senate Select Committee into Work and Care, I heard much about the importance of paid parental leave and its many benefits for carers and families. We know that longer, better paid parental leave improves child health, strengthens attachment, boosts maternal wellbeing and supports parents to stay connected to work. Yet too often our system pushes mothers out and locks fathers out. Parents shouldn't have to choose between spending the precious first year with their baby and paying their rent or their mortgage. Expanding paid parental leave is not just about supporting families, it's about building gender equality into the foundations of our economy. And as I've said before in this place many times, around a third of the gender pay gap comes from time spent caring for family and stepping out of full-time work. Today, the Australian Centre for Gender Equality and Inclusion at Work are launching their Gender Equality at Work Index report. The report finds that inequality persists in the total hours that men and women work due to women carrying the brunt of unpaid care and paid parental leave load. It also found that the low uptake of parental leave by men continues to be a major cause of gender inequality at home and in the workplace. When we underpay or undervalue care, we entrench inequality that lasts a lifetime in wages, in superannuation and in retirement security. A full year of paid leave with super paid on every dollar would begin to change that story. It would recognise care as real, essential work, work that makes all other work possible, work that underpins productivity in our economy. Currently, our national scheme falls short of global best practice by a long way. The Greens recognise that giving families a full year of security on the arrival of a child will strengthen maternal health. It'll promote greater workforce participation and reduce the gender pay and superannuation gaps that follow years of unpaid care. Recommendation 16 of the Work and Care report, agreed to by Labor, the Liberals and the Greens, recommended that the government should consider ways to reach the international best practice of 52 weeks of paid parental leave. Labor has the numbers in this place to be bold, to build a world-class system that values care as real, vital work, a system that values women and fathers in the care of their kids and family. Labor, don't just tinker at the edges. Use your majority to bring Australia into line with the OECD average and finally deliver the fair, the flexible, the year-long leave that families need. The Greens support this bill as it's a step towards a more caring, equitable industrial relations system, a system that protects workers in crisis and affirms the essential link between work, care and community. We will continue to push for broader reform, including 52 weeks of paid parental leave, for stronger protection for carers for their jobs and fairer rights for all workers, balancing paid work and unpaid care. This is a legacy that will touch countless lives. I'll conclude with some words directly from Priya's mum. To every grieving parent, I want to acknowledge you with the deepest respect. You have endured the greatest pain imaginable, yet you continue to take one step at a time, day by day. For the working parents of stillborn parents and infant deaths, my hope, Priya's mother's hope, is that this law will grant you the time, support and financial assistance that are rightfully yours so that you can have that time to take care of yourself. It's rare to see tripartisan agreement in this chamber, but this is such an important bill to so many in our community, and I commend this bill to the Senate.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I also rise to speak on the Fair Work Amendment Priya's bill. The bill before us is named in honour of baby Priya, who tragically passed away just 42 days after her birth, and an immeasurable loss and an immeasurable grief for any family to endure. But for Priya's family, it was a turmoil that was compounded, as Priya's mother, in her grief, was forced to negotiate with her employer about returning to work. This is something she never expected to face, and yet it is an experience that is not unfamiliar to too many bereaved families in our community. No parent should ever have to go through what Priya's mum experienced, and yet it's a story we know exists too often. It's certainly something that was experienced by a close friend of mine who's given me her permission and blessing to share her story as part of my contribution. And when my friend's son was stillborn at 32 weeks, she was forced to negotiate with her employer and was advised that her return to work should be just 5 weeks after the loss of her son. During those 5 weeks, she was in and out of public hospital no less than 7 times, including a 2-night admission because of retained placental products. This was hardly the grieving period my friend required to mourn the loss of her son. As she returned to her work in a diverse retail management role, she told me she felt as though she was going to cry or vomit every time a healthy newborn baby entered her store. She was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. If she had the time to grieve, she could have received a diagnosis for this and the support she then required. But she didn't. And this was the reality for my friend. It is the reality for so many women like her. And while my friend was forced to take medication to suppress the milk that she would never be able to feed her baby, and as her body was recovering, she was forced back into a role where she was instructed to meet key performance indicators, to manage staff performance, to oversee payroll and to write rosters. My friend had no time to experience the grief she needed to. And at this time, she found tasks like grocery shopping truly overwhelming. Her grief was just so consuming that making those decisions each week became overwhelming. The most meaningful gift she received during this time weren't flowers but groceries, because they spared her from having to make those decisions and those tasks of daily life. And if these things felt impossible for my friend, how can we be expecting bereaved parents to navigate complex negotiations with their employers about when to return to work? This system is failing due to a lack of understanding of what these women and what these families are going through. Ambiguous workplace policies fail to acknowledge a devastating public health issue that impacts more than 6 Australian families every day. Paid parental leave schemes that do not acknowledge the lives of babies born without breath or who pass away shortly after birth help nobody, but they sure as hell have traumatised too many women. As a government, we have the opportunity and the responsibility to remove this ambiguity by strengthening the Fair Work Act to support bereaved parents in their most vulnerable moments. In doing so, we legislate for clarity, for certainty, and for compassion. This bill will ensure that employer-funded parental leave cannot be cancelled if a child is stillborn or if a child dies shortly after birth. It introduces a new principle into the Fair Work Act that unless employers and employees have agreed otherwise, employer-funded paid parental leave must not be cancelled because a child is stillborn or dies shortly after birth. I want to acknowledge, as many senators have done so, baby Priya's parents, who through bravely telling their story brought attention to an issue not adequately addressed in existing workplace laws. And after their baby's death, her parents advocated to ensure no other parent would have to face what they did. Baby Priya's loss is an absolute tragedy, and this bill honours baby Priya and it honours her parents by creating a legacy that will touch countless lives, and I want to thank them for their advocacy on this essential reform. Parents must have certainty about their entitlements at such a difficult moment. They need time and they need space to grieve. This bill provides transparency for parents and employers. It means bereaved parents should not have to deal with the stress and uncertainty about their entitlements during one of the most traumatic times in their lives. And likewise for managers, it doesn't place them in the position of having to make a potentially fraught discretionary judgment call on such a delicate matter, a call which could compound grief and trauma for their staff. Acting Deputy President, the loss of a child is a profoundly traumatic event. And while Australia is one of the safest places in the world for a baby to be born, in 2022 more than 3,000 families lost a child to stillbirth or within the first 28 days of their birth. And I want to acknowledge and recognise every family who feels this grief and every family who lives with this loss. To those families and those mothers who hold their babies not in their arms but only in their hearts. Stillbirth is a public health issue shrouded with stigma, but through awareness, education and policy change, we can actually save the lives of our littlest Australian babies who are so deeply longed for, and in recognition of those babies who are so deeply missed. We can create better systems for those who've experienced stillbirth or neonatal loss to support them in their grief. So I am deeply proud to stand in support of this bill as a friend of someone who has experienced the most traumatic of losses, and as a representative of the women in my community who have felt and experienced that too. This is why we must pass this bill with the utmost urgency and importance. I acknowledge the contributions of every senator who has come and spoken in support of this bill with sensitivity and with care and with compassion. I commend the bill to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Murray-Smith. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. The Fair Work Amendment, Baby Priya's Bill 2025, amends the Fair Work Act 2009 to extend entitlements to paid parental leave in cases of stillbirth or the death of a child. Stillbirths or deaths of a child are crushing, heartbreaking to parents. My wife Christine and I have 2 children and 1 grandchild. Nothing else comes close, as I'm sure every parent feels. Nothing else comes close to having a child, except possibly losing a child. The bill here, One Nation supports the bill's core intent for the very reason I've just mentioned. The bill only deals with paid parental leave. It does not alter the existing provisions around unpaid parental leave. The bill will prevent employers from unilaterally cancelling periods of paid parental leave in cases of stillbirth or the death of the child during the paid parental leave period. The bill will not prevent employers and employees from agreeing to cancel such periods of leave between themselves, usually so the employee can return to work early for sound reasons. And the bill does not change arrangements for payment of allowances to parents who are not employed. The bill does not impose any requirement on employers to provide employer-funded paid parental leave because the employer does not pay parental leave. The government does, at a cost of $2.9 billion a year. Some companies pay parental leave at a higher rate, often the employee's regular pay, and top up the government payment themselves. In this case, the bill will make those employers pay this higher rate to an employee who voluntarily terminated their pregnancy when the child was delivered stillborn. I'll say that again. In this case, the bill will make those employers pay this higher rate to an employee who voluntarily terminated their pregnancy where the child was delivered stillborn. Why has One Nation submitted an amendment to the Baby Priya Bill? Why have I submitted an amendment to the Baby Priya Bill? The bill requires employers to pay paid parental leave for employees who have a stillborn baby or where the baby dies during the parental leave period. One Nation does not oppose this measure in principle. We support it. And our amendment does not change the outcome of the bill for most women, including the situation Baby Priya's parents very sadly found themselves to be in. The definition of a stillborn baby in the bill relies on Section 77A, Clause 2 of the Fair Work Act 2009, which defines a stillborn child as A, weighs more than 400 grams at delivery, who has not breathed since delivery, whose heart has not beaten since delivery. Yet here's a key concern of many constituents across Australia and my state of Queensland. Nothing in this definition takes account of a voluntary abortion resulting in a stillbirth, which is most late-term abortions. These involve injecting the human baby with a drug that stops their heart and then is delivered as a stillbirth. In the bill as it was introduced, as it is, a mother in that situation would qualify for 26 weeks of paid parental leave. This is the very specific issue One Nation's amendment seeks to correct. We do not believe it is right for a woman who deliberately terminates her pregnancy to then qualify for 26 weeks paid parental leave at taxpayer expense. I must emphasise that neither this bill nor One Nation's amendment changes anything around emergency terminations in the event of serious health issues affecting the mother. Nothing changes. That's already protected in legislation. I want to make that very clear. For example, early delivery without killing the baby first is normal obstetric practice for emergency health situations and conditions late in pregnancy, such as high blood pressure, liver or kidney disease, or cancer that requires chemotherapy. Here are some more important facts on abortion that have informed One Nation's amendment. There is no upper gestational limit on abortion in any Australian state jurisdiction. None. In each jurisdiction, abortion is permitted until birth with the approval of 2 doctors after a certain gestation. In some jurisdictions, such as Queensland, the second doctor who approves the late-term abortion is not even required to examine the pregnant woman. Not even required to examine the pregnant woman. A late-term abortion is an abortion at 20 weeks or more in gestation. This is consistent with the definition provided from the Royal Australian and New Zealand College of Obstetricians and Gynaecologists in its practice guideline on late abortion. So how many late-term abortions are performed in Australia every year? We don't know. We don't know, because only Victoria, Queensland and South Australia publish the figures. The other states are obviously ashamed of how many they perform. The total of known late-term abortions in 2024 was 5,559. 75% of those are for non-life-threatening conditions. This makes a complete mockery of the leftist talking point that women don't abort their babies on a whim. Some do. There is a strong case for the productivity benefit of paid parental leave, though, including in cases of natural death of the child. One Nation quite clearly supports this. It's only the extension of this benefit to women who deliberately kill their baby, murder their baby, that One Nation objects to. I ask the Senate to support this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Gallagher.
Thank you very much, and appreciate the opportunity to speak on this bill. And just to be clear, this is not a minister closing debate on the bill. I rise to speak to the Fair Work Amendment Baby Prayers Bill 2025, a bill that enshrines compassion, fairness and dignity for parents who endure one of life's deepest tragedies, the loss of a child. The bill is named in memory of baby Priya, who heartbreakingly died when she was just 42 days old. Her short life and the courage of her parents have led to this important law reform. When Priya's mum told her employer that her baby had passed away, she was not only grieving the unimaginable loss of her child, she was also asked to negotiate with her employer about when she would return to work. At that moment, when she needed care, she instead faced uncertainty. This bill changes that. The Fair Work Amendment Baby Priya's Bill 2025 includes a clear principle in the Fair Work Act that unless an employer and employee have expressly agreed otherwise, employer-funded paid parental leave cannot be cancelled because a child is stillborn or dies. This guarantees protection for grieving parents, ensuring the leave that they were granted remains theirs, even in the event of unimaginable loss. It provides certainty, stability and space to grieve, recognising both the physical toll of the childbirth and the trauma of a loss of a child. It ensures consistency across the system, bringing employer-funded schemes into line with the government's own paid parental leave program. It also makes it easier for workers and managers to navigate these difficult circumstances while allowing flexibility where both parties agree. Many employers already act with compassion when a situation like this arises. This bill provides a clear legislative foundation to support those good practices, ensuring compassion is not dependent on the goodwill of an individual manager. When the Albanese government became aware of this gap in workplace laws, we committed to ensuring that no other family would have to go through what Priya's parents went through. Australia is one of the safest countries in the world to give birth, but sadly, stillbirth and infant loss do happen. In 2022, more than 3,000 families across our nation lost a child to stillbirth or within the first 28 days after birth. Every one of those numbers represents a much-loved baby and parents who must find a way to live through their grief. We know that losing a baby has a profound and lasting impact, not only on parents, but on siblings, on extended families, friends and communities. And in those moments, no one should have to worry about whether they'll still be paid or be expected to return to work before they're ready. This bill is not only about consistency, it's also about what kind of workplaces we want in Australia. Workplaces that recognise the humanity of their people and workplaces that show kindness when it matters most. This bill provides certainty for parents and clarity for employers. Now, I want to pay tribute to Priya's parents, who during their grief showed extraordinary bravery and generosity. In their grief, they spoke out so that others would not have to face what they did. Their advocacy and willingness to relive pain so that other parents in similar situations do not have to experience what they did. This is the reason the bill bears their daughter's name. Baby Priya's legacy will live on in this legislation. I also want to acknowledge Minister Amanda Rishworth for her leadership on this reform. She's worked closely with parents, employers and unions to ensure this bill gets the balance right, compassionate, fair and practical. Employer groups and business representatives engaged constructively, recognising that supporting employees through grief is both the right thing to do and is good for workplaces. I thank them for their cooperation and empathy. This reform also forms part of our broader effort to modernise and strengthen the Fair Work system to reflect the reality of people's lives. We're already expanding paid parental leave to 26 weeks, making it more flexible and accessible for modern families. And Baby Priya's story has added to this. Her parents' courage has inspired a national conversation about how we support families through the unthinkable. No law can take away their pain, but this bill will give other parents the certainty and time to grieve, which is a legacy worth honouring. It is the opportunity for the Senate to come together and show compassion and to show empathy for the situation that has led to this bill being brought towards the Senate. I know from other speakers and some of the contributions that were made in the other place that there has been some comments reflecting concerns about the bill which don't directly relate to this bill at all. And indeed, some of the comments that Senator Roberts made, the government will not be supporting his amendments. And in fact, the concerns raised, which I accept Senator Roberts holds dearly in his heart, are not issues that are enlivened by this bill. And I would just also like to say that when it comes to the loss of a baby, whether it be through a loss through pregnancy, through stillbirth, or through termination, these are things that weigh very heavily on parents' hearts, and in particular on decisions for women. These are very difficult decisions, and I think some of the comments made today about women and their decision-making are deeply offensive to the vast majority of women across Australia. I don't want to focus my remarks on other things that have been said in this bill, but I do want to place it on the record. And I share the concerns that, that I imagine many women are feeling when they hear comments made like Senator Roberts made in his contribution. The Fair Work Amendment Baby Priya's Bill 2025 ensures our workplace laws meets a simple standard, that we do care for one another in our darkest moments, that we look after each other, and that where gaps are identified that can be addressed through legislation and that flows on and benefits families into the future, that is something the Senate should support. So on behalf of the government and on behalf of Baby Priya's family, who of course are the motivation, the moving force behind this bill, I commend the bill to the Senate.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak in support of the Fair Work Amendment Baby Priya's Bill 2025, a bill that I believe is grounded in compassion and common sense. This is a good bill, but I believe it does not go far enough. It is a compassionate and practical reform that corrects a cruel inconsistency in our laws. It ensures that when a baby is stillborn or dies soon after birth, an employer cannot unilaterally cancel paid parental leave that has already been approved. It brings basic decency into line with existing protections for unpaid parental leave. But this bill is only a very small step in addressing a far bigger problem. Australia's workplace laws still fail to properly recognise and support the reproductive health needs of women. As the Australian Council of Trade Unions has pointed out, reproductive health is not a niche concern, it's a universal one. ACTU President Michelle O'Neill has said, and I quote, "Reproductive health can impact all workers and will affect most workers at some stage in their life. Too many workers have been penalised or forced to bow out of employment because of reproductive health issues. We need universal paid reproductive leave so that women, as well as men, can balance work and care and stay in their jobs." That is the larger conversation we must have. This bill is a compassionate fix, but it must be the beginning and not the end of a broader effort to recognise reproductive health as a legitimate part of workplace life. The origins of this legislation are heartbreaking, and I commend all my fellow senators for making contributions. It's named after little girl, baby Priya, who lived for just 42 days. I extend my deepest condolences and sympathies to her family and her parents. Priya's parents loved her deeply, and when she passed away, her mother, who was prepared for months of parental leave, was told she was no longer eligible to take it. Her employer cancelled the leave on the basis that her baby had died. Her husband could take his leave, but she could not. This bill ensures that no parent will ever face that injustice again. It amends the Fair Work Act to prevent employers from refusing or cancelling employer-funded paid parental leave in cases of stillbirth or early infant death. It closes a gap in the law that left parents vulnerable to both grief and financial harm. In the past week, like many senators in this place, I've also received correspondence misrepresenting this bill. Some claim it as incentivising late-term abortions, or that women will kill their babies for profit from taxpayer money. These claims are false. This bill deals only with employer-funded paid parental leave that comes from an employment contract, a workplace policy, or an enterprise agreement. It does not affect the Paid Parental Leave Act 2010, which governs government-funded payments. So again, it does not involve taxpayer money. It simply provides that where paid parental leave already exists under a workplace agreement, an employer cannot revoke it simply because of a tragedy. The Fair Work Act already defines a stillborn child as one who weighs at least 400 grams or has reached 20 weeks gestation and shows no sign of life after birth or after delivery. That definition does not include pregnancies that have been lawfully terminated, and this bill does not alter that definition in any way. A woman who undergoes a termination is not and will not become eligible for paid parental leave or stillborn payments under this legislation, as I understand it. To hear some people in this chamber suggest otherwise is quite misleading and disingenuous to the Australian public. The claim that anyone could profit from ending pregnancy is very, very harmful. It dismisses the suffering of women who have experienced miscarriage or stillbirth or early infant death. And it fuels this dangerous narrative that distorts compassion into controversy. Now, each of the 76 senators in this place have either personally experienced or know of someone experiencing the realities of pregnancy. And let me tell you, it's not a simple walk in the park. It is a physical and emotional marathon requiring strong mental fortitude and a safe support network. For many families, it begins with years of fertility treatment, IVF cycles, hormone therapy, and heartbreak. For others, it brings complex conditions such as endometriosis, polycystic ovarian syndrome, and high-risk complications. When a pregnancy ends in stillbirth, the loss is devastating.
You can keep going. I think we can still hear you. I'll just check hands.
Great.
It's fine. Yeah.
The lights have just gone
For those
off,
following,
sorry.
we've just had the lights
Yep.
go out.
No one chooses the pain. No one experiences it to gain access to leave or payment. The grief of losing a child cannot be offset by a policy or a payslip. And I speak as a woman who's seen through family, friends, and countless constituents reaching out, talking about the profound physical and emotional labour of bringing life into this world and the devastation of losing it. It is highly insulting and very offensive to suggest that women would endure the emotional and physical suffering for financial gain. This bill recognises that grief should not result in financial insecurity. It ensures that the leave a parent has already earned is protected, and it prevents the cancellation of it because of a stillbirth or an early infant death. Fairness and productivity go hand in hand, and we've heard it multiple times. Workplaces that treat people with decency, retain skilled staff, improve morale, and continue building that trust. So who would have thought that we'd be here debating and questioning the merits of compassion in building a stronger workforce? As I alluded earlier, this debate raises that broader issue of how do our workplaces support reproductive health and women's continued participation in the workforce. Across the country, unions are campaigning for 10 days of paid reproductive health leave to cover IVF treatments, menopause, endometriosis, miscarriage, and other reproductive needs. Women currently retire on average 7 years earlier than men, often not by choice, but because workplaces fail to accommodate for their health needs. The Queensland Council of Unions General Secretary Jacqueline King put it plainly, and I quote, "For too long, generations of working women have had to show up to work in pain or juggle demanding treatments because of stigma and inadequate leave. Workplaces must recognise that people have families and they also have reproductive health." This bill belongs in that same continuum of reform. It recognises that family, fertility, and loss are not private inconveniences that need to be hidden from public discourse and policy, but part of the human experience of working life. And as mentioned earlier by Senator Gallagher, there has been far too much moral panic about this legislation, obviously turning the compassion that we're seeking into a culture war headline. No, this bill does not fund abortions. No, it does not expand eligibility for government payments. No, it does not invite abuse. It simply closes a loophole that allowed employers to cancel paid parental leave after stillbirth or a death of an early infant. We may hold personal beliefs about the ethics of pregnancy and birth, but this Parliament must legislate on facts, not fear and misconceptions that are running rampant like wildfire. Many employers already act with the compassion when tragedy strikes. They keep jobs open, they provide time to grieve and check in long after the flowers have faded. This bill sets that compassion as a national standard for all. And to those who still worry that such kindness might be exploited, I would say the greater exploitation is to punish people for losing a child. Colleagues, we cannot undo the pain that baby Priya's parents have experienced, but we can ensure that no one else endures the same bureaucratic cruelty. We can ensure that no mother is ever told, because your baby didn't live, your leave doesn't count. This bill says to every parent who has faced the unimaginable, your grief will not be compounded by paperwork, Your dignity will not depend on your employer's discretion, and the law will treat your loss with respect it deserves. If we are serious about equality and the retention of women in the workforce, we must create workplaces that recognise life in all its forms, even in its loss. I commend the Fair Work Amendment, Baby Priya's Bill 2025, to the Senate. Thank you.
Senator Brown.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak in support of the Fair Work Amendment, Baby Priya's Bill 2025. This bill makes a small but deeply meaningful change to our workplace relations framework. It ensures that when the unthinkable happens, when a parent loses a baby through stillbirth or early infant death, their right to employer-funded paid parental leave cannot be cancelled simply because of that tragedy. This bill is about compassion. It responds to the experiences of baby Priya's parents who, after the loss of their daughter at 6 weeks old, were told that their employer-funded parental leave would be withdrawn. No parent should ever face the stress of negotiating their leave entitlements while grieving their child. And I'd like to place on record my thanks to baby Priya's parents for their advocacy in this area. Until now, the Fair Work Act did not clearly set out what happens to employer-funded paid parental leave in these circumstances. While unpaid parental leave and government-funded parental leave already provide certainty for parents experiencing loss, employer-funded schemes, those negotiated directly between employers and employees, have existed in a grey area. This bill closes that gap. It introduces a clear principle into the Fair Work Act. Unless an employer and employee have expressly agreed otherwise, employer-funded paid parental leave must not be refused or cancelled because a child is stillborn or dies. It provides reassurance for the parents, clarity for employers, and consistency across the workplace relations system. Managers will no longer be placed in the position of making difficult and deeply personal decisions at a time of immense grief. Instead, there will be a clear, fair rule that supports everyone involved. The legislation also respects the integrity of existing arrangements. It does not require employers to provide paid parental leave when none exist, nor does it override terms that have been negotiated in good faith. It simply ensures that, where paid parental leave is provided, it cannot be withdrawn in the face of tragedy unless that outcome has been clearly and fairly agreed. Importantly, this reform applies equally to adoption and surrogacy arrangements, recognising that every family deserves the same protection and dignity. It also prevents employers from unilaterally changing workplace policies after the law takes effect to remove these entitlements. This is a practical, compassionate reform that gives families time and space to grieve, to heal and to rebuild. It honours the memory of baby Priya and the strength of her parents who turned their heartbreak into a legacy that will help others. I commend the bill to the Senate.
Senator Paruki.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The Greens support this bill, which is the result of a tireless advocacy campaign by baby Priya's family and the Australian Services Union. We know that this bill, which extends paid parental leave to parents who have had a tragic stillbirth or lost an infant within the leave period, will make a huge difference for families who have suffered unimaginable losses. To go through this loss and then to be expected to immediately return to work is unfair, it is unjust, and it is unnecessary. This is an important step forward in doing our bit to support families and parents who are suffering tragic losses. The fact that this bill has been weaponized by those on the right in their awful campaign to police women's bodies is despicable and disgraceful. But I'm not surprised at all. They do this every time, use the anti-choice, anti-abortion playbook to push their far-right agenda. This is not a new tactic. It is old, it is tired, and it comes straight from the US anti-choice far-right lobby. The passage of this bill should be an important milestone and achievement for grieving families like baby Priya's parents who have stood up and shared their immense trauma to ensure that other parents don't have to go through what they have been through, and others can have the security of paid leave while they grieve and adjust. It should be a straightforward passage where all sides of politics can feel proud. Instead, some have made it another battleground for hateful misinformation that seeks to control and shame women. The MPs who are using this bill as an opportunity to demonize and shame women should themselves be utterly ashamed. Firstly, these men have no right to tell us what we can and cannot do with our bodies. Absolutely none. And secondly, it is extraordinary that the really harmful myth that somehow women are lining up to have their pregnancy terminated a day before giving birth keeps being peddled by the right. How utterly vile. Only a very small percentage of abortions occur after 20 weeks, and they are associated with severe medical conditions, such as the presence of genetic syndromes or major fetal abnormality, or situations where continuing pregnancy would severely harm the mother's mental and physical health, as Dr. Kirsten Black, a professor of sexual and reproductive health at the University of Sydney, has explained. But that doesn't stop these MPs from politicizing a deeply personal matter. They don't really care about facts. They just want control. Well, we will not have a bar of it. Our rights are not up for debate. I have been fighting this fight with so many in the community for a long time. I introduced the first bill to decriminalize abortion in New South Wales in 2017, and when the archaic laws that criminalized abortion in New South Wales were finally thrown into the dustbin of history 2 years later, it was a proud moment for all of us who have been campaigning for decades for this change. These rights, women's rights, are always hard fought for, and something we can never really take for granted in a patriarchal society where some still want to control our bodies and our choices. Abortion is healthcare. Importantly, it is an issue of reproductive rights and bodily autonomy. And we must be unapologetic about fighting for women's rights, for human rights, for any person who needs access to reproductive health care, having full and unambiguous bodily autonomy. And the MPs who have used this bill for perpetuating their barely guarded misogyny should just sit down and shut up. We have had enough.
Senator Walsh.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I would like to start by reading a statement out by the woman who has brought us all here today to pass this bill, a bill that is about compassion and care and nothing less. This is a statement from Priya's mum. The Baby Priya bill is deeply special and important to me. Over the past few days, I've watched the parliamentary speeches with tears, gratitude and love. I want to sincerely thank every speaker who has supported this bill wholeheartedly with such compassion, sensitivity and care. Your words have moved me beyond measure, and each speech and story and each acknowledgement of Priya and our journey has moved me to the core. I am especially thankful to Minister Rishworth for honouring what this bill truly represents, which is my love and legacy for Priya, and the hope that no other bereaved parent will ever be treated unfairly or unjustly again. The Baby Priya Bill is more than legislation. It is my symbol of love, strength and devotion to my daughter. I am proudly grateful to everyone who has embraced and supported this legacy of love. From the depths of my heart, I thank you. With love, Priya's mum. And I know from the depths of all of our hearts too, we thank Priya's mum for the courage that she has shown, the courage that she has shown in advocating not just for herself, but for all of the women and all of the families who find themselves in these devastating circumstances, facing the loss of a child and then facing the loss of employer-paid parental leave that should be there to help them get through, that should be there to help them grieve, that should be there to help them heal, and with the passage of the bill, will be there. Australia is one of the safest places in the world for a baby to be born, but sadly, stillbirths and child loss do happen. The loss of a child is one of the most devastating things a parent can experience. It has a profound and long-lasting impact on parents, families and their communities. These are incredibly difficult circumstances for workers and for managers to navigate. This bill will ensure there is greater clarity regarding employer-funded paid parental leave for parents dealing with the tragedy of stillbirth or the death of a child. The changes made by this bill align employer-paid parental leave with existing arrangements for unpaid parental leave entitlements and the government's paid parental leave scheme, neither of which can be cancelled in the event of stillbirth or the death of a child, ensuring consistency for working parents and employers. This bill will not interfere where employers and employees have expressly agreed, including via an enterprise agreement, what should occur if a child is stillborn or dies. Provisions that refer generally to circumstances of pregnancy, such as some reproductive leave entitlements, will not be enough to override the protections in this bill. I am disappointed to hear the contributions of a very small minority who have tried to say that this bill is about something that it is not about. What this bill is about is giving certainty to grieving parents at the most difficult time of their life. That's what it is about. And as we've heard from the vast majority of members of all political colours who have contributed to this debate, this bill will make a positive difference. It will provide much needed comfort and clarity to parents who are dealing with unimaginable pain. We cannot lose sight of the purpose of the bill or how important it is for these workers, for these families. This reform is vital. It protects employer-funded paid parental leave entitlements at one of the most difficult times a parent can face. And again, I thank baby Priya's mum, her dad, her grandparents for their fierce advocacy to ensure that no parent ever goes through what they did. Thank you, Deputy President.
I will put the question on the second reading. You're not seeking the call, Senator Roberts? No. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk. A bill for an act of the Fair Work Act 2009 and for related purposes. My understanding is amendments have been circulated, so the Senate will resolve into committee. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I've explained my amendment, so I don't need to again. I move my amendment on sheet number 3479.
Nobody is seeking the call. I will put the amendment. Question is that the amendment moved by Senator Roberts, amendment number 1 on sheet 3479, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that Amendment 1 on sheet 3479 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Bell as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes.
Gallagher. Walsh. Stewart. Scar. Waters. Faruqi. Kim. McKim. Orman Payne. Wishworthson. Hanson Young. Hanson Young.
The result of the division is ayes 7, noes 39. The question is resolved in the negative. I'll give senators a few moments to resume their places. There is another amendment that has been circulated. I'm in the hands of the chamber. Senator Antic, you're seeking the call.
Yes, I move amendment 3477 in my name.
Did you wish to speak to that, or did you just wish me to put the amendment?
Thank you.
Anyone seeking the call? Senator Canavan, are you seeking?
Am I able to move an amendment on the floor to this amendment, or does it? I was told 1 p.m. for circulation, but I haven't got that done. I might have to seek leave, I presume. Well, he's moving a substantive amendment.
Senator Canavan, perhaps for the benefit of the chamber, you might indicate what your how substantive the amendment
Leave
is.
to move an amendment to exclude the event where a mother's health is at risk.
Is leave granted? Oh. Yes, sorry, was anyone denying leave? Senator Hanson-Young, you're seeking the call?
I am, Chair. I'd just like if you could get the clerk's advice of the restrictions around moving amendments within the 2-hour period of when a guillotine has been put in place. I know.
I will do so, Senator Hanson-Young. So we'll just pause momentarily. I'm advised that as long as leave is granted, it is acceptable. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. So Senator Canavan is seeking leave because the amendment period is closed. Could you explain clearly, Senator Canavan, what the amendment is to, so that we can just work out whether we're going to give you leave?
Yes,
Senator Canavan.
That's a reasonable request, Chair. So I would seek leave to move an amendment to add to the words at the end of proposed subsection D, comma, unless the termination is to protect the health of the mother, full stop.
So, once again, Senator Hanson-Young.
So just to be clear, that is to the bill itself, not to somebody else's amendment. It's an amendment. So Senator Canavan is cleaning up Senator Antic's mess. Is that what's going on here?
Senator Hanson-Young, that is a debating point. Is leave granted? This is the last time I'm going to ask. If no objection, no, leave has been denied. So I will, in that case, put the amendment if there's no further contributions. Question is that... sorry, Senator McKenzie. Well, let's get to your seat then, Senator McKenzie.
Can I just seek clarification? If the mover of an amendment accepts another senator's amendment, does that then become the amendment?
Senator Canavan would still need leave of the Senate. Leave has been denied. So I will put the amendment unless there are further contributions. Question is that Amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3477. Did you seek leave to move those together, Senator Antic? Sorry, I can't actually recall.
Chair, but I'll move them
Could you
both
please
together.
do so?
Thank you. I seek leave.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave it granted. So we will move those together. So I move those amendments. Those in favour say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Well, then I have to. Canavan's amendment may be that this division will need to be cancelled. I will seek that advice now. All right, I am going to cancel this division. There was conflicting advice to the chair. The advice is now that Senator Canavan did not need leave to move his amendment. So I'm going to give Senator Canavan the chance to move his amendment. We will then vote on that. Senator Canavan, you have the call.
Okay, well, I now move an amendment to sheet 3477, and the amendment would read, after section 3AD, that comma, unless the termination is to protect the health of the mother, full stop.
So I am now going to put the amendment moved by Senator Canavan. Are there any further contributions? I'm going to put the amendment to the amendment moved by Senator Antic, moved by Senator Canavan. So this is just on Senator Canavan's amendment. Those in favour say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. 4 minutes. lock the doors. For any eagle-eyed senators, the sand is still going. That is because the sand was started slightly late, so we're going off the clocks. The question is that the amendment moved by Senator Canavan to Senator Antick's amendment be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins teller for the ayes and Senator Darman teller for the noes.
I have a teller Collins. Delete them.
The result of the division is ayes 18, noes 36. The question is resolved in the negative. Unless a senator indicates otherwise, I will put the amendment as moved by Senator Antick. Senator Wong, you're seeking the call.
I am. Deputy President, I wonder if we could ask the clerk, the President, to come back and just provide the chamber with a bit of a ruling or some advice about what just occurred. I think there was a lot of confusion about the need to seek leave, and I think that it would be useful for the chamber to understand, in the context of this sort of truncated debate, how much notice an amendment to an amendment should receive. So I just wonder if you could ask the President to report
I will
back
ask
to
the
the
President
chamber.
to do that, Senator Wong. Is anyone seeking the call? No. In that case, I will put the amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3, 4, 7 together. Those in favour say aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it. The noes have it. Sorry, I'm not sure if someone is saying something different or not. The noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. The question is that amendments on sheet 3477 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins, teller for the ayes, and Senator Darman, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 9, noes 41. The question is resolved in the negative. Give senators a few moments to resume their seats, but if there is no further contributions, the question is that the bill stand as printed. There being no further contribution, the question is that the bill stand as printed. Those opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The question is now that the bill be reported. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The committee has considered the Fair Work Amendment, Baby Priya's Bill 2025, and agreed to it without amendment. Minister.
Deputy President, I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
The question is that the report of the committee be adopted. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. The ayes have it. Minister.
I move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
For an act to amend the Fair Work Act 2009 and for related purposes. The
President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Treasury Laws Amendment, Payday Superannuation Bill 2025 and the Superannuation Guarantee Charge Amendment Bill 2025. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
The question is that the bills be now read a first time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Treasury Laws Amendment, Payday Superannuation Bill 2025 and Superannuation Guarantee Charge Amendment Bill 2025.
Minister.
I table an addendum to the explanatory memorandum relating to the bills and move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President, and I rise to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill and the Superannuation Guarantee Charge Amendment Bill 2025. At the outset, let me make clear the Coalition supports strongly the principle of payday super. In that spirit, we will support the passage of these bills through the Senate. However, we do have concerns about the process, which we are concerned has been rushed and is careless, and we believe there will be real-world ramifications for small business having to implement this. Superannuation is not a gift from an employer. It is a pay that workers are owed for their effort. The Coalition will, of course, support sensible measures which ensure Australians receive their super at the same time they are paid their wages. It is the right thing to do, and it will help protect workers in the short term and ensure larger superannuation balances come in retirement in the long term. Around $5 billion in super is going paid every year. This is a serious failure in the system, and Australians deserve better. Every worker should receive every dollar they earn, and we agree that more frequent payments will help close this gap, which is why the Coalition will support these bills. However, while the principle is correct, Labor's execution of it is far from clean. Once again, we have a government which is obsessed with the announcement and careless about the delivery. A rushed and poorly planned rollout risks chaos for small businesses right across the country. We've seen this pattern before, from the Treasurer's botched and now withdrawn superannuation tax on unrealised gains to this sloppy implementation plan. Labor never learns from its mistakes. Small and family businesses are always left to pick up the pieces while the government boasts about its headlines under Labor. Before I comment further on the Coalition's concerns with this bill, I want to note that the Opposition's disappointment that Labor and the Greens teamed up to shut down a short inquiry into this bill. Labor's own documents make clear that Treasury advised an 18-month implementation lead time. Yet businesses are being given less than 8 months to overhaul their payment systems. Of even more concern, that 8-month ticking clock began the day this bill was introduced, not the day that it will pass the Parliament. Labor took more than 2 years from announcing this policy to drafting the legislation, and now suddenly they claim there is no time to act sensibly. This is irresponsible. That's why the Coalition moved an amendment in the House calling on the government to follow Treasury's advice by giving small business and digital service providers the full 18 months they need to implement these changes by pushing back the start date for businesses with less than 20 staff for 18 months to 1 January. Labor refused to listen, so we risk the systems not being ready in time. The government is even shutting down the free superannuation clearinghouse service on the very day these new obligations begin. That affects around 200,000 small business users and will cause further uncertainty. Software providers are being asked to build, test and roll out entirely new systems to pay people's superannuation in a fraction of the time that they say is required to get it right. Everybody in this chamber knows what happens when technology upgrades are rushed. We've seen it many times before. Systems fail and someone at the end user ultimately pays the price. As is often the way with this government, consequences will be borne by the small businesses who can least afford it. For some employers, super payments will go from quarterly to weekly. A tradie with 3 staff, a small cafe or a neighbourhood hairdresser with a couple of employees does not have a HR department to absorb the compliance burden nor an IT director to manage new systems for them. Every moment that they spend on paperwork is a moment taken away from keeping their doors open. Small businesses account for about 97% of all Australian businesses and they employ around 40% of workers. They do not have the spare resources to absorb unnecessary pressure. For some, Labor's reckless timeline could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. That is why the Coalition has called on the government to allow hard-working small businesses a fair and achievable pathway. It is not only the Coalition that has raised concerns. MYOB, who support thousands of small businesses across Australia to make these payments, has warned of serious cash flow pressures that could push many firms into insolvency. COSBOA has urged the government to adopt a more realistic timeline because the current approach risks overwhelming those who are already struggling. Now, the Treasurer claims that the ATO will take a soft approach to compliance in the first 12 months. That's not a plan. That is an admission that the government knows there will be problems and they are refusing to fix it. Businesses across the country are unaware this change is even coming because Labor has failed to communicate it. All the Coalition has asked for is a responsible timeline. A timeline and a process the Coalition has shown is possible. We showed Labor how to do major payroll reform properly. The Coalition in government delivered single-touch payroll, the very system that is making payday super more possible. We phased it in with common sense. Large employers first, small employers later. Micro employers given reasonable time and concessions. Labor now expects even a small suburban cafe to meet the same deadline as a large multinational corporation. That is absurd. Labor also risks punishing honest employers who encounter problems that are outside their control. If a bank transfer fails or a service outage causes delays, surely no one here thinks a small business should be hit with penalties. Draft ATO guidance is not enough protection. Draft guidance can change at any moment and it expires after just 1 year. To be clear, we want workers to receive their super entitlements. We want dodgy employers who are not paying workers what they are entitled to be caught and held accountable. But we'll also stand up for small and family businesses who keep millions of Australians employed. The Coalition supports payday super. Labor needs to support a fair and responsible implementation of it.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. Labor created our superannuation system following hard-fought campaigns by union members right across the country. And this bill delivers on once-in-a-generation reforms to the superannuation system led by this government. It ensures that superannuation is paid at the same time as wages. From 1 July 2026, employers must ensure contributions reach a workers' fund within 7 business days of payday. It closes a gap in unpaid super and helps workers get what they are owed. It also modernises the superannuation guarantee charge, simplifying employer obligations and compensating employees for lost earnings. Stolen super costs 3.3 million Australians $5.7 billion, money that should be in workers' retirement accounts. Unpaid super is wage theft, plain and simple. And the problem with a quarterly system is that it hides non-payment for months or even years. And if a business were to collapse, the money is often gone. This new system will make non-payment visible almost immediately. Ultimately, it's about fairness. Workers should be paid the money they earn when they earn it. This is a particularly important reform for women, for young people, for migrant workers. 1 in 4 working women in Australia is underpaid super every year, missing on average $1,300 annually. Across the population, that adds up to $1.9 billion a year. More than $15 billion over the past decade in unpaid super owed to women. And we know women already retire with significantly less super than men. And so missed payments make that gap even harder to close. A 30-year-old on average wages who misses a single year of super ends up with $25,000 less in retirement savings. These workers, often in childcare, aged care, nursing, community services, some of the most important workers in our country, dominated by women and often on lower pay. This reform goes to ensuring that those workers, as well as every single worker across our country, can retire with dignity and security. Stolen super also disproportionately impacts young people, with almost 1 in 3 workers in their 20s or 30s having had their super stolen at some point in their careers. Unions have campaigned for this change for years because they know superannuation is workers' money. It is not cash flow for employers. The ACTU's Assistant Secretary, Joseph Mitchell, put it very well recently. Paying super on payday means some workers will retire with tens of thousands of dollars more in their superannuation account, not just by reducing super theft, but by getting their money earlier and earning compound interest faster. If we're serious about tackling intergenerational inequality, we must stop super theft, and payday super is crucial to stopping it. This bill goes some way to stopping that theft. It guarantees that super moves with wages, making it easier for workers to track their payments. It's about building super balances and increasing trust in our superannuation system. This is, of course, part of Labor's broader commitment to superannuation. The super guarantee is rising to 12%. We'll be paying super on government-funded paid parental leave and increasing penalties to prosecute deliberate superannuation theft. In contrast, the Coalition has previously sought to cut the super rate to 9%, a move that would cost the average worker $165,000 in retirement savings. And so this bill cements Labor's position as the only party, the only government that will protect workers' super and their right to retire in dignity. Deputy President, today I want to make a really important call to workers right across the country, and especially young workers who might think they don't need to worry too much about their super because retirement's a long way off. But super is a part of your pay. It's not a bonus or a gift, and every dollar that isn't paid is a dollar stolen from your future theft, or in fact, many dollars stolen from your super lost. Young people stand to lose the most when they don't check their super. There's over $17.8 billion in unclaimed super sitting across millions of accounts. This could be your money. A lot of it belongs to young workers who've changed jobs, worked casually, or never linked their accounts. Time is your biggest advantage. Compound interest is the most powerful force in super. Money paid into your fund in your 20s has decades to grow, and missing even a year can cost you tens of thousands of dollars, if not more, by retirement. And so, to young Australians out there, check your super balance. Download the app on your phone. I recently downloaded my super app on my phone. It's a great way to check your balance and to make sure that your super is being paid on time. When this bill comes into effect, if this bill passes this Parliament, which I really, really hope it will, your super will need to be paid along with your wages. And so it's a great opportunity to check and make sure that you are being paid what you owe. Your future self will thank you. We know many young people are starting behind. The average super balance for a 25-year-old is about $24,000. And a single year of unpaid super can cut your eventual retirement balance by $25,000 in today's dollars. And disengagement is common and costly. Over a third of Gen Z and millennials have no retirement plan and rarely check their fund. It's like walking around with a hole in your wallet. Australians believe in the superannuation system. It's become a fundamental part of our workers' protection framework, but too many are missing out. A national survey found that 3/4 of people trust their super fund to act in their best interests, but engagement drops sharply amongst people from non-English speaking backgrounds and gig economy workers who often don't know what they're entitled to or how to check if they're being paid their super. That's why payday super matters. Paying super at the same time as wages makes it visible, trackable and fair. It means that these particularly vulnerable workers from young and culturally diverse backgrounds can see the money land as they get paid, not months and months later. Your super is your future income. Alongside your home, if you're lucky enough to own one, it will likely be your largest asset in retirement. Keeping an eye on it now is the difference between scraping by and living more comfortably in retirement. This reform puts the power back where it belongs, with workers. You'll know if your super is being paid, and you'll be able to see it grow as you go through your working life. The start date for this bill of 1 July 2023 gives businesses, payroll providers and funds time to upgrade their systems. The ATO will apply a phased compliance approach for the first year, focusing on support for low-risk employers. The ATO will have real-time visibility of contributions through single-touch payroll reporting, helping it detect non-payment sooner. The reform will also retire the small business super clearinghouse and align payment systems right across the country. For employers already doing the right thing, this simply aligns the law with existing practice. And for those who will take some time to transition, this bill allows them to do that. This bill means that workers' super will grow faster through more frequent compounding. A 25-year-old worker will retire with around $6,000 more in their account, thanks to earlier investment returns. For a 35-year-old recovering unpaid super, the benefit exceeds $30,000. Ultimately, this reform will lift retirement incomes and continue the trust in our superannuation system. Payday super is a simple but powerful idea. When you get your pay, you get your super. It will go a long way to strengthening our superannuation system, the system that Labor built, closing the gender gap, protecting our most vulnerable workers from super theft. It's good for workers, it's good for employers, and it is good for the economy. Every Australian deserves to retire in dignity, and that is what this bill delivers.
Senator McKim. Has there? I haven't been given it. Who is seeking the call? Senator Mulholland, are you seeking the call?
Deputy President, superannuation is one of Australia's greatest nation-building achievements. It ensures that every Australian, not just the wealthy, can retire with dignity and security. And of course, it is a signature policy introduced by Labor. After a lifetime of work, every Australian should be able to retire with independence and less reliance on the age pension. So when super isn't paid properly, it robs Australian workers of their future. That's why this bill is so important, to make sure people are paid what they're owed. This is critically important because even small amounts of unpaid super means less money compounding in your account over decades. That can cut tens of thousands of dollars from retirement savings, which can mean the difference between comfort and hardship in later life, especially for lower paid and casual workers who can least afford to miss out on their superannuation. This isn't just a technical change to payroll systems. It is about fairness. It's about ensuring that when a worker earns $1 of superannuation, that money actually reaches their superannuation account on time, every time. Right now, far too many Australians are being robbed of their retirement savings. According to the Super Members Council, 3.3 million Australians were not paid the super they earned in 2022-2023. That is not a rounding error. That is 1 in 4 Australian workers. The total cost? $5.8 billion a year, or about $110 million every single week, disappearing from the retirement savings of honest, hard-working people. In my home state of Queensland, the problem is particularly stark. 680,000 workers, which is nearly 30% of the workforce, or 1 in 3 workers, missed out on an average of $1,720 each in unpaid super last year. Over the past 6 years, that's a staggering $5.7 billion totally taken from Queensland workers' nest eggs. I'd like to put that into some further context for the seats that I represent and look after as duty seats in Queensland. The seat of Longman, 23,950 people lost an average of $1,460. That's 28% of workers in that electorate. In Fairfax, it also saw 28% of the workforce underpaid by $1,590. In Fisher, 29% of the workforce were denied an average of $1,670 of their entitlements. That's 22,400 people. And it gets worse as the further out west you head in Queensland. In Wright, 23,950 workers missed out on $1,720. In Groom, 30% of the workforce missed out on a whopping $1,730. That's 22,300 affected workers in the Toowoomba area. Superannuation isn't a luxury, it is a promise. A promise that after a lifetime of work, Australians can retire with dignity and security. When super isn't paid, that promise is broken. And the damage doesn't just stop there. Every dollar of unpaid super is a dollar that doesn't get the chance to grow and compound over time. And if we don't fix this now, the average Australian worker could be shortchanged by more than $30,000 from their final retirement balance. That's why Labor's payday superannuation guarantee is so important. This legislation will require employers to put super at the same time as wages, not months later. It's a simple, common sense reform aligning superannuation with payday so that workers can see their contributions flow into real time. Payday super will create a better system for workers and employers alike. It will give the ATO, businesses and workers the ability to track and address unpaid superannuation sooner, before debts grow and companies collapse. And crucially, it will ensure that every dollar owed in superannuation starts earning investment returns right away, building stronger retirement savings for every Australian. Australians overwhelmingly support this reform. A national survey found that more than 70% of Australians want payday super laws to start from the 1st of July 2026, because people understand that this isn't just about payroll compliance, it's about doing what is right. Acting Deputy President, this reform continues Labor's proud legacy of strengthening Australia's world-leading superannuation system. By passing the payday superannuation guarantee, we can stop the $5.7 billion drain on Australians' superannuation savings and ensure that every worker's super grows and compounds from day one.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Roberts, you have the call.
Thank you. The Superannuation Guarantee Charge Amendment Bill 2025 and the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill 2025 penalise employers who do not pay their employees' superannuation guarantee contributions at the same time as salary and wages. The payment must reach the employee's super account within 7 business days of the employee's payday. Currently, payments are due 28 days after the quarter to which they relate. So this is a major change in cash flow. It brings forward a significant expense for businesses, particularly small businesses, while only adding a small amount to their super across their working life. If they can get a job, of course. So many these days require ABNs, in which case the person must pay their own super. The reforms, I'm going to quote from the legislation. The reforms intend to strengthen Australia's superannuation system by reducing the superannuation guarantee gap, which was estimated in 2022 at $5 billion. Treasurer Chalmers wrongly says, quote, while most employers do the right thing, some disreputable ones are exploiting their employees. Most of the shortfall is in small and micro businesses and includes solopreneurs, not paying themselves super. Not paying themselves super. The qualitative data on this is surprisingly poor for something being used to justify this onerous bill. The government doesn't want the facts to get in the way of their virtue signalling and pork barrelling of union-backed industry super funds. That's the target. That's what the government wants to do here. Look after their union bosses' super industry funds. If the employer hasn't paid the super 28 days after payday, they will receive a notice giving them 28 days more to pay. If they still fail to pay, there's a penalty of 25% of the missing super. That's for the first offence, and 50% penalty second and subsequent offences. This will be a nightmare for small and medium businesses, particularly in retail, hospitality and tourism, and it'll be a gift for super funds, the unions and the Australian Taxation Office. Treasurer Chalmers has no clue how businesses, especially small businesses and micro businesses, work. The current quarterly super system increases the ability of small and medium businesses to smooth their cash flow over what is effectively a 4-month period. Businesses could set their staffing levels to the expected revenue for a 3-month period. So let me give you an example. Retailers all over Christmas have mostly completed hiring their staff for the Christmas period, even though Christmas spending doesn't get going for another few weeks. They know they can afford the wages now, but don't need to pay super until the money comes in next month. Until the money comes in next month. What's going to happen under this ignorant anti-small business legislation is small and medium retailers will cut their staffing, they'll reduce their workers equal to the amount of the super contribution they're bringing forward, taking the cost out of labour because there's nowhere else to take it from. That's what you don't seem to understand. Certainly not rents or profits. Most small and medium businesses in this country are struggling as it is. Business bankruptcies are at record high under this Labor government, and now more will go under. Large retailers, wait for it, will simply pass this cost on to everyday Australians through higher prices. So the people of Australia, and the workers in particular, are going to get shafted by this bill. Treasurer Chalmers and this Labor government have ensured tens of thousands of mostly young Australians will not have a job this Christmas, or Easter, Mother's Day, Father's Day, or Black Friday and other retail highlights. It isn't just retailers, though, who will lose. This bill will, in addition, harm markets, tourism and hospitality, all of whom are weather dependent. These businesses will not be able to smooth out the ups and downs coming from good and bad weather. And there are ups and downs. That's the way the earth operates. Weather is variable. They will be forced to set staffing levels lower to ensure they can cover the wages of staff and the super. I expect we will see a change to employment terms, with weather clauses being written into awards and a further reduction in shifts to allow staff to be sent home if business is not busy. This Labor government has already had a lesson in unintended consequences with their greedy hike in tobacco tariffs, leading literally to open warfare, fire bombings and killings in the industry, and lower tax revenues. Everyone loses except the criminals. Treasurer Chalmers is in for another such lesson here. It will not be the government that's harmed, it will be young Australians who are harmed, and retailers. Of course, Labor won't care. They don't govern for young Australians. If they did, then the Albanese government would not have flooded the country with new arrivals, driving up rental and home prices, lowering wages and reducing living standards. Did anyone mention unaffordable power? The winners from this bill will be the government's mates. The union super funds will get richer. Large corporations who can afford to carry staff for the few weeks will get richer. The big end of town gets richer and Australians get poorer. I said last week the Australian Labor Party spelled Labor without a U, L-A-B-O-R, because the Labor Party do not care about you. They bypass the U. Young Australians are about to get another lesson in how little they matter to this government. Workers will be sacked and businesses will close as a direct result of this policy. It's clear. The revenue-raising figures and estimates in this bill make no allowance for expected employment downturns, which will come, the unintended consequence of this bill. It's not, as proposed in the legislation, better for employees as they get their super money earlier, because the job market in the private sector will immediately shrink after Treasurer Chalmers had his fantasy tax grab on unrealised capital gains trashed. He has evidently pivoted to recouping the money off the dying and struggling ecosystem of private industry, which has borne all the costs of energy increases, unaffordable energy increases, foreign competition and Labor's recent award changes. These bills are estimated to increase taxation payments $589 million over the next 3 years. This is about taxation increase, which ignores, as usual, the decrease in revenue from business collapse and staff sackings. There will be lower employment. Why is the government banking on this bill boosting their bottom line so much? Is this about superannuation or is it revenue raising? Fining small businesses for laws the government knows they won't be able to comply with on time. Maybe the government doesn't know. That's how out of touch they are. Despite this, this bill is disguised as being pro-worker, when in fact compulsory super contribution is eating away at workers' take-home pay and preventing them from saving for a home. The $4 trillion, that's right, $4 trillion in Australia's super accounts are employees' money. They're the workers' money. It's come out of the workers' wages. One Nation will counter this Albanese government attack on our young with better policy. We will allow young Australians to use their super balance towards the deposit on a new home. That's been standing in as our policy for a year now. The higher the deposit, the lower the repayments. The young are advantaged there. The more realistic purchasing becomes. The more realistic purchasing a house becomes. The investment from the person's own super account into their home is secured with a lien, so their super grows as the value of their home grows. You'll never see that policy coming from the ALP, the Australian Labor Party, because their policy is for the government to own your own home, or a share of it, so they can dictate to you how to live and who you should live with. Think about it. This has all been documented. This measure adds to payroll complexity for large corporations, especially around employment mobility. Large corporations will not pay for this measure. The Australian public will, though, through higher prices or staff reductions. Industry has already asked for a 1 to 2 year delay to make the necessary software changes. That's how extreme they are. Software giant Xero provides a software that 1.8 million businesses use and has recommended a 2-year window for implementation. Instead, this bill is going to be rushed through with an implementation date of July. Imagine the cash flow burden on medium businesses with 1,000 staff across different states on different awards, all taking leave and changing super funds during this period. Treasurer Chalmers can't imagine that. He has no business experience and quite honestly hasn't a clue about the misery his policies are causing small and medium businesses in this country. That's apparent with the decision in this bill to abolish the ATO's Small Business Superannuation Clearinghouse. Small business today can pay a lump sum of all their employee superannuation contributions to the clearinghouse, along with their employee super details. The clearinghouse will then make the necessary payments to employees' individual super funds. This saves small businesses a truckload of paperwork by letting them make one bulk payment instead of dozens to every employee's individual fund. That'll be gone with this bill, gone. Small businesses will have to take care of dozens of extra super payments and they'll be penalised 60% if they're later than 7 days from payday. Nonetheless, a lot of the blame for small business hardship must be directed at the Minister for Climate Change and sending Australia broke, Minister Chris Bowen. Unaffordable energy is driving the country to ruin. This legislation has come into this Senate at the same time the government announced it was requiring super funds to invest almost $2 trillion of Australia's super money in the United States. That's how much this Labor government cares about jobs for Australians. Take an amount equal to 1/2 of all the money in super funds in Australia as at June 30th this year and send it to America over a 10-year period. 10-year period. Prime Minister, superannuation is not your money, and yet the government is sending your super overseas to grow the American economy. Imagine how many breadwinner jobs could be created in Australia with that $2 trillion being invested right here. Projects like the Capricornia project, an integrated rail, steel and concrete project to provide Australia with security on steel, ceramics, fertiliser, explosives and pharmaceutical precursors. Steel, the foundation of modern civilisation. Instead, young people will be competing with millions of new arrivals in a labour market that's currently in a race to the bottom of wages, conditions and security. Prime Minister, in case you're not aware of it, despite so many people shouting it from the streets, mass migration, stop it. A trend, so I'll say that again. Instead, young people will be competing with millions of new arrivals in a labour market that's currently in a race to the bottom of wages, conditions and security. A trend this bill will make worse. The Albanese government is pursuing policies that ensure young Australians don't have the abundance, the wealth and income necessary to buy their own home. In a country that has got more resources than any other country per capita. Instead, young people will have to rent from union super funds and predatory wealth funds like BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street and First State. Putting a roof over a young couple's head is critical to starting a family. Measures like this, combined with over-migration, mass migration and unaffordable energy, will continue to steal opportunity from our young people. Never have a generation been so lied to as the people between 18 and 45 today. One Nation opposes this bill because One Nation supports employment, we support workers and we support small businesses. And we support a fair go, fairness for all.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Dominion.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to support this legislation and perhaps attempt to address some of the wild misconceptions we've heard about what this legislation seeks to do. Quite simply, if you earn it, you should be paid it on time, every time. We would not accept regular wages being paid 6 months after they were earned, and it is about time that we start thinking about superannuation in exactly the same way. When superannuation is paid late, workers lose out twice. First, because it's their money and they should have it in their fund on time, but secondly, because delayed contributions mean losing decades of compounding savings that follow. Payday super fixes that. Its effect will be transformative to a dignified retirement. Unpaid super is no small problem in this country. Across Australia, 3.3 million workers were not paid the super that they earned in the year 22 to 23. That underpayment, well actually let's call it out for what it is, wage theft or super theft at a grand scale, amounted to $5.7 billion each year, or $110 million each and every single week. For the average worker in Australia, that means an unpaid super balance of $1,730, which compounds over time to a shortfall of more than $30,000 at retirement for workers. For Victorian workers alone, unpaid super in 22-23 financial year affected 850,000 people, a staggering almost 30% of the workforce. And over the past 6 years, Victorian workers have collectively had stolen from them $7.3 billion in unpaid superannuation. These are not abstract numbers. These are real dollars that could have grown to provide security, independence and dignity in retirement. Because at the core of our super system is something every school maths student knows, or they should, the power of compounding interest. This is the quiet engine that turns modest, regular contributions into a secure retirement. Every dollar that's paid on time earns returns and returns on those returns year after year after year. So when contributions are delayed, that compounding is disrupted. A worker missing $200 a fortnight doesn't just mean they lose $200. They lose the decades of growth extracted from that $200. And so over a 30-year career,
those interruptions compound as well. Payday super ensures contributions flow regularly and compound just as the system was designed for, protecting the future income of millions of workers. And it also brings super into alignment with modern-day payroll practices. Our current system of quarterly super payments is nothing more than a nasty head-in-a-bucket hangover from the olden days of analogue bookkeeping. This change is bringing workplaces and superannuation into the 21st century. Electronic payroll methods mean that paying super with wages rarely involves any extra work for business. This is contrary to the contribution that we heard earlier from Senator Patterson. This legislation will in fact save businesses the hassle of time-consuming quarterly reconciliations and mitigate the risks of getting stuck with hefty unpaid superannuation liabilities. Payday super ensures that contributions are paid when wages are, without leaving workers waiting, worrying or chasing their own money. It reflects the way that people work today, whether you work full-time, part-time, across multiple employers, casual hours or varied income patterns. Our retirement system must keep up pace with the workforce that it serves. Most employers, I would say, do the right thing, and they want to do the right thing. They recognise that superannuation is part of remuneration and not an optional extra. But this is too important to put in the hands of employer goodwill. Goodwill does not compound at retirement. And for years, unfortunately, we have seen some employers who have treated superannuation as though it was negotiable. They have delayed payments to manage their own cash flow. They have ignored their obligations until regulators, unions or superannuation funds intervene. They have exploited gaps between reporting and enforcement. And at the end of that chain is a person, a hard-working person whose savings are diminished, whose retirement is smaller and whose next phase of their life is worse off as a result. The cost of these delays is immense. I think it is worth repeating those numbers each week. A staggering $110 million that workers have earned never reaches their funds. That is $5.7 billion stolen from workers per year. That is the nightmare that we are talking about today and what we are seeking to fix, not as some of those opposite would have you believe. This wage theft is unacceptable and this government will not accept it. To employers who have relied on that delay, those days are over. Workers' superannuation is not a petty cash tin for you to dip into. The law will now catch up with the principle that Australian workers already understood, that superannuation is their money. It belongs to them from the day that it is earned. The Australian Tax Office will have greater oversight to identify non-compliance sooner. Information flows will be clearer and more frequent. The ATO will also receive additional resourcing to help it detect underpaid super payments earlier, and the government will set enhanced targets for the ATO for the recovery of payments. Workers will be able to see their contributions arriving when they should, and regulators will be empowered to intervene when issues arise, instead of years after returns have disappeared down the drain. And the preventative impact that this has on our social security system is also worth calling out. By reducing the billions of dollars in lost superannuation, we enable the retirement system to function as it was intended, and consequently reduce reliance on the age pension and other social supports. Good retirement policy is responsible policy, and the retirement system working as it should. And when we legislate for timely superannuation payments, we reinforce a culture of compliance across the workforce. Paying super when wages are paid will mean a 25-year-old median income earner currently receiving their super quarterly and wages fortnightly could be around $6,000 better off at retirement. More frequent super payments will make employers' payroll management smoother, with fewer liabilities building up on their books. Payday super will also make it easier for workers to keep track of their payments and harder for them to be exploited by disreputable employers. We say to those workers that their entitlements matter and that wage theft and super theft are unacceptable. It was a Labor government that introduced compulsory superannuation proudly. and it was a Labor government that proudly defended it through years and decades of opposition scaremongering. And it is again a Labor government that strengthens it for the workforce of today and protects it for the retirees of tomorrow. The story of superannuation is a story of Labor governments building systems that endure and reforms that compound, like the savings that this bill seeks to protect. This government has acted decisively. We have legislated the objective of superannuation. We have lifted the superannuation guarantee to 12% by 2025. We have strengthened performance testing, and we have ensured superannuation is paid on government-funded paid parental leave. Payday super is the next critical step. It is the reform that ensures workers are paid on time, every time, because a dignified retirement is not a luxury. We know that low-income workers, including young people in casual work, women in low-paid industries, and migrant workers are disproportionately affected by loopholes in the system. They are more likely to be in part-time and casual work, and women in particular are more likely to take time out of the workforce to raise families and for caring responsibilities. Every time super is paid late or not paid at all, it has a profound impact on the end balance of these workers. When they took parental leave and did not earn super for that period of time, that had a profound impact on their balances as well. For this reason, payday super is a gender equality measure. It will narrow the retirement income gap for millions of Australian women. When super is not paid regularly, those compounding gaps widen. Every delayed contribution deepens the gender retirement gap. On average, as we know, women retire with around 25% less superannuation than men. In addition to this, women live longer on average by 4 years, and so their money needs to be stretched further. We know that women over 55 are the fastest growing cohort experiencing housing insecurity and homelessness. The inequality in gender in the superannuation system is linked to two major factors: the gender pay gap and the career interruptions that are caused when predominantly women take time out of the workforce to raise children. Let me turn to the gender pay gap in superannuation. Contributions are a direct percentage of someone's wage, so the gender pay gap is a critical contributor to women's superannuation balances remaining lower than men's. Australia's workforce is one of the most gender segregated in the world. Industries that attract lower wages are dominated by women workers. And it is unfortunately a simple proposition that when you earn less, the percentage calculation which amounts to your super contribution is also less. But the implications for our country are enormous. Over the last 7 years, women have been underpaid a whopping $10.8 billion of superannuation. $10.8 billion. It is staggering that over the last 7 years, Australian women earned but were denied that amount in their retirement savings. I am proud to be part of a government that is actively working to close this gap and to close the retirement gap. Australian women deserve better than insecurity after a lifetime of underpaid and under-recognised labour.
Senator, as it is 1:30, you will be in continuation, and we will move and proceed to 2-minute statements. Senator Cardell, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to talk about the efforts of the people of the Upper Hunter to work on a better pathway, a better plan and a better way forward on Energy Co's Hunter transmission line. I want to salute the efforts of Alison McPhee, James Burns there on the pressure to get Energy Co to show up to a meeting which will be held on Wednesday at 5 p.m. in the Gundy Town Hall. And anyone out there in the world today, if you want your say on what this process is, on the planning that has gone on this, the lack of consultation that is only now starting to come around, probably too late, get to the Gundy Town Hall at 5 p.m. on Wednesday and have your say. Do not let these people run roughshod over you. Make them answer the questions you want and make them tell you why they are doing what they are doing. What we have to do on all of these transmission lines, 28,000 Ks under phase 1, 2 and 3 of the plan of the renewables rollout, is to find a way to do it better. Not have black plastic bags of compulsory acquisition notices tied to fences, have the consultation early, work out on routes, and we need to start talking about policies that would make this whole thing fairer. Whether there is a trigger that landholders can have to make a compulsory acquisition of the entire property so that they don't have to put up with a transmission line through the middle of it if they want, whether there are ways to go back on making all funding under this tax-free from an Australian point of view so that their off-farm income isn't assessed against them when they have disasters, so that a compulsory acquisition can't trigger capital gains tax. There are better ways to make this happen. There is better planning. When we hear about them spending $20 million to bracket around a man with a pacemaker, we think, well done, but then we have to realise it's cost $20 million of taxpayers' money to do that with a guaranteed return for these companies. So well done, Alison. Well done, James. The people of the Upper Hunter, get to Gundy Town Hall, 5 p.m. on Wednesday, and have your say on the Hunter transmission line.
Thank you very much. Senator Cox, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. West Australians don't want talk, they want delivery. And that's exactly what the Albanese Labor government is doing. We're investing $7.6 billion in infrastructure across WA over the next decade, which means safer roads, stronger rail, faster freight and better public transport. That includes the $5.6 billion for Metronet, the biggest investment in Perth's public transport in history, and billions more for the Kwinana Freeway and the Great Northern Highway, and also the Fremantle Traffic Bridge. We are backing the regions too, because the story of WA is not just written in the cities. In Albany, Labor is investing $5 million in the Southern Ocean Surf Reef, Australia's newest artificial surf reef. It is the nation's first project that will bring jobs, tourism and pride to the Great Southern, and proof that regional infrastructure can be smart, sustainable and community-driven. We've also lifted Roads to Recovery funding by 76% so that local roads are safer and stronger and planned for the long term. Right across our beautiful state, Carnarvon to Kwinana, we're funding local projects through our stronger communities and thriving suburbs, turning good ideas into real community spaces. And this is what WA's fair share of GST delivers. Not just photo ops and promises, but results on the ground. The former coalition left behind a $33 billion black hole of uncosted promises and crumbling highways. And we are fixing that mess, and we're doing it the right way. I joined the Labor Party to deliver the kind of West Australia that we can all be proud of, a connected, safe and full of opportunity, because when we invest in Western Australia, we invest in the future for the whole nation.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hanson-Young, you have the call.
Thank you. Well, I rise today to make a brief comment on what a clown show the Coalition are today, and what a bunch of climate-denying, rabble, attention-seeking knuckle-draggers some of these blokes are over on this side of the chamber. I mean, not only are they denying the science of climate change, not only are they denying the security advice to Australians about the impact that the climate crisis will have if we don't act, not only are they denying the very help and support that our regional communities need, who are already feeling the brunt of the climate crisis. And whether you live in the bush, in the regions, along our coastline, in our suburbs or in our cities, Australians have already felt the brunt of what happens as our climate changes, the extreme weather events, the floods, the fires, the droughts, the cyclones. In my home state in South Australia, we see our entire coastline devastated because of the marine heatwave that's caused the toxic algal bloom. And South Australians want climate action. We can't even swim safely at the beach today, let alone over summer. And rather than taking the action we need to drive down the pollution that's driving this crisis, the Coalition want to give taxpayer money to the coal industry. The Coalition want to dump the commitment to Paris. The Coalition want a handbrake on climate action. Well, what is Susan Ley, the Leader of the Opposition, going to do about it? Is she going to stare down the knuckle-draggers or are they going to get their
Order,
way?
Senator. Senator Hume, you have the call.
Deputy President, I was recently doing my shopping in Woolworths, pushing my trolley, and I looked up and I saw a sign that said proudly that Woolworths was turning its delivery trucks to electric. And I thought, that's great, good on them for doing their bit to get us to net zero and reduce emissions. But then I looked a little bit closer. Woolworths is not doing this on its own. They've had a helping hand. They got $6 million from the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and another $19 million from ARENA. So that's $25 million of taxpayer money that is going to a company whose underlying profit last year was $1.7 billion. Now, this is crazy. Now, I do believe in man-made climate change. I definitely believe that we should be reducing emissions. However, what does Woolworths need taxpayer money to do this for? For their delivery trucks. Now, it may be the case that some Australians are happy to pay higher grocery prices to help fund those electric vehicles, and I am one of them. However, are you happy to pay with both higher grocery prices and higher taxes? The truth is, this is happening right across the economy, and it's happening because Labor is pouring billions of dollars into clean energy projects with an inverted commas around it, without telling Australians exactly how much the transition is really going to cost. There's the National Reconstruction Fund, there's the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, ARENA, Rewiring the Nation, the Emissions Reductions Fund, Small Scale Renewable Energy Scheme, and that's just before we begin on the bureaucracies, the Net Zero Agency, the Climate Change Authority, the list goes on and on. Australians deserve honesty and they deserve transparency, because every single dollar that a government spends comes from somebody else's pocket. It's the pocket of a family, it's the pocket of a small business, it's the pocket of a worker trying to get ahead. So just be honest, just be real and just be transparent.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Stewart, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, if you're a woman in this country, you'll want to listen up and to what I've got to say in the next couple of minutes. The Albanese Labor government's landmark Women's Health Package is a transformative investment, delivering almost $800 million that is improving access, affordability and choice for women right across the country. From 1 November 2025, which was just over the weekend, all Australian women will have access to a whole range more. The Nouvering has been added to the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme. Until now, women could pay more than $270 a year. That cost will now fall to just $31.60 per script and $7.70 if you've got a concession card. And even lower from January next year, down to $25. These changes are about empowering women to take control of their reproductive health without being limited by cost or access. We're also making long-term, long-acting reversible contraceptives such as IUDs and implants more affordable for around 300,000 Australian women each year, saving up to $400 in out-of-pocket costs. We're investing in free training for health practitioners and introducing a 40% bulk billing incentive to improve access to care and enhance women's reproductive autonomy. It was Labor who created Medicare, and we will always act to strengthen it, ensuring your postcode or your bank balance never determines your access to care. Just this month, it has now become easier than ever to find a bulk billed GP. All Australians are now eligible for bulk billing incentives under the Albanese government's $8.5 billion investment, the biggest investment to Medicare in over 40 years. This will mean 18 million more bulk billed GP visits each year and 9 out of 10 GPs bulk billed by 2030.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Roberts, you have the
Thank
call.
you. Last week, Victoria continued its incremental destruction of human rights and the natural environment. Premier Allen's extremist government has approved the Meadow Creek industrial solar installation against the wishes of local residents. 500 submissions opposing the development were lodged from people who did not realise Victoria is no longer a democracy and the will of the people is a joke to Premier Allen. Under new laws in Victoria, there can't be any appeal to this decision. Premier Allen will happily run roughshod over communities it doesn't need votes from to pander to constituents it does. In this case, rich urban voters with an ability complex, happy to destroy the natural environment to assuage their guilt at living lives of plenty on the back of Australia's coal power. all in the name of a fictitious, dishonest climate emergency. What they're really doing is denying young Australians the same life they led, a life which included home ownership on a single wage, proper holidays, a decent education, without a lifetime of debt and without a healthy natural environment. RMIT planning professor, Michael Buxton has described approval of Meadow Creek as, quote, the autocratic imposition of a project without any regard for the principles of a liberal democracy. A massive $750 million development turning 566 hectares of prime farmland into a toxic industrial site, destroying the value of neighbouring properties, destroying the natural environment, destroying tourism and destroying employment in agriculture and tourism, destroying the human environment. The toxic runoff from the solar panels, once they start to degrade, will go straight into the Ovens River water supply catchment and then into the Murray-Darling Basin. And the Labor Party lies say they're not running a war on the bush. No wonder so many Victorians are leaving and seeking political asylum anywhere other than Victoristan. Victoria, dishonestly pretending to save the planet while killing the environment, the human environment, the natural environment.
Senator, your time has expired. Senator Collins, you have the call.
Acting Deputy President. Australian Financial Review journalist Ronald Misen revealed today that government agencies have in their last financial year blown their staffing budget by almost $1 billion. Unexpected and uncosted employment payments totalling $841 million in just 1 year is the result of thousands of new public service hires, artificially increased pay rises and exploding workers' compensation payments. That there are unexpected and uncosted payments shows how utterly incompetent this government is with managing the federal budget and taxpayers' money. The Labor government, led by Anthony Albanese, is one of the biggest spenders on record. And what do we get for it? Higher taxes and declining productivity. The Department of Climate Change and Energy was $70 million over its staffing budget. This department is so totally focused on ramming through its green agenda that it's not just the national parks and farmland that are being destroyed, but the staffing budget too. Remember, you are paying for this budget incompetence. This is your hard-earned money. Current government taxes cannot pay this bill. The Treasurer takes out loans to cover the costs, and you, your children and your grandchildren will pay for it. And by the time it's taken to make this 2-minute statement, we collectively paid $100,000 just in interest. Don't forget, we are about to cross the historic $1 trillion debt line, the largest amount of debt in Australia's history. And more debt means lower standards of living. This is the first time in Australia's history that the next generation will be handed a lower standard of living, and this is the fault of the Labor government. Let's connect the dots. Australians will always end up paying more under Labor.
Thank you, Senator. Senator O'Neill, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And an unassuming member of our community on the central coast of New South Wales who had a national and global impact on public health, Dr Tony Adams, passed away in August at the age of 89. Many locals will remember Tony as a friendly face, a regular at the local aqua aerobics morning classes at Kincumber Swimming Pool. What a lot of people didn't know, though, is the impact he had on public health at a global level. Tony retired in 2016 after 20 years working with the World Health Organisation in Geneva, where he played a pivotal role in the near eradication of polio in Southeast Asia and the Western Pacific regions, as a member of the World Health Organisation's Polio Eradication Commission, serving as its global head for a decade. Before the World Health Organisation, Tony was the longest-serving Chief Medical Officer from 1988 to 1997 for the nation. And before that, he served in the same role in New South Wales. Dr Tony Adams was a pioneer of public health, a leading figure in Australia's response to the HIV/AIDS epidemic in the 1980s. He also oversaw the closing of the notorious quarantine station at Manly. Even after his retirement, Tony didn't give up his advocacy on public health, earning recognition for his work to have fluoride added to the water supply in the Central Coast region. Maybe not great for the business of local dentists, but certainly a fantastic public health outcome. His voice was lent not only to health advocacy, but also to the Central Coast Philharmonia, where he served as Secretary and Treasurer. Dr Tony Adams was a much-loved member of his family and friends, and respected internationally. To Tony partner Dr. Romain Rutnam and son Eric, I send my condolences and pay tribute to his memory and his contribution to the health of our global
Thank you very
community.
much. Senator Wish-Wilson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It might surprise people that my instinctive reaction yesterday to the news, watching David Littleproud, Mr David Littleproud in the other place, say he was proud that his party room in the National Party had reached a position where they were opposing net zero. My reaction was one of sadness. I mean, you think maybe that you'd be happy considering the LNP are polling at their record low numbers today of 24% because of this exact issue, but it's sadness because I've announced that I'm leaving this place next year, Acting Deputy President, and I still can't believe that in 2025 we have politicians who don't believe in climate change and don't believe it's doing harm and don't want to take the necessary action for our nation to fix it. Politicians who don't see the opportunity in acting on climate change. And I think my sadness also comes from the fact that I know that the people within the National Party who are responsible for this, I saw some leaked words used in the media over the weekend, the terrorists within the LNP, and I know that word was used by Malcolm Turnbull in his biography as well. They're climate deniers. They just don't believe that climate change is a thing. And to be opposing even something as weak as net zero, which relies on net offsets which don't work, or doesn't even include Scope 3 emissions, you'd have to be pretty radical and pretty extreme for that to be your policy position. But the sadness also comes from the fact that even if these people were to leave the National Party, or even if Donald Trump was to get hit by a bus tomorrow, the denial machine that got these people there in the first place is still around, it is still powerful, it is still well-resourced, and it is still organised. And that's something I think we all need to grapple with. How has so much disinformation and misinformation got us to where we are today when a political party can still not believe in climate
Senator,
change?
your time has expired. Senator Babet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Now, no civilisation in history works harder to erase itself than the modern West. While other nations proudly protect their heritage and we hold candlelit vigils for everyone else's, our politicians and our political elite seem to always pay homage to every non-Western festival that they can find. It's a lovely gesture, of course, yes it is, but try spotting a single mention of Australia Day on some of their Twitter feeds. You won't find it. You'll have better luck finding a spine in Parliament House. Go to any non-Western country and see if their leaders spend as much time pandering to minorities as ours do. Spoiler alert, they don't. Because overseas, they celebrate their country and their culture, while here in Australia, we apologise for being Australian. If you live here, then embrace Australian traditions. If you prefer the customs of another country, well, you know what? Flights leave daily, off you go. We pander to every imported culture like a guilty host who's forgotten it's his own house, but it's our house. It's our house. People from around the world, they come here because Australia's free, it's safe, it's prosperous, but none of those blessings happened by accident. They are the fruits of a Christian culture, the foundation of our laws, our liberty, our way of life, all of it. If you change that culture, you'll destroy the very thing that made Australia worth coming to in the first place. We're a great country, but we must stay that way. Be proud of and defend and live by Australian Christian values. It is as simple and as vital as that. And if we don't, we will lose our country. Make no mistake, look at the UK.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Deliga, you have the
Thanks,
call.
Acting Deputy President. The first sod has been turned and construction on what is going to be a fantastic community project is officially underway in Devonport in Tassie. Located on Devonport's magnificent waterfront, the new Devonport Oval Sports Complex will be so much more than just a series of surfaces. It will be a pivotal space for sport on Tassie's northwest coast. When completed, it will be home to 6 sports: footy, cricket, athletics, cycling, basketball and netball. Backed by the Devonport City Council, this project is a true investment in sport and health and in community. It goes way beyond infrastructure, although infrastructure will be impressive, boasting indoor and outdoor courts, high-performance cricket centres and training facilities and administration buildings. There'll also be a St Luke's Wellness Hub for use by community groups to run activities promoting preventative health and general well-being, which will be a fantastic resource for the entire coast. But it's the potential to forge real community connections that makes this project so exciting. For the first time on the northwest coast, 6 different sporting clubs and codes will come together using amenities that would be unattainable for each group on their own. The use of shared social spaces will bring together people of all ages and backgrounds, all united with the love of sport. That's why the federal Labor government has committed $25 million towards this outstanding project led by the member for Braddon, Anne Urquhart. Because it's not just about the bricks and mortar, which are important, but at the future of local sports, about kids starting out with Auskick and ending up playing for the seniors. From Tai Chi to netball, regardless of the weather, local sport will find a place to grow and thrive. And I look forward to the progress of this fantastic project, along with thousands of fellow North West coasters, and we eagerly await its completion.
Yeah. Chief Whip, you have...
Attention to the Acting Deputy President. I draw the attention to the state of the chamber.
A quorum is being called. Ring the bells. All right, quorum is now present. Senator Sharma.
Thanks, Deputy President. I rise today to pay tribute to Dr Max Hopp, a much-loved paediatrician from Griffith whose tragic death has deeply affected the Riverina community and much of the Sydney cycling community. Max dedicated his life to caring for children and supporting their families. At Griffith Base Hospital, he led paediatric services with quiet excellence and compassion, establishing a specialist allergy clinic that spared thousands of families the burden of travelling to cities for treatment. He was known not only for his medical skill but for his kindness, a doctor who listened as carefully as he diagnosed. Trained in South Africa before making Australia his home, Dr Max Hopp embodied the best of regional medicine, committed, community-minded and generous with his time. He mentored young clinicians and never stopped advocating for fairer access to child health services in the regions. Beyond medicine, Dr Hopp was, as his brother Peter recalled, thoughtful, precise and quietly competitive, qualities that shone through in his passion for cycling, which is how I got to know Max. Max and his brother Peter rode together across continents in Canada, South Africa, France, Hawaii, and in Griffith and Sydney. And those rides reflected who Max was: dedicated, disciplined, curious, inquisitive, and connected to others through friendship and laughter. Max's loss in such tragic circumstances is felt keenly, yet his legacy endures in the healthier children he cared for, the colleagues he inspired, and the community he helped to build and nurture. I know many members in the Sydney cycling community remember Max fondly and deeply mourn his passing, and I know many in the Griffith community and in the Riverina more broadly will always remember his service to their community. May Max rest in peace, and may his memory be a blessing.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Thorpe, you have the call.
Thank you. Sudan is burning. Bloodstains seen from space. Hundreds of mothers murdered in a maternity hospital, and thousands of civilians killed and displaced as RSF paramilitary forces backed by the UAE stormed the city of Al Fasher last week. 20 years on from the last genocide in Darfur, and our so-called leaders have again failed an entire generation, allowing the UAE to fuel a genocide so they can continue to steal Darfur's significant gold deposits. We were warned. The nightmare we are seeing was repeatedly predicted by Sudanese advocates on the ground who begged for urgent action from the international community to prevent a massacre. But for Western powers, maintaining good relations with the UAE and their stranglehold over Sudan's resources has taken priority over the people of Darfur. Like most genocides, the West is not only complicit but an active driver of the conflict. We know the UAE smuggles weapons manufactured in the West into Sudan that ends up arming genocide, while our own government, rather than cutting trade ties and imposing sanctions on the UAE for funding and arming a genocide, another genocide, instead celebrates their booming trade relationship. This is indefensible. This Labor government must immediately cut trade ties and impose sanctions on the UAE, urgently open humanitarian pathways for refugees, and provide support and assistance to our Sudanese community. I stand with the people of Sudan. Our struggle is one struggle and their fate is our own.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Askew, you have the call.
Thank you. On at least 3 occasions this year, residents in the Tasmanian town of Ouse and surrounding areas have lost mobile and landline reception. And what is most concerning in these incidents is that the Central Highlands region also lose the ability to call and access 000. As our reliance on digital connectivity grows, the issue of unreliable mobile phone coverage has become more apparent across Tasmania, particularly in the communities of Ouse and Myena, and other areas such as Triabunna on the Tasman Peninsula. This is not simply about convenience. It can, as was tragically made apparent during the recent Optus 000 outage, become life-threatening. And while that has not happened in Tasmania yet, it's something that could occur without immediate government intervention. At a meeting of over 200 residents in Myena on Saturday, we heard from police and emergency service personnel, local business representatives and local residents about their fears that there will be a fatality in the region before any action is taken to improve telecommunication services. During the election, Lions Liberal candidate Susie Bauer campaigned strongly and secured funding commitment for 3 new towers. Disappointingly, Labor's candidate, now federal member for Lions, Rebecca White, failed to match the pledge or make any election commitments that would specifically improve digital connectivity or phone coverage in Lions.
Thank you, Senator. Your time has expired. It being 2 p.m, we'll enter question time. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Last week's CPI figures confirmed electricity costs have risen.
Senator Patterson, thank you.
Apologies. Sorry, Senator Wong.
I said the President will generally follow the order of the call.
Which is question 1. Yes, so we're up to question 1. And I have the Nationals, but that's the order I have.
I was the senator who was on my feet, and I was called and I was asking my question.
Yes, although the custom and practice in here is that we follow a list. My apologies that I was late. I'm very sorry about that. That has never happened before, and it's unfortunate it happened today. But on the call, and I understand it is the usual convention that the government proposes the order. I received an email from the government that was sent to all of the whips and leaders in this place, and it had question 1 going to the Nationals. Senator Patterson?
President, I hear you, but I was on my feet. I've been given the call by the person who was in the chair at the time. I'm halfway through my question. I think I should be allowed to finish my question, which I was called on by the person in the chair to do.
Senator Patterson, if I may, the convention at question time is that the order is followed. If we move to a different convention, then that is that we follow whoever jumps. That's a different precedence altogether. So I do have the Nationals on my list. I would like the Senate to sort that through, because jumping and getting called is a different convention to what we normally have at question time. I had Senator Scarr on his feet, but he's conceded to you, Senator Patterson.
Thank you, President. So just for clarity, you're taking the call away from me because of a convention. So I was given the call by the chair, I was halfway through a question, and you're now taking the call from me because you think there is a convention that prevents me from continuing with my question.
That's taking a little bit of licence with what I said, Senator Patterson. What I said was, if you are saying you're on your feet and therefore should get the call, then it's up to any, if that's the convention we're now using at question time, then it is up to any senator to jump and be given the call. That isn't the way we run question time. We run We run question time on an order that has been distributed through the chamber. I received one email from the government where I think the convention is established that has the Nationals on the list. So that's what I'm explaining to the chamber, Senator Patterson.
Thanks, President. Given that I have been given the call by the acting Deputy President, I'm going to continue with my question.
Well, Senator Patterson, I'm running the chamber, so please resume your seat. As I said, the problem with that approach is that if another senator jumps in the chamber, then I'm honour bound to give them the call, if that's the precedence we are adopting. I'm going to go to Senator Watt, and then I'll come to you, Senator Henderson.
Thanks, President. It's really just to reinforce your ruling. I mean, I know there's a lot of upending convention going on here by the people opposite at the moment, but one convention they haven't upended, that is that the government of the day sets the order of questions. That has been done. We had an unusual situation where there was a transferring of the chair at the very beginning of question time, but I would ask that the convention be upheld.
Senator, I said I'd go to Senator Henderson. Senator Mackenzie. Senator Henderson.
Madam President, on the point of order, it would be a very significant departure in this place if a senator who was on his feet asking a question was put in a position where he was not permitted to finish the question. We appreciate the convention, but excuse me, without interjection.
Order.
Madam President, we do appreciate the convention, and you've made it clear that you weren't in the chair at the time, and therefore, by reason of the circumstances that have occurred today, and I'm sure they'll be rectified tomorrow, I would just ask, and it's very important that you permit Senator Patterson to continue to ask his question.
Senator Henderson, the premise of your statement is not correct. There have been times in the past where a particular senator has sought the call, only to realise a mistake has been made and they've sat down and the mistake has been rectified. What you're asking me today to do is abandon the convention that exists in this place, is that the government creates the order. You're asking me to allow any senator to jump and ask a question. Now, I am I apologise most sincerely for not getting here on time. That was absolutely on me. and it's created an additional problem because I would have given the call as it's described. So I would suggest that we start the call again and that the call is given to the Nationals. But if you're on a... actually, Senator Henderson, Senator Mackenzie was seeking the call. If you wouldn't mind, I'll go to Senator Mackenzie and come back to you. Yeah, I have ruled, Senator Mackenzie. Are you seeking... You're doing the question?
I thought the Nationals were called.
Yes, they were. Thank you, Senator Mackenzie.
My question is
Order.
to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Last week's CPI figures confirmed electricity costs annually have risen 23.6%. Does the government agree that when prices are rising that fast, the policy settings are wrong?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I don't accept the premise of the question, and again, a bit of understanding about what happened in the decade that the former coalition government were in power, where 24 of the 28 coal-fired power stations advised that they were going to close. Those opposite were unable to settle an energy policy in the national interests that allowed for the international transition to clean energy that we are witnessing underway, and that has meant that the energy policy was delayed in this country. Since we came to government, we put a number of policy responses in place to deal with that, including a huge investment in renewable energy so that we can secure the jobs, the opportunities, the investments that come in this space. And there is more work to do, and in the meantime we're supporting households with cost of living pressure through energy bill rebates, investment in Medicare, investment in childcare and investment in housing.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mackenzie, first supplementary.
On David Spear's ABC podcast this week, former Treasury Secretary Ken Henry said, if you have to provide a permanent or semi-permanent rebate for something, then you're saying that your policy settings are wrong, your energy policy settings are wrong. Given that the government's only answer to soaring energy prices is an unsustainable rebate, do you agree with Mr Henry that the government's energy policy settings are wrong?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Order. Order. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I accept that there has been costs to delay of the decade of waste that we had under the former government. But since we came to power, we have increased the amount of energy available in the grid. We have provided support to households as the transition occurs. We have put in place more renewable energy into the system, which is the cheapest form of energy as this transition occurs.
Minister, please resume your seat. Order on my left. I ensured that Senator Mackenzie was shown the respect and could ask her question in silence. That is exactly what should be forwarded to the Minister. I understand she's finished answering her question. Senator Mackenzie, if you'd put your second supplementary.
When asked about the government's energy subsidies in May, the Treasurer said, and I quote, "We only extended it for 6 months rather than 12 months because we know that at some point this electricity bill relief will taper away and will have to end." What is the government's plan to ensure Australians aren't slugged again with even higher energy prices next year when the subsidies are scheduled to end?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. We'll continue to invest in our energy system, whether that be through the work that's been led by Minister King or Minister Bowen or Minister Ayres. We operate in the national interest, making sure that we're making decisions for the long term and to support households in the short term.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Marielle Smith.
Thanks, President. I rise to ask the question those opposite refused me on Thursday, denying South Australian women vital information about crucial health reforms which were introduced last Saturday. But now I put my question again. My question is to the Minister for Women, Senator Gallagher. The Albanese Labor government's new health measures commenced on Saturday, November 1, with the government delivering record investments in women's health. What impact are these reforms having for Australian women, and how do they reflect the Albanese Labor government's commitment to listening to women and improving access, choice and lower costs for healthcare?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Smith for the question, and at least you have been able to ask that question today, and also acknowledge the work that you've done in your time, particularly in the last parliament, investing in women's health and making sure that women of Australia get a better deal when it comes to support for perimenopause, menopause, but also the broader women's health policy that we took to the last election. For the first time on November 1, so on Saturday, Labor expanded bulk billing incentives to all Australians, creating a new additional incentive payment for practices that bulk bill every patient. And from this week, practices and GPs registering for the bulk billing practice incentive program will equally share in the additional incentive payment of 12.5%. We know that women visit GP more often and have higher out-of-pocket costs, but they will benefit from that big investment in bulk billing. Labor's women's health package is delivering what women have been asking for: better access, more choice, lower costs, after years of their health issues being ignored and not addressed under the former government. The Albanese Labor government is working to reverse a decade of neglect to women's health with $792.9 million to deliver more choice, lower costs and better health care for women. Women have asked the government to take their health care seriously, and we have listened. These changes could save women and their families thousands of dollars across their lifetime, and from November 1, women will have better access to affordable contraceptive options thanks to the Albanese government's landmark women's health package. We know that 1 in 10 Australian women using a long-term contraceptive compared to 1 in 8 women in New Zealand and 1 in 7 in Ireland and 1 in 3 in Sweden. So providing more options for those contraception will allow more choice for women to consider their contraceptive options.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Smith, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. The Albanese Labor government has listed new contraceptives on the PBS for the first time in over 30 years and has made long-acting reversible contraception more accessible and affordable from November 1. How are these changes improving choice and lowering costs for women seeking contraceptive options?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Smith for the question. And if we just look at one of those contraceptive options, NuvaRing is available now on the PBS from the 1st of November, providing a new affordable option for women. And before the listing of NuvaRing on the PBS, women might have paid more than $270 a year. Now they will pay $31.60 per script, or $7.70 if they have a concessional arrangement. This follows the first PBS listings for new oral contraceptive pills in more than 30 years. As Senator Smith said, I think for most of us, we scratch our head at the fact that new contraceptives weren't listed on the PBS for 3 decades. We've also listed Yaz, Yasmin and Slinda on the PBS. Again, women were paying around $380 per year for their contraceptive if they were using one of those 3 choices. Now they're paying less than half of that, $126.40, or just $30.80 a year with a concession card.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Smith, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. This information is hugely important to women across Australia. Last week we marked the end of World Menopause Awareness Month. How are the Albanese Labor government's investments in menopause and perimenopause, including the new Medicare rebates, PBS listings for therapies and funding for clinical guidelines and training, supporting women's health and raising national awareness of these important issues?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I think Senator Smith should be very proud of the work that the Senate committee did in relation to treatment of perimenopause and menopause, because it has directly influenced some of the decisions the government's taken about listing those new drugs. Again, hadn't been listed for 20 years. Again, women were out of pocket for those. We've also established a new Medicare rebate for menopause health assessments. Over 20,000 women have undergone a menopause health assessment covered by Medicare since they became available on the 1st of July. So in just 4 months, 20,000 women have been able to access that new item. We've also, as Senator Smith said, got the new guidelines in place, and of course all of our policy has been influenced as well by the work that the member for Cooper, Minister Carney, did last election, and also by the National Women's Health Advisory Council, who led a lot of those consultations. It's time that we got this job done, and we're doing it.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, President.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, Minister McCarthy. The Danish government has introduced mandates to use Bovea 10 to reduce methane production in its dairy industry to meet climate targets. Is Labor considering similar measures for dairy and livestock in Australia?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator, for the question. The answer is no, but we are introducing methane as additives.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whitten, first supplementary.
Bovea 10 is already in use in Australia, with some of our major retailers sourcing meat grown with the additive. There is no requirement to label milk or meat as containing Bovea 10, limiting customers' ability to choose. Does Labor believe that Australians' right to know what is in their food is secondary to the perceived climate impacts of cow burps?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, can I just put on the record for the Senate that this government always wants Australians to know about most things, Senator. So I would certainly object to the introduction of your question there. But we are certainly, well, no, that's not quite true, but anyway, supporting introduction of methane and reducing additives, as I've said. Yep.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whitten, second supplementary.
Since the introduction of Bovea 10 mandates in Denmark, starting 1st of October 25, there have been increased reports of cattle becoming sick, collapsing and in some cases being euthanised. Are Australians at risk from these additives in their food?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister McCarthy.
Senator, sorry, President. Senator, I do believe I've answered the questions, but I'm happy to take some more on notice in terms of any particular examples that you may have for the Minister.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for the Environment, allegedly, Senator Watt. Minister, the Climate Council has
Senator
said...
Waters. Senator, I'm going to ask you to withdraw
I withdraw
that. Thank you.
Minister, the Climate Council has said that, quote, the government's proposed environment reforms have a number of gaping problems. They fail to address climate pollution, the biggest threat to the environment. They will undermine our climate progress by denying the government power to limit climate pollution from massive fossil fuel projects. And they may speed up fossil fuel project approvals despite the harm they cause, end quote. Minister, you've had multiple opportunities. Why won't you rule out fast-tracking coal and gas under these new laws?
Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Waters. I'm very honoured to hold the role of Federal Minister for the Environment in a party that is the party of delivering real environmental reform. We've never seen a Greens party deliver stopping the Franklin Dam, stopping mining in Antarctica, protecting Kakadu, protecting Murujuga. In fact, the Greens party campaigned against World Heritage listing of Murujuga only a few months ago. So very, very honoured to hold the role, supporting federal Labor's policies when it comes to the environment. And as Senator Waters knows, when she puts her political rhetoric aside just for a little moment, what she knows is that the laws that we've introduced to the parliament deliver real gains for the environment, things like national environmental standards that have never been part of our law, things like requiring proponents to avoid and mitigate environmental harm.
Minister Wong.
I have misheard the Leader of the Greens interjecting in what was quite an unparliamentary way. And I'd ask her to demonstrate perhaps a little more leadership than that.
Senator Waters, I didn't hear anything. It is hard to hear up here, but if you did make an unparliamentary remark, I'd ask you to withdraw it.
I can take a point of order, President. The Minister was asserting that he knew what my understanding was.
Senator
he does
Waters,
not,
Senator
so I
Waters,
retaliated.
Senator Waters,
so if I withdraw, he should too.
Senator Waters, you are getting into a debate. Order on my right. You're getting into a debating point. If you made the unparliamentary remark, which you said you did, I want you to just stand up and withdraw it. Thank you.
I withdraw, but the Minister should know that I am a trained environmental lawyer.
Senator Waters, please
tell
resume your seat. We're going to try it for the third time. When you withdraw, you simply withdraw. It doesn't have statements around it. If anyone in this place makes unparliamentary language, they're just asked to withdraw.
Thank you, President. I did withdraw. I'd now like to make a separate point of order.
No, Senator Waters, yes.
President, and I'm intending to do so now.
Just a moment. Just indulge me, Senator Waters. I'd like you to withdraw the comment and then seek the call again.
Time. I withdraw.
Thank you.
I'd now like to raise a point of order,
certainly,
which is the minister breaching standing orders by purporting to understand what my understanding and intent is. That's
Senator
in breach
Waters,
of the standing orders.
you are getting into the territory of debating.
Well, what are the standing orders for, President?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Please resume your seat. I'm going to have you finished your contribution, Minister.
Senator Waters knows that there are demonstrable gains for the environment in these reforms. She chooses to misrepresent the laws. That's a matter for her.
Senator Waters, first supplementary.
President, can I just clarify, was that the minister's actual answer to my question about whether he would rule out coal and gas fast tracks under these laws? Was that his answer? Has he finished?
Ask me to make judgments about questions. You're perfectly capable of doing
President,
that yourself.
Has the minister concluded his first answer or not?
Senator Waters, you are on your feet. I've invited you, and the reason you're on your feet is I've invited you to put your first supplementary. So that would indicate that the minister has finished his question.
Okay, I'll give the minister a second opportunity because he continually fails to take it. Minister, will you rule out fast-tracking coal and gas projects under these new laws?
Minister Watt.
These laws provide a range of ways for projects to be fast-tracked. We know that projects are being held up in red tape, including in particular housing and renewables projects. They also provide very strong protections for our environment, and that's why both the Greens and the Coalition should support the reforms.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters, second supplementary.
So this perhaps is why Chevron, BHP and the Minerals Council are loving these reforms. Can the minister rule out doing a dirty deal on these critical reforms with the chaos monkeys over here, the coal-loving, climate-denying, pro-emissions coalition?
Senator Waters, I'm going to ask you to withdraw. Please withdraw that comment. You simply, it's senators in this chamber, Senator Waters, so I'd ask you to withdraw that comment.
The chaotic senators, President.
No, Senator Waters. Well, you're being disrespectful to me because I did ask you simply to withdraw. Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Waters, have you finished your question? I don't think you have you, or have you? Yes? Okay, Minister.
I'm not quite sure what the question was, but it's interesting that we see Senator Waters make something of parties working with the Coalition when it was only last Thursday that we saw the Greens vote with the Coalition to disrupt the convention here around question time. It was only before the election that we saw the Greens vote with the Coalition to stop environmental reform happening.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator Waters.
President, a point of order on relevance. I'm asking about environment reforms. I know the minister feels deeply uncomfortable about what he's proposing, or at least he should. But I would like him to answer the question.
Please don't get into a debate. I will draw the minister to your question. Minister Watt.
Well, as I was saying, speaking of environmental reform, it was only a few months ago that we saw the Greens party vote with the Coalition to block these environmental reforms happening, just like they did last time Labor was in government as well. Now, it's news to me that the BP, Chevron and the Minerals Council have supported these reforms. I haven't seen that.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, President. That was, I'd just like you to draw your attention to the minister's gross misrepresentation of what occurred in the Senate. There was no vote. The government withdrew their bill. You can't purport a vote.
Senator Hanson-Young, please resume your seat. Senator Hanson-Young, for the third time, resume your seat. The minister, those are debating points. Minister Watt.
What I have noticed in the last few days is support for these reforms from the Housing Industry Association, the Clean Energy Council and the AI Group, and it's those kind of groups that the Coalition of the Greens should be listening to so that we can deliver the renewables our country needs, along with the housing and along with the environmental protections that we need.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, President. I would just ask you to reflect.
Why are you standing?
It's a point of order. You're the President. It's a point of order I'm making to you.
And you need to say that when you stand, Senator Hanson.
It's a request to you, President, and I'd ask you to reflect on the ruling you just made about whether a minister can misrepresent a vote that has occurred.
Senator Hanson-Young, I will certainly reflect, but I indicated to you that you were getting into the realm of making statements. So I have the government on my list for question 5. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. The Albanese Labor government is committed to addressing climate change in line with the international community. This means taking practical actions on emissions and seizing the opportunities our abundant minerals and renewable resources offer. What progress is the Albanese Labor government making on addressing climate change? And what are the economic risks if we fail to act in line with our international partners?
Minister Ayres.
Thank you very much, President. Well, thanks, Senator Mulholland, for that question. Twice now, Australian voters have endorsed the Albanese government's practical policies to reduce emissions and to modernise our electricity system. We take that endorsement of our approach earnestly, and approaching this task absolutely in the Australian national interest. Australians want to see Australia part of the international community, the government listening to the science, reducing our emissions while we strengthen the economy. We are tracking well to meet our 2030 climate target. In the year to March, emissions were 440 million tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent, 6.5 million tonnes lower than the year before and 28% below 2005 levels. The risk to that approach, President, is a return to the policy chaos and the investment drought, indeed disinvestment, that happened in Australian industry and the Australian electricity system under those opposite. And the efforts that we see for them to reconcile themselves with their approach is becoming very, very clear this week. They are all about themselves, not about the country. All about their internals, not about additional electrons. And nothing demonstrates that more than the opposition spokesman, Mr Tehan, who after their meeting said that the critical thing for them was to develop a pathway to bring us all together, he said. All about their internals, not about engineering and science. And then he went on to say—
Thank you, Minister. The time for asking has expired. Senator, just before I call you, Senator Mulholland, I am going to call you. There you go. Keep you on your toes. First supplementary.
Thank you. A central part of the Albanese Labor government's agenda for addressing climate change is building an expanded, clean and affordable energy system. What progress is the Albanese Labor government making on building a modern energy system, and what parts of the community are already benefiting from this?
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Minister Ayres.
Well, President, and thanks, Senator Mulholland. On Friday, the opposition spokesman for Climate and Energy said the priority was a pathway to bring us all together. Well, look how that's going this week. Look how that's going this week. He then went on to say exactly what that looks like. We are all working through it. Well, it's all about the politics, all about the internal politics of grievance and anger, all of the social media meme-driven silliness that's driving the approach over here, not actually carefully, systematically, in a disciplined way that provides certainty for the investment community, doing the work that is required to do what has happened just this year. Wholesale prices falling 27% compared with this time last year.
Expired. Senator Mulholland, second supplementary.
The Albanese Labor government is making sure that its emissions reduction agenda drives the creation of new clean energy industries and benefits existing industry. How will the Albanese Labor government's climate change policies build new industry, and what are the risks to existing industry if these policies are unsuccessful?
Minister Ayres.
Well, this is hard work in the national interest. It involves using the machinery of government, working with the private sector to deliver real outcomes. $5 billion in the Net Zero Fund from the National Reconstruction Fund, an additional $2 billion for the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, $1.1 billion for low-carbon liquid fuels. And what this is all about, is offering industry the support and encouragement it needs to invest in a modern electricity system fit for purpose in what are going to be tough decades in front of Australia. It is delivering for blue-collar regions and blue-collar suburbs in a way that meaningfully deals with the economic challenges and drives the investment that we need for the future. We are going to get on with the job. Those opposite will get on with the politics of arguing with each other.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe, just before I come to you, I'm going to welcome our New Zealand friends. So I draw to the attention of honourable senators the presence in the chamber of the parliamentary delegation from the New Zealand Parliament, led by the Speaker, Right Honourable Jerry Brownlee. On behalf of all senators, I wish you a warm welcome to Australia and in particular to the Senate. And with the concurrence of honourable senators, I invite the Speaker to take a seat on the floor of the Senate. Thank you, Senator Thorpe. If you ask your question now.
Thank you. Maybe you could talk about treaty in this country. My question is for the Minister for Environment, Minister Watt. Minister, will you commit to introducing a standalone First Nations engagement and participation standard before EPBC reforms are legislated?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. Thanks, Senator Thorpe. My department has been working very actively on the development of a First Nations engagement standard, which is a really important part of these reforms. We're not actually able to create any new national environmental standards until this bill is passed, because one of the things the bill does is give the Minister of the Day the power to make national environmental standards. Nevertheless, we are developing those standards and we'll be consulting them on them over the next few weeks. But of course, the best thing that anyone who wants to see those standards created could do is to vote for these bills, which will give a minister power to make those standards in the first place.
Thank you, Minister Watt. Senator Thorpe, first supplementary.
Thank you. Well, free, prior and informed consent must occur before any standard. So why are you going against First People's free, prior and informed consent continuously, which is violated by Labor?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister Watt.
I'm not quite sure what Senator Thorpe is referring to there. Happy to discuss that with you, Senator Thorpe. As I say, we are already drafting national environmental standards, including regarding First Nations engagement, even though we haven't got the power to create those standards, because we want to get moving on them when this bill is passed, and I'm very confident that it will be passed either with the support of the Coalition or the Greens.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe, second supplementary.
Well, my question was about violating free, prior and informed consent, destroying sacred sites, destroying water and country. You spoke about protecting Murujuga. Now, the people of Murujuga say otherwise. So in the national interest, you as Minister, will you desecrate and destroy, continue to desecrate and destroy sacred sites?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister Watt.
No, I certainly won't. And in fact, I, along with all members of this government, will do everything we can to protect sacred sites for First Nations people. Now, I know that in some quarters there is a narrative that traditional owners in Murujuga are unhappy with the way the government has acted. As with every group, there are some people in favour, some people are not, but the representative group of traditional owners in Murujuga has supported the government's actions, and I was standing side by side with them when we secured World Heritage listing for Murujuga.
So I'm looking for the Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. We're now 1 month since your government opened up the 5% deposit scheme to every first home buyer, and the effects are clear. In new numbers released today by data house Coality, they reveal the pace of growth in Australian home values has accelerated by 1.1%, the fastest gain in years. The price hike was steepest amongst the entry and middle parts of the market, which rose 1.2% and 1.4% respectively. Why does your government think it's a good idea to make entry and middle level houses less affordable for first home buyers?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Can I welcome the Speaker as well? I welcome to our Parliament. We'll try and be polite now. So, Senator Bragg, we fundamentally just don't agree with the proposition that you put forward, which is that somehow it is a bad thing to assist first home buyers through this deposit scheme. Of course, that is not the only thing the government is doing. The government also recognises the importance of increasing supply, which is why we have a very ambitious housing supply addition to housing supply as part of our policies.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bragg, first supplementary.
Thank you very much. This entry-level house hike was entirely predictable. Indeed, the Prime Minister himself admitted the Treasury advised Labor that their changes would send house prices up, whilst the RBA Governor told Senate estimates that the scheme will not only send up house prices but result in higher repayments for first home buyers. Why does the government knowingly implement policies that makes housing less affordable for first home buyers?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Well, thank you. The answer is we don't. The 5% deposit was the subject of advice, and the facts are that lending rules and serviceability requirements stay the same, and the Treasury advice indicated that the impact on house prices would be minor. And recall also, Senator, that this is only one part of a comprehensive suite of housing policies, including the addition of supply.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bragg, second supplementary.
Thank you very much. Since your government expanded the deposit scheme on October 1, entry-level property has almost doubled, the rate of other properties. Coality's Research Director Tim Lawless has pinned this on your policy, saying stronger housing demand at the lower price points is likely a culmination of multiple factors, including the quote, "What is likely a pickup in first home buyers taking advantage of the expanded deposit guarantee scheme," end quote. Can you explain why your government...
Senator Bragg, the time for answering has expired. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, we are helping more Australians into their own home. We're training more tradespeople. We're kick-starting construction. We're helping first home buyers. And in fact, my recollection is we have seen building approvals up over the last year and commencements also higher than they were a year ago, which is an indication that the policies that we are putting in place, which were opposed by you, are having an effect on the market.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts. I'll just advise the chamber, I understand Senator Babet has given his question to One Nation.
Correct.
Thank you, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs, Senator Watt. Minister, regarding humanitarian visas, in the 2024-25 financial year or the 2024 calendar year, what are the top 5 countries of origin of refugees to which your government granted humanitarian visas?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. Thanks, Senator Roberts. I don't have that level of detail with me, but happy to come back to you on notice.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
Minister, in that period, how many refugee visas were granted overall in the period, and how many of those were issued to Nigerian Christians and South African farmers?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Watt.
Again, I'll come back to you on notice.
Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, Islamic cultures and cultures foreign to Australia need a lot of work to integrate into our country. Yet your government's refugee program disproportionately favours Islamic and foreign cultures over Christians who have a similar culture to Australia's. Minister, why does your government's refugee program deliberately exclude Christians who are being slaughtered as we speak?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Watt.
Well, Senator Roberts, I'm not quite sure that you're telling the truth there. I have said that I will come back to your notice with the facts, but Australia has had a non-discriminatory immigration policy for many decades, which has been supported up until now, at least, by the Liberal Party. I'm not quite sure what their position is on these matters these days, but we remain proudly in support of a non-discriminatory migration policy, and it will remain that way under Labor as long as we're in government.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister for Environment, Senator Watt. Over the weekend, we saw the National Party abandon future generations of Australians when they dumped net zero and undermined Australia's relationship with our region. You have repeatedly said that you don't mind who you do a deal with when it comes to your environment laws. Really? You don't care? You're prepared to do a deal with the climate-denying environmental wreckers of the coalition, don't you? What does that say, Minister, about the principles of your government, that you're prepared to do a deal with these climate deniers, environmental wreckers? What does that say about the principles of the Labor Party?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister Watt.
Well, as I said last week, Senator Hanson-Young, I have one very easy suggestion for any member of the Greens party who doesn't want to see us pass these laws with the support of the coalition, and that's that the Greens party could actually back Labor to achieve environmental reform. Not continue the blocking that we saw from you under in the last term, where you blocked housing, where you blocked environmental reform and teamed up with the coalition to do it. How about you stand up for the environment and back environmental reform in the way that we're putting forward?
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you.
Senator Hanson-Young, let me finish. First supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, I've just listened carefully to your answer. Your laws have been written to appease the climate-wrecking, environment-wrecking coalition and their mates in the fossil fuel industry. What now do you think about the risk that these on the other side pose to Australia's renewable energy industry and investment?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister Watt.
Well, I obviously keep reading different newspapers to the Greens party because I don't see the mining companies jumping for joy about our reforms, because they can see that we are actually requiring stronger environmental standards in these laws than currently exist. And that's one of the reasons why, silly me, I would have thought the Greens party might support laws that actually deliver gains for the environment. But of course, what we know about the Greens party is that they're more about the politics than the outcome.
Thank you, Minister Watt. Senator Hanson-Young, second supplementary.
Through you, President. Minister, do your laws make it easier and cheaper for coal and gas to get approved?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister Watt.
What our laws do is deliver national environmental standards for the first time we've ever seen in Australia law. What our laws do is lift the penalties on business when they breach the law when it comes to the environment. What our laws do is require proponents by law to avoid and mitigate environmental impacts before they offset their environment. And what our laws do require proponents of project to deliver a net gain for the environment when it comes to environmental offsets. There are just 4 reasons of the many reasons why the Greens should support these laws, but we know they're always more interested in grandstanding.
Thank you. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government, Senator McCarthy. The Albanese Labor government has a plan to lower speed limits in regional Australia and is currently consulting on this. The consultation documents clearly state speed reduction reforms options include sealed roads down to 70 kilometres per hour and unsealed roads down to 70 kilometres per hour. On the 31st of October 2025, the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories, Minister McBain, was asked by the ABC Ballarat reporter, even if this got up with the 70-kilometre limit, this would not apply to highways and well-used country roads that have a speed limit of 100 already, wouldn't it? Minister McBain's reply was no. This is all around those unsealed roads. Minister, isn't it a fact the government's consultation includes lowering speed limits on all sealed roads, and why did Minister McBain mislead the people of regional Victoria?
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and I thank the Senator for the question. We do know that each state and territory makes laws in regards to what their roads are going to be about in terms of speed limits and in terms of the funding that they wish to put into those roads. We know that under Labor, regional Australia is firmly getting its fair share, and we're investing in safer roads, stronger local economies and fairer funding for every community. And I know the ministers of the Albanese Labor government are doing their utmost, both the minister I represent in Catherine King, but also in Minister McBain, to ensure safer roads across Australia.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Sullivan, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. I was only asking about the consultation, but anyway, was the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories unaware of the details of the government's consultation process prior to speaking to ABC Ballarat? Or is the government deliberately seeking to mislead regional Australians about their plans to lower speeds on sealed and unsealed country roads? Very precise question, Minister.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. And I thank the Senator for the question. And I will say this, that in terms of Minister McBain and her many interviews, I am more than happy to seek some further advice from the Minister in regards to Ballarat.
Senator O'Sullivan, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. When the lower speed limit proposal was put to the former coalition government, we didn't implement it. So why is the government now proposing to reduce regional speed limits instead of just fixing the roads?
That's a great question. Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, I certainly have said in the Senate, even as early as the last Thursday in regards to question time, about our investment in roads and regional roads across Australia, but I am more than happy to take the advice of the Minister and get back to you, Senator.
Thank you, Minister McCarthy. Senator McKim. Order. Senator McKim is on his feet.
Thanks very much, President. My question is to the so-called Minister for the Environment, Senator Watt.
Senator McKim, if you withdraw that, please.
I do withdraw that. Minister, these questions are in regards to your rewrite of Australia's environment laws that has got big polluters like BHP and Chevron so excited they are literally begging for them to be passed this year. Minister, the Samuel Review recommended removing the exemption for native forest logging done under an RFA. Our forests are beautiful and complex ecosystems that are home to threatened species like the koala and the swift parrot. They are precious Aboriginal cultural heritage. They are massive banks of carbon that help in the fight against climate breakdown. So, Minister, why did you ignore Professor Samuel's recommendation? Why are you not scrapping the RFA loophole, or even better, why are you not ending the loss-making, environmentally catastrophic native forest logging industry once and for all?
Minister Watt.
We've said that we remain committed to implementing Graham Samuel's recommendation that the national environmental standards should be applied to regional forestry agreements. We've said we're committed to doing that, and we remain committed to doing that.
Senator McKim, first supplementary.
Well, Professor Samuel recommended scrapping the loophole. Minister, deforestation is also driven by the continuous use exemption for land clearing, which has, coupled with under-enforcement of illegal land clearing, resulted in about 1 million hectares of land cleared in Queensland alone since Labor took office. Why is your government not closing that gaping loophole?
Thank you, Senator McKim. Minister Watt.
Because our priority is passing reforms based on Graham Samuel's recommendations, and that should be the Greens' priority as well.
Senator McKim, second supplementary.
Well, your priority, Minister, actually should be protecting the environment, That's your job, and that's what you should be doing. Minister, in your entire package, you haven't mentioned the F word once. Forests. Why are you so scared to mention forests, let alone do anything to rein in the massive carbon emissions and biodiversity loss caused by native forest logging and by land clearing?
Senator McKenzie, come to order. 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 Senator Watt.
Well, I'm so scared about using the word forest that in this very answer I mentioned that we remain committed to applying national environmental standards to regional forestry agreements. I'm so scared about it that I said it in Senate estimates, that I've said it several times since becoming the minister, and I'll say it one more time: we will be applying the national environmental standards to forests.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McDonald.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Can the Minister explain why the Albanese government's full compliance rate with orders for the production of documents has plummeted to just 17% in the current parliament?
Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Thank you for the question. I would make the point that this parliament passes many more requirements on the government of the day than any previous government. An interesting statistic is that since the last election, more orders for the production of documents have been agreed to in 19 sitting days than in the parliaments of the Fisher, Hughes, Bruce, Scullin, Lyons, Page, the first Menzies, Fadden, Curtin, Ford, Chifley, second Menzies, Holt, McEwen, Gorton, McMahon, Whitlam, Fraser and Hawke governments combined. So I would make the point, Senator, the way in which this chamber chooses to use OPDs, as someone who has been here a very long time, frankly, is far more extensive, more onerous and a much lower bar to put up an OPD than any previous parliament. We have sought to comply with the orders which have been placed upon us, but I would make the point, if you continue at this rate, there is no government that can meet this volume of OPDs as this Senate is putting in place in its entirety. It's as simple as that. If you have more in the last period than all of those governments put together, it does tell you something about the Senate is choosing to do.
Senator McDonald, first supplementary.
Given that 43% of orders for documents in the current parliament have not yet been complied with at all, the highest rate of non-compliance across at least 3 parliaments, does the minister accept that Labor is systematically blocking the Senate's right to scrutinise government decisions, and when will the government comply with the outstanding 40 orders?
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Minister Wong.
This government has complied with the most OPDs of any government in Australia's history.
Senator McDonald, second supplementary.
Minister, the Albanese government has raised public interest immunity claims in relation to 54% of all orders that have been partially or not complied with in this parliament, with cabinet deliberations being claimed in 62% of those cases. In 2020, Minister, you said, and I quote, "The government can't simply make that claim because the document was walked through a cabinet room or has the word cabinet on it." Do you still agree with that statement?
Well said.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Minister Wong.
Senator, thank you through you, President. And that was my recollection was there were stories about your government just rolling trolleys into the cabinet room. In order to gain cabinet confidentiality. And what I can say to you, in terms of what I have seen, it may not be true, Senator McKenzie, it was folklore. It was folklore. But did she just say I was right? She might have just said I was right. No, what I can say to you, Senator, is as a cabinet minister, from what I have seen, where that has been claimed in relation. Sorry, do people want an answer or not? Thank you, Murray. There you go. From what I have seen as a senior cabinet minister in this government, when we have claimed cabinet in confidence I believe that has been legitimate. I really do. And you may chuckle, but I believe it is true. And what I would say to you is, I know that, I wish I almost would want an extension of time.
The time for answering has expired.
Do you think I could extend?
Senator Askew.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health and Ageing, Senator McAllister. Minister, according to an article published today in the Herald Sun, only 13% of metropolitan GP clinics will bulk bill under the government's new program. That means the vast majority of patients in metropolitan areas will continue to face rising out-of-pocket costs, currently at an average of $49.14. How does this achieve the Prime Minister's promise to all Australians, made on at least 71 occasions, that they can see a GP for free?
Thank you, Senator Askew. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, President. And I am very pleased to be asked about the historic investment that our government is making to repair the damage inflicted on Medicare, inflicted on bulk billing by those opposite during the long period where they froze the rebates available to doctors and saw the rate of bulk billing in free fall.
Senator Patterson and Mackenzie. Have you finished, Minister?
No, I have not.
Please resume.
And it is simply true that at the time of your government, bulk billing rates, according to the Royal Australian College of GPs, were in free fall. And the numbers cited by Senator Hume were cooked up by relying on the bulk billing rates that were produced by COVID. But in fact, it had never been harder. It had never been harder to see a doctor, and it is on that basis that we are making the investment we are making.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. On a point of relevance, I don't believe that Senator Askew was asking about anything that the minister is actually contributing at the moment. Could you maybe draw her back to the questions around bulk billing that was a specific reason about out-of-pocket costs on bulk billing, not something that happened historically?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. The minister is being relevant to the question. Minister, did you wish to continue? Senator Askew, first supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, according to Health Department officials, the current average out-of-pocket cost for a GP appointment is $49.14 and will continue to go up. However, the Prime Minister continues to tell all Australians that they can see a GP for free. Is the Prime Minister wrong, or is the Health Department?
Thank you, Senator Askew. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Well, we are determined to lift rates of bulk billing. That is why we are making these investments, Senator Askew, and we are very pleased that already over 1,000 practices that were previously mixed billing have indicated that they are interested in becoming fully bulk billing practices. And what that means is that more Australians will be able to see a doctor for free.
Senator Askew, second supplementary.
The Prime Minister continues to tell all Australians that they can see a GP for free. If that is true, when will the average GP out-of-pocket cost be down to $0?
Thank you, Senator Askew. Minister McAllister.
President, thank you again for the question. I can only restate our intention, which is this. We want more Australians to see a doctor for free. That is the promise of universal health care. That is the promise that Australians voted for when they voted for our government, and it is on that basis that we are making the largest single investment in Medicare since the inception of that program, and it is all to repair the damage that was done by the government that you supported and many of you were part of.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for the Environment, Senator Watt. The Wilderness Society said that the Environment Protection Reform Bills would increase opportunities for political influence on decisions and use new loopholes to weaken nature protections. Without an independent EPA making decisions and both major parties continuing to accept political donations from fossil fuel corporations, have you received legal advice about higher corruption risks under the new laws?
Thank you, Senator Hodgins-May. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator. I find it interesting that the Greens party have asked a question about the risk of the EPA not having independent decision-making powers when I was reading a newspaper report only a couple of weeks ago where the Greens spokesperson for the environment was saying that they supported the minister having decision-making powers rather than the EPA. So I'm not quite sure if there's a disagreement there between Green senators, but frankly this is the one point that we do have agreement on across the entire parliament, and I look forward to many more.
Senator Hodgins-May, first supplementary.
Non-answer, thank you. The Wilderness Society also described the bills as a piece of Swiss cheese riddled with loopholes that would enable rampant deforestation and species extinctions to continue at pace. Will the government close the many loopholes that provide get out of coal-free cards for projects that do not meet environmental standards?
Thank you, Senator Hodgins-May. Minister Watt.
Well, I don't think it's surprising at this stage of the debate that different groups have things that they would like to see changed in the legislation. We've seen comments from business groups, we've seen comments from environment groups. We will weigh all that up. But one thing I can guarantee you is that we will pass these laws. We will pass laws that protect the environment and do better for business, and we will either do it with the Greens Party or the Coalition.
Senator Hodgins-May, second supplementary.
Yeah, not one group backing him. You selectively choose lines to include in your email blasts. Yeah. Ridiculous. The Wilderness Society has called for the removal of the continuous use loophole that it says has been used to clear 1 million hectares in Queensland alone under the Albanese government. 1 million hectares. Will the government remove the Section 43B continuous use exemption so that agricultural clearing cannot continue to destroy habitat and drive extinctions without scrutiny?
Thank you, Senator Hodgins-May. Minister Watt.
Well, in Senator Hodgins-May's question, she cited some of the comments from environment groups. I can only assume that she's referring to the press release from the Australian Conservation Foundation, Greenpeace and the World Wildlife Fund, in which they said environment groups welcome new enforcement powers and increases in penalties for nature laws. That sounds like a degree of support from environment groups. Perhaps the Greens might like to listen.
Senator Hodgins-May.
Senator
Hanson-Young, I'd invite you to turn around to see one of your own senators on her feet. So you need to be quiet. Senator Hodgins-May.
Senator Watt, point of relevance, completely failed to answer the question. I'm hoping that he's attempting to have another crack because people are really disappointed.
Senator Ruston.
I seek leave to move a motion regarding the order of call during question time.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted. Senator Ruston.
Contingent notice standing in the name of the Leader of the Opposition. I move that so much of standing orders be suspended that will prevent me from moving a motion to provide for consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to the order of business for the call for question time. Well, once again, we have seen those opposite decide that they're going to come into this chamber and have a childish response to a legitimate motion of the Senate, and it's incredibly, incredibly disappointing. You come in here and you make it sound like that never before has there ever been any attempt in this chamber for, to hold a government to account.
Senator Ruston, I'm very sorry. If you could resume your seat. Senator Ruston has moved a suspension and she will be heard in silence. And if you can't be silent, I invite you to leave the chamber. Senator Ruston, please continue.
Thank you very much, President. As I was saying, those opposites seem to want to rewrite history here and say that something like this has never occurred before, where a government has been held to account. But what I'd like to repeat once again, and I put it into Hansard last week, but Senator Wong was overseas and wasn't here. But I think it is entirely relevant that we read back into Hansard the commentary of Senator Wong in relation to a motion that the opposition at the time, which is now the government, sought to move at a time when they were accusing Senator Cormann of not being transparent. Senator Cormann not releasing a document that he had claimed he didn't wish to release. So let's be clear here. Their precedent is set already by those opposite for this particular issue. So just to remind those opposite, in case you've forgotten from last week, this is what Senator Wong had to say back in the 12th of February 2020, and I will quote, "It is entirely explicable why the government would have with such an attitude, though, Frankly, they're arrogant. They've been on a victory lap. They think they own the joint. They think that the last election was the last word on accountability. They think they're unbeatable and that no matter how badly they govern or abuse their office, they can get away with it. That's what they think, and it's reflected in their behaviour. I would remind government ministers that unchecked power never ends well. So they were the words of Senator Wong in relation to a matter when a much more aggressive, punitive action was threatened against Senator Cormann. So, quite simply, the easiest way for this impasse to be dealt with is the government to actually comply with an order that the minister who's responsible for this particular document that hasn't been provided to this chamber, despite this chamber, the majority members of this chamber, the numbers in this chamber saying that she needed to actually provide this document, a document that she promised to release 2.5 years ago and still has not produced to date. Is actually a very sad indictment on the transparency of this government. But the most egregious thing that has happened in this chamber is the will of this chamber is continually is denied by those opposite. You know, you are behaving like the most arrogant government. You do not believe that you need to comply with the orders of this place. I mean, this chamber is sovereign. The orders of this chamber, the will of this chamber should be adhered to. There were a number of people in this chamber, the overwhelming number of these people in this chamber voted.
Senator Ruston, I have been listening carefully. I remind you that you are on a suspension and you need to demonstrate to the chamber why it's urgent that you need to put aside the procedures of the Senate to move the suspension.
The reason this suspension is particularly urgent is because there could be nothing more urgent in this place than a government that is abusing its power. And quite frankly, there is nothing more, nothing less than what is happening here. You were a government that came to power promising transparency and accountability, and all you have done is been completely non-transparent and unaccountable, and in the process of doing that you are abusing your power. And just to make things even worse, when the will of the chamber was expressed not in your favour, what did we hear last week? We hear that the leader of the government in the other place, Mr Burke, then threatened retribution.
Senator Ruston, you are drifting. The issue before the Senate right now is a suspension motion that you move. The suspension is saying to the chamber that this matter is so urgent that the rest of the business of the Senate must be put aside for this debate to continue. That's what you need to address.
Thank you very much, President, and thank you for your ruling. And as I said, the reason that I believe this suspension is urgent enough to be called at this particular time of the day is because we have a government that is abusing its power. Now, I do not understand how anybody in this chamber could not think that the abuse of power by a government was not probably the most serious or egregious thing that could actually occur in the Parliament of Australia. And so what we've got here is an ongoing demonstration of a refusal to provide information that is important to the Australian public. We saw last week a government that had refused to provide information, for example, about the incoming government brief about energy policy. The incoming government brief that said your energy policy is failing. It's failing, emissions are not going down and energy bills are going up. Nothing could be more important to Australians than their ability to pay their bills. Nothing could be more important to Australian businesses and the 1,000 people at Tomago about their jobs.
Ruston. Senator Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, that was a fairly expansive contribution to the Senate. And I want to make a few points in response. No, it will be precise and to the point. The first is the Senator seems to be very keen to quote me, which maybe I'll take as a compliment. But I would make the point that I have served in this chamber opposite Nick Minchin, Erica Betts, George Brandis and Matthias Cormann, who I had the pleasure of catching up with last week. And, sorry? And of course Burmo, most recently, on the other side. But I will say, as Leader of the Opposition, what we all understood in our roles is what we wanted to have as something that parties of government resolve and when we would play the crossbenching. And of course, at times people do play the crossbencher, but it wasn't really till last week that I've ever observed a party of government essentially inviting a member of the crossbench to become the leader of the opposition.
That's right.
And I thought, really, Senator Pocock should just be invited to the Liberal Party room and be elected to your job, because he is doing your job. That is what you're doing. That's the first point I'd say. First point I'd say. I've never seen that in over 20 years, to have someone that. The second point I would make is this. The second point I would make is this. This is not urgent. This is a stunt. No, excuse me. I actually listened to you. I listened to you.
I listened to you. Order.
Courtesy. This is a stunt. This is a stunt, and I'm interested to see if the senator actually returns to the last question, which he fought so much about. This is
Senator McGrath. Senator Ruston, I ensured there was silence in the chamber, and I expect that same respect. Order! You're not in a debate with me, Senator McGrath. I expect Senator Wong to be heard in silence.
Thank
Senator
you.
Wong.
I think we all understand this is a stunt, if the approach people want to take is a conversation across the chamber about the order of the call, that's how we will approach it. But those opposite, and particularly this leader of the acting leader of the opposition, has not taken that approach. So if the Senate wants to return to what has been the approach, certainly in all the time I've been here, with many different leaders, Senator McGrath, would you mind? No, I'm tired of you interjecting on me. It's just rude. Well, Senator.
Order.
Oh, goodness me. If senators want to return to a conversation across the chamber about how the order of the call is managed, are you done?
Senator McGrath, I've called you to order about 3 times. If you can't sit in silence, leave the chamber. Minister Wong, did you wish to continue?
If senators want to return to that sort of approach, we're up for that. Right? We are up for that. I have always sought in this role, and Minister Gallagher has always sought in her role to have that sort of conversation across the chamber. That isn't the approach that the acting leader of the opposition, in her wisdom, has taken. I would recommend to your party room to consider whether or not it's in the long-term interests of a supposed party of government.
Senator Scarr, order.
Her leader isn't.
Senator Scarr. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Well, on the matter of urgency to suspend, the Greens will not be supporting this suspension. However, it is quite clear that question time has become an absolute farce, that the respect across the chamber is at an all-time low, and that we obviously need to do something about putting a bit more order in place. I'll take up one point that Senator Wong raised, and I must say I felt like, with all due respect, Senator Wong, I know you weren't here last week, but I'm not sure you're really listening and hearing what the rest of the chamber is saying. To stand here today and argue that, in the past, the 2 major parties have been able to decide and dictate when to play the crossbench in, that's not exactly it's not exactly what any of us on this end of the chamber are liking to hear right now. The two-party system is crumbling. The two-party system is crumbling. Voters don't like it. That's why they voted at the last election in record levels against the 2 major parties.
Senator Hanson-Young, order, order, order. Order on my right. Order. Senator Hanson-Young, order. I'm waiting. Senator Hanson-Young, I've called you because I'm going to draw you back to the suspension matter.
So here in the chamber, the government of the day does not have the numbers to control the chamber, and neither, of course, do the rabble over here in the coalition. The numbers on the crossbench continue to grow, and they are growing because the majority of Australians are looking more and more to other options than the two major parties.
Senator Hanson-Young,
and I would say to you,
Hanson-Young, I am really struggling to understand your arguments about the suspension. That is what you need to focus your remarks on, please.
my argument about the suspension, President, is that this chamber needs to put in place a system that reflects the reality in this chamber, and it should not be simply dictated to from one side of the major parties to the next. So we will not be supporting this suspension, but we want a proper process put in place to ensure that there is fairness across the chamber of those from the non-government side who are able to hold the government of the day to account. And when you continue to not release documents, when you tell the
Order.
I'm sorry, President, but if you can't even keep your government side quiet while I make the arguments,
Senator
what's the point?
Hanson-Young, resume your seat. I'm going to ask you to withdraw that comment.
I withdraw, President, and I seek your protection from the rabble inside the chamber.
Senator Hanson-Young, have you finished or you wish to
No,
continue?
I haven't. I've got 2 minutes and 25 seconds left.
Order across the chamber.
I
Senator
urge both sides to talk to the rest of us in the chamber about what would be a good way forward, because it is clear that leaving it to mum and dad isn't working. Leaving it to the major parties isn't working. If we want to put in place a system that holds the government of the day to account, then the crossbench should have a larger number of questions every question time. The opposition should be able to ask questions when they want, and the government should answer. That is how question time is meant to work. It's not so that government members can continue to prop up each other. It is so that the government of the day is held to account. And the crossbench, I'm not going to let Senator Wong sit here today and say that it's up to the Labor Party or the Liberal Party to dictate when the crossbench are played in.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Duniam.
Order. Senator Pocock, please continue.
Thanks, President. Thank you, Senator Duniam, for this motion. I won't be supporting it. I note that it looks like it doesn't necessarily reflect the current 1 to 10, but would be willing to look at another motion. But I think it's maybe a good reminder of why we're actually here, and that is because the Labor government, who made much in opposition about transparency, about jobs for mates, are sitting on a report that is over 2 years old now. Linnell Briggs' report into public sector.
Senator Pocock, I'm going to remind you there's a suspension order that was moved by Senator Ruston. So you need to indicate to the chamber your views on why the matter is so urgent or not so urgent that the business of the Senate ought be put aside to continue to debate. That's what you need to focus on.
Sure. This is critically urgent because Australians have had a gutful of jobs for mates, and they have a government that made much about it in opposition, that came into government and said it was so bad that we had to abolish the AAT. And yet, when given a report on how to change that, they sit on it. They sit on it, and in those 2 years there's been a whole number of former Labor politicians who may or may not have been well qualified. They may have had both the experience and the credentials. But we don't know because it's just so opaque. Why won't they release this report?
Senator Pocock, you are drifting again. This is about the suspension.
Thank you, President. And we're only in this situation having to suspend Parliament time after question time after a record question time on Thursday because the government has an addiction to secrecy and will not respond to Senate orders by simply releasing a document. It is not in line with community expectation, and I applaud the Senate for actually putting our foot down and saying you need to comply with Senate orders. This is not good enough.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Duniam.
President, at the heart of the urgency motion before the chamber is the matter of transparency. Question time is all about transparency. It's about non-government senators asking ministers questions and answers being provided. And can I tell you, sadly, this government really isn't in the habit of doing so. But what this has enabled is for, again, the world to see what this government is really like. The aerating of this motion in front of the media, in front of the gallery, again highlights the aversion to transparency this government has. Senator Pocock mentioned, of course, the catalyst for this, which precipitated the question time last week, the longest question time since Federation, 3.5 hours when the government lost control of the chamber, was because this government refuses to release a document. That's the catalyst, and that's why we're having this debate now. In response, instead of releasing the document, President, which has brought us to where we are today, of course, is because they've then, the government, the all-powerful government that must be obeyed and will tell this chamber what to do, when they'll do it, who'll get what question at what time, again sought to alter the order of question time. And so, of course, all of this comes back to this attitude completely opposite to what the government promised this country they would have around transparency. I mean, even the answers to the questions that have been asked by senators in this place last Thursday and today, not befitting of transparent ministers. One-word answers, 10 seconds here, 10 seconds there. EPBC Act.
Senator Duniam, you are now drifting off the matter of the suspension.
Oh, the suspension, of course, is about question time and altering the order of call, and we believe it is urgent because this government, these ministers, refuse to be transparent. And that is the thing. And the minister over there, Senator Watt, says we've answered the questions. Well, of course, he's provided whatever he thinks is an answer, but it doesn't actually go to the issues that are being asked about here because, as discussed, record numbers, and this is all interrelated, President. It's all interrelated.
Minister Watt.
Transparency is not just something that occurs in one part of a government's business. We have orders for production of documents this government refused to respond to in any meaningful way. We have FOI requests on behalf of the people of Australia this government refused to provide responses to in any meaningful way. And we are here in question time, the one time of the day where we are able to ask ministers of the Crown, elected on behalf of the people of Australia, to run the government, and of course they seek to run their influence here as well, telling senators when they'll get a question, what order, and what is next from this government that refused to stick up for the promises, or stand by rather, the promises that they made. They won't do it. And this is just another example of that. And so I would ask the Greens to reconsider their position, and Senator Pocock as well, because I think it is important this government is held to account. And if we can't get this motion passed here today, we will come back with another motion to deal with this very issue. Because, as I said last week, it is an urgent matter now, but as I said last week, we've had enough of a government completely rejecting the democratic rights of the people of Australia, as represented here by the majority of senators outside of the Australian Labor Party. Look forward to working with a government that wants to actually be cooperative. Happy to do that. But a bit of transparency along the way never goes astray. For it was what was promised, of course, President, transparency. And part of that is, of course, question time. But we have, as I've said, President, before, a government that refuses to be transparent, wants to dictate to this Senate who'll get a question when, in what order. That doesn't sound like a government that's obeying by, of course, the will of the Australian people and working cooperatively with all senators that don't happen to be in their party room. And of course, can I say, this Senate chamber is sovereign. It is not ruled by the government. There are conventions, of course, but this mob here, conventions that this government will not stick by, whether it's on staffing, whether it's on question time, whether it's on transparency.
Senator Duniam,
and can I tell you,
your seat. Order. Order across the chamber, but particularly on my right.
Senator Duniam.
Thank you for your protection, President. But can I say, it has been a delight to again highlight, of course, the willingness of this government to hide from accountability, again, to do what they can do with their numbers from time to time. And it's a real disappointment, especially when such promises were made before the last election and the one before that they so easily break.
Thank you, Senator. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President, and I welcome the opportunity to say a few words on this. I mean, I think others have spoken about the fact that this chamber largely, and not that a lot of people see it, works by cooperating across the chamber, because no single party has the numbers, no individual senator can deliver a particular outcome. And so from the minute we start to the minute we adjourn, there is a whole range of agreements that are reached, usually outside of the floor, as we talk across all of the offices. That's the only way the Senate can truly function. We don't talk about it often because, you know, it isn't demonstrated on the floor, but that's how the place works. And last week, that was fractured. And so we are seeing the results of that now. And, you know, the Briggs report, and I'm trying to keep within the urgency because this is the Briggs report is relevant because it has triggered the fracture that has played out on Thursday and again today. You know, that report will be released, as I have said a number of times, but it will be released once the Cabinet has finished its consideration of it. It won't be released. Well,
Order.
It won't be released until that time, because it is not fair to my Cabinet colleagues to do that when they are and have the right to consider that report as it relates to their own portfolios. And it is a piece of work that is restricted to boards and committees, as from the work that was done by Ms Briggs, but it is currently before Cabinet. And so the government does have a right to say that under the conventions and under operations of Cabinet confidentiality, and this is recognised in ODGERS, that whilst those discussions and deliberations are underway, the government has a right to protect that information, and that is all we are doing. We will release that report. I've been clear about that. So I do not accept the criticism from Senator Pocock, who not once has asked for a briefing on boards or committees, or indeed anything to do with that report.
Minister, I'm going to draw you
But
back to the
come
suspension.
here, well, because this is linked. I mean, the fact that convention was ripped up on the floor, led by a senator that hadn't sought any information about what the work that I'm currently doing, has ramifications, and we're seeing that over the last couple of days. I wish it had been dealt with differently, but that was the choice of a senator who, working with others, has passed this motion. Now, we are trying to make that work, as we did on Thursday when we all sat here and were prepared to sit here for as long as you had questions for. We tried to stay till midnight. We kept question time going. We were the ones that were directing the show, and those opposite, in all these calls for transparency, left. I mean, the exodus out those doors was something I haven't seen before. And so don't lecture this government about transparency. We are, as Senator Wong said, we have answered more OPDs than any other government in the history of this parliament. OPDs are being misused by the Senate right now. That is what they're being used as the first point of research, not the last. There are OPDs being used that have 1.8 million documents under their scope.
Minister Gallagher, please resume your seat. Minister Wong.
Point of order. I wonder at some point if Senator Patterson could just cease the interjection. Just at some point in this 5-minute contribution. 5 minutes. Even now.
Senator Patterson, come to
I told
order.
him to be... It's
come
just
to
rude.
order.
We listened to your leader in silence.
It's not a
in almost
debate.
silence, we certainly did.
Minister
Almost
Wong.
silence. How about we we have almost silence? How about that?
Minister Wong.
Whereas you are like permanent interjection.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Order. Senator Scarr. It's not an open debate across the chamber. Minister, please continue. I'm going to draw you back to the suspension motion.
The scope of some of the OPDs that include 1.8 million documents that have to be delivered to this chamber within 8 days. I mean, come on. This chamber needs a serious discussion about how it's going to operate. And, you know, it looks like those opposite are prepared to rip up any pathway to resolution on this, but I would urge everyone in this chamber, and the government is up for it, to talk through how we will make this chamber work, because that is the history of this chamber for its proud 124 years. That is the way it has worked. We do not support the suspension. We have order for the call. I'm not sure if we're going to get to question 15, but we are prepared to work across the parliament to resolve the order of the call going forward.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the suspension as moved by Senator Ruston be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Well, they did call for a division. Oh, you did call for a division. Okay. Thank you. So I believe is the division cancelled? Thank you, Senator Ruston. So it's question 15, and I've got the opposition's name. Oh, sorry, Senator Colbeck. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for the Environment and Water, Senator Watt. Minister, on multiple occasions last year, your predecessor as Environment Minister was asked by the coalition in question time and in OPDs to provide the number of hectares of native vegetation and wildlife habitat approved to be cleared for renewable energy projects in the years of the Albanese government. Naturally, this information goes to the very heart of the government's environmental credibility or otherwise. So, Minister, why to this day has the government still refused to release that data?
Please continue. Have you finished a question? Senator Ayres was out voicing you, so I brought him to order, but if you haven't finished your question, just finish it.
I'll repeat the last sentence.
Yep.
President. Naturally, this information goes to the heart of the government's environmental credibility or otherwise, so why to this day has the government still refused to release this data?
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Minister Watt.
Again, I think it's interesting that Senator Colbeck is asking this question, because I remember Senator Colbeck calling for the approval of the Robbins Island wind farm in Tasmania. So I thought that Senator Colbeck was a supporter of renewables, but maybe he's now falling into line with the National Party-led coalition to oppose net zero and oppose renewables. Senator Colbeck's question goes to matters prior to me taking on this role. I can't shed any further light in answer to his question.
Thank you, Minister Watt. Senator Colbeck, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, is it the case that the Albanese government has been so reckless that it doesn't actually know how much land and wildlife habitat has been approved for clearance or renewable under renewable projects under its watch? Or is it, as seems more likely, that the primary reason for the government has continued to refuse to provide figures is that it knows the numbers would further expose the complete environmental hypocrisy at the centre of its renewables agenda?
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Minister Watt.
It's neither of those things.
Senator Colbeck, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Ultimately, the coalition calculated to the time of the election in May this year, at least a whopping 9.75 billion square metres of land had been approved for clearance for renewable projects by Ms Plibersek, of which well over 6.53 billion square metres had a known disturbance footprint. Does the Minister have the latest updates of those figures to provide to the Senate, or will he yet again like on so many occasions under this government, fail the accountability and
Senator
transparency
Colbeck,
test?
time has elapsed. Minister Watt.
No, I don't have those figures.
Minister Wong.
Ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Thank you. I'm just going to make a statement to a question asked by Senator Wong early during a division committee of the whole. So, Senators, there was some confusion earlier about the right of a senator to move an amendment to an amendment in relation to a bill which was subject to an order limiting time for its consideration. Where the Senate has agreed to limit time for consideration of a bill, Standing Order 142 (4) provides that only amendments circulated 2 hours before expiry of that time are considered once time expires. If questions are being put after time expires, then amendments circulated less than 2 hours before can only be considered by leave. However, prior to time expiring, senators have all of their usual rights to propose amendments, or in this case, an amendment to an amendment. The Deputy President was correct to rule that Senator Canavan had a right to move his amendment. A second issue in this case was that Senator Canavan was seeking to describe his amendment to the Senate but had not circulated it in writing. Senators are encouraged to circulate their amendments in writing wherever possible. This ensures all senators are clear about the proposal they are being asked to vote on. Nevertheless, if an amendment is simple enough to clearly convey to the Senate orally, this can be done. Senators should then provide a signed copy of what was moved to the chair. I understand Senator Canavan followed that practice by providing a signed copy during the division. Thank you, Senators. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, President. I just would like to respond to two questions. The first one being to Senator O'Sullivan, in my capacity as the Minister representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government, relating to regional speed limits. Some roads in Australia do not have signposted speed limits. This means that a default speed limit applies on these roads. The Australian road rules do not specify a default speed limit for unsealed roads. We are seeking feedback from industry, interested stakeholders and members of the public on the options for lowering the current default speed limit outside of built-up areas, introducing a default speed limit for unsealed roads outside of built-up areas, the potential road safety benefits of reducing default speed limits outside of built-up areas. This information is stated on the department website, where members of the public are welcome to make their submissions until the 10th of November. Acting Deputy President, I also have a response for Senator Whitten, in my capacity as the Minister representing the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, relating to Bovea 10. The Australian Government is not mandating the use of any methane inhibitor. Meat and Livestock Australia has spent more than $1 million investigating. To date, all research on Bovea has confirmed that the product is safe for consumers as well as handlers when standard safety practices are adhered to. International food safety authorities, including the EU's European Food Safety Authority and the UK's Food Standards Agency, have assessed it and consider it safe for use. Food Standards Australia and New Zealand sets chemical residue limits for domestic produce through the Food Standards Code. The code does not permit any residues of Bovean food, and this is able to be enforced by state and territory food regulatory agencies. Additionally, the code requires meat and dairy producers to ensure that all inputs, including feed additives, do not compromise the safety or suitability of their products.
Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Deputy President. I seek to take note of question 1 from the opposition, and that was regarding energy policy and energy inflation as it goes through. And here we are talking about numbers. Last week, CPI confirmed electricity costs have risen annually by 23.6%, almost a quarter, in just 1 year. And what we're seeing is the effect of that. We're seeing the effect of Labor's energy policy in both directions. We're seeing things like the Tomago aluminium smelter saying they can no longer get an energy contract to remain viable beyond 2028. And so 1,400 direct jobs, up to $5,000 indirect jobs are on the line. And what goes there, the only reason that is making news, rather than the small ones, because it is so big. But what we're seeing is energy-intensive industries right across the employment sector, smaller ones that you won't see that have 5, 10, 20 employees, engineering firms, bakeries, things that require gas, are all under the same pressure. And in whole, they would be as many jobs. In whole, they would be that same number, but small enough to sit under the radar. And the other side of that is we see the rainforest group, Rainforest, I think, Reformation, coming out there and talking about the amount of land, the amount of environmental damage that these large-scale renewables projects are doing. They're starting to see the wind towers inserted on the Great Dividing Range, the solar panels across agricultural lands, all of these things having massive environmental detriment to the economy and the country. So we have environmental damage creeping up on one side, we have their policy and the consequences on the other side on the economy closing in on a pincer movement on just how bad Labor's policy has been. And in the middle, the centrepiece of this is their emissions reduction strategy, which has gone nowhere for 4 years. This year, Australians will spend $9 billion in subsidies. Mums and dads, people out there, businesses will spend over $1,000 extra on their power bills, 23% just in the last year alone. For what? For a flatlining result. For nothing, for nada. If you go back to 2022, we are a very similar amount of emissions than we are now. So we have, let's go through not the spin, not the hype of Labor's energy policy, let's go through the facts. Power bills up, people paying more. Subsidies up, $9 billion. That's not counting all the ones for businesses like the $2 billion Clean Energy Fund, that's just on emission stuff. We have environmental people coming out and say this policy isn't working, and we have no change in the emissions. So forget the talking points. We always come here and we talk about the talking points. Let's get down to the tin tacks. This policy that this government has is wrong, the settings are wrong, but someone is too invested in being right that they can't admit it. Because it wouldn't take a lot to change a few things. It wouldn't change a lot to go back to an absolute emissions reduction fund that would pay people who want to abate and can abate to get involved and do it. Because if you take just the sheer numbers, again, $9 billion on their numbers, if you take the current Australian carbon credit unit value of about $30 per tonne and apply it to the numbers we heard today in the answer, that we want to reduce, say, 5 million tonnes, then you apply that out, 5 million tonnes, 30, let's even up it, let's up it to $50 a carbon credit unit for a tonne, you're talking at no more than $250 million. That is essentially what it would cost to abate in carbon credit units the amount that this government says they want to or abate. But what do we spend? We spend $9 billion to get $250 million worth of benefit. Where is the common sense? When Rainforest Reserve are out there saying $1.3 trillion to achieve the energy transition, when the cost to the economy by Net Zero Australia is saying $7 to $9 trillion in economy, that's $250,000 per person. Per person, everyone up there. I'm counting $7 million worth of people in the gallery, but I don't know, it's a rough guess. Let's go there. That is what we're talking about, the cost to the economy. So what part of this policy is working? If we were doing all this pain and reducing emissions, I might see something. If we were taking this pain and industry was taking off, I get something. If we were actually spending money on making our environment better, I would see something. This policy is not working in any area. And we will get up and we'll hear cleaner, cheaper, but it is not. That is just the smokescreen to cover for a failed policy, and we need to do better, and that's why we, on this side, are looking for ways to do things cheaper, better and fairer for our country so we can all thrive.
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. Well, I'm very pleased to talk about this government's approach to energy policy and energy prices. They're more than just talking points, they're actually the reality about what we are actually doing to deliver for Australians. While the Albanese Labor government has taken strong action to provide energy bill relief to Australians, households and businesses, what we've seen from those opposite is opposition every step of the way. They're not talking points, they are the reality. We've provided 3 rounds of energy bill relief to homes and small businesses to take the sting out of bills now, while we're doing the long overdue reform work to bring down energy bills for good. And this goes to the core of the energy future for this country. We've also acted to cap coal and gas prices, shielding Australians from the worst of the global energy crisis. For these households who are watching now, some of the things that you can do, though, are check that you're on the cheapest energy plan that is available to you, with the recent ACCC data showing that some 80% of households could be paying less on a different deal right now. The government's energy.gov.au website and the AER's Energy Made Easy website can help bill payers to find cheapest plans, and we urge you to go and do that. But in the longer term, of course, we are also rolling out critical investments in renewable energy because the sun and the wind don't send a bill. And we've acted to make the energy market fairer. Our new rules coming into effect in 2026 will make sure that retailers aren't ripping off customers going to driving down energy bills. These changes include banning unfair fees and card surcharges, stopping sneaky price hikes, and making sure hardship customers are receiving the best offer that their retailer can provide. In contrast, we see that the former coalition government left Australians with a power system overexposed to offshore price shocks, exposed to reliability gaps, and overly reliant on ageing and increasingly unreliable coal plants, and no plan for a future that is sustainable for our country. They ignored the experts and refused to take advantage of our abundant sun and wind, leaving households paying the price for a grid that's too reliant on expensive, unreliable and ageing coal. And we know that those opposite initially voted against the Energy Bill Relief Fund in 2022. And at the election, and to this day, they say that the solution to Australian energy bills is the most expensive and slowest possible nuclear. Only Labor has a plan for an affordable and reliable energy system that's backed by the experts and backed by the Australian economy. The Liberals' nuclear plan would only deliver 4% of the capacity needed by 2050, and the CSIRO figures show that the cost of power from nuclear reactors is up to 8 times more expensive than firmed renewables, and that the cost of the single plan could be as high as $16 billion. If you want to talk about lowering energy prices, you certainly don't want to be following those opposite. We know that GenCost has consistently found that renewables, including the cost of transmission and storage, are the cheapest form of new energy generation. And this is an important transition in our national interest. Whether it's the International Energy Agency, merchant banks, Baringa, a comprehensive study by Danish academics into the economics of Denmark's energy needs, the Oxford Institute for Energy Studies work, or extensive research published in the respected energy journal Joule. And the most recent research by the Griffith University's for Applied Energy Economics and Policy Research suggests that the cost of generating electricity would be as much as 50% higher today if Australia had relied solely on coal and gas instead of pursuing renewables. So it's hardly for those opposite to come here and talk about the price of energy bills for everyday Australians when all they're worried about is themselves. I would also say that Treasury modelling finds that the wholesale electricity prices will be much lower under an orderly transition compared to the disorderly transition that our political opponents want. However, it's unclear where it's disorderly or it's actually non-existent at the moment, given the discussions over the weekend from those opposite. However, under the orderly scenarios, long-term prices are forecast to be 10% lower than the 10-year historical average, in line with the Australian Energy Market Commission's 10-year forecast and the long-term cost of firmed renewables. Australians know who is looking after their energy prices, and it is on this side of the chamber that is the case.
Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Deputy President. And Senator Cadell predicted that we'd get a rolling out of the talking points, and Deputy President, that's exactly what we got. There was a point of discussion about reality, but unfortunately for the Australian people, reality is the problem. Reality is the problem. Labor promised 97 times before the 2022 election that they would reduce energy prices by $275 by 2025. Well, here we are in 2025. And what have we seen? In the last year alone, power prices have gone up by 23.6%. 23.6%. That's the reality that the Australian people are facing. And guess what? At Christmas, just a few weeks down the track, frighteningly, at Christmas, because Labor, to get themselves through the last election campaign, only put up 6 months of energy price subsidy, the energy subsidies will be gone, and what will the Australian people be left with? Higher power bills. It was always going to be the case. Once the energy subsidies disappear, the Australian people are left with higher energy prices. Over $1,300 a year higher under this Labor government. Subsidies will be gone, power bills will still be there at a higher level, 23.6% in the last 12 months. So when the kids are going back to school, all the expenses and costs for the kids to start school again, the higher power prices will still be there. When the credit card comes in for Christmas, the higher power prices will still be there. And yet we heard the Labor Party 97 times before the 2022 election say that they would reduce Australians' power bills by $275 by 2025. That's the reality. That's the reality that Australians are facing. You cannot believe a single word that this government says with respect to energy. You can't believe Mr Bowen, you can't believe the Prime Minister, you can't believe the Treasurer, you can't believe anyone opposite. They'll trot out the talking points, they'll blame everybody else, but it was their promise that they would reduce power prices for Australians by $275 by 2025. And what are we seeing with respect to industry? Tom ago, industry are starting to walk out the door because energy prices, the foundation of this country's economy, energy prices are too high and it's now too expensive to do business in this country. That's what Tomago's saying. That's what Bell Bay Aluminium in my home state of Tasmania is saying. The Minister trotted out earlier this year saying that here's a program that we can support business and industry in this country to get through because we want to have a Built in Australia, Made in Australia campaign. So what are they doing? They're having to subsidise industry to cover the costs of their power bills because their energy policy is too expensive. It's the same thing over and over and again, and they just don't seem to be able to join the dots. They make a whole series of bad decisions through their governance of the country. They're spending too much money. They're keeping interest rates higher for longer because of the expenditure. The Reserve Bank has said that on a number of occasions. Their energy policy is wrong and driving cost to business. They had to subsidise the Australian community for 2.5 years. That's now coming off. They got through the election. They don't need to worry about you for a while now. But the credit card bill will come in after Christmas. The kids going back to school will still have all those increased costs. And energy prices up 23.6% over the last 12 months. And it's no wonder that Ken Henry says if you have to provide permanent or semi-permanent rebate for something, then you're saying that your policy settings are wrong. Your energy policy settings are wrong. That's Ken Henry. Not necessarily a friend of this side of politics, but that's what he's saying about the government, and the government need to shape up with respect to this matter.
Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, Deputy President, and apologies to interrupt your conversation there with the clerk. But I just want to make a few points that Senator Colbeck and Senator Cadell made. And it's convenient when people come into this place and try and recast history, trying to pretend that somehow, since we've come to government in 2022, that the cost of energy has solely been this government's problem. In fact, when we came back in, well, when we were elected in 2022, it's just worth placing on the record that what was forecast by Treasury back then was that this government was looking at one of the highest increases to energy prices ever seen by an incoming government. In fact, Treasury had estimated that without the government's reforms that were, and members of this place, some of them would remember that we had a special sitting of the Parliament very late in December in the year 2022, that what was forecast was that energy prices were forecast to go up by around 20% by the year 2022-23, and then 36% by the year 23-24. If it wasn't for the government's intervention in our reform packages that were passed by the Parliament late in 2022. Because when we came to government, the former coalition government left an energy sector that was exposed to offshore price shocks, that was exposed and overly reliant on an ageing and an increasingly unreliable plants, mainly in coal. And at the election, what we see time and time again now from those opposite is that the opposition were not able to articulate a very clear set of policies that would drive and bring back and reduce the cost of electricity in this country. We had some sort of half-cooked nuclear power policy. They were not able to provide a straight answer about whether they were going to continue the government's $300 energy rebate. And now what we see, fast forward some years later, Deputy President, a coalition that is not only divided, but they are in chaos, they are tearing themselves apart, and we have the National Party over the weekend embracing a policy that would say effectively no to net zero. No to zero. Who would have been against a policy that would ensure a country would have a position of saying that we can get to a position of net zero? Not saying that we want to reduce energy pricing or not that we want to reduce our emission here in this country, but a completely flat out no to net zero. And then what we also saw, Deputy President, was I think one of the best quotes going around at the moment from an unnamed coalition MP, I think attributed to a Liberal MP nonetheless, in The Australian. And well, maybe not be Senator Scarr, but I want to place it on the record. And the quote goes like this: "The first rule of being a parasite is not to kill off your host." Now, I've seen a lot of memes floating around online. In fact, I think there's a potential movie or a film called Parasite by Senator Canavan. Now, I'm not directing that at Senator Canavan, just to be clear, but that's a meme that is going around at the moment. But what you can see, Deputy President, is the disdain, the confusion, the chaos that is happening right now from those opposite, because quite frankly, they have no idea what their energy policy is. And unfortunately, there are people in the gallery, people watching today, wanting to have one simple question asked. Where does the coalition stand when it comes to electricity? Where do they stand when it comes to investment in gas? Where do those opposites stand when it comes to the future of this country? Because business right now wants some certainty. They all want to understand where we, as elected members of this place, are positioned when we bring in a set of legislation, like we have with the EPBC Act, for instance. Where do those opposites stand? Are they going to be dividing, crossing the floor? Quite frankly, we have no idea where those opposites stand at this point in time. We don't even know if the opposition leader, Susan Lee, in the other place, will remain the opposition leader come Christmas. You are sending a very bad message to those right across the country, particularly those in the business community and the future generations. And we see the school kids here today looking down upon us, looking to us for hope to make sure that we do the right thing by them.
Your time has expired. Clearly not enough people have seen the movie Alien. Senator Bligh.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. And I rise to take note of questions asked by the Coalition in question time today. And I will take some of the comments from those opposite in terms of where the Coalition stands in relation to energy policy. I mean, under this Labor government, power bills are up, emissions are up, productivity is flatlined. We're talking about billions of dollars in rebate with no intrinsic value for the taxpayer. And when those opposite stand up and purport that the sun and the wind do not cost anything, I would put to them, then why is it going to cost $1.33 trillion just to get solar panels and wind turbines? That's not transmission lines. $1.33 trillion the sun and the wind is going to cost. So when those opposite put these things to the Australian people and they stood up at the election and said they would lower power bills by $275, but then come into this chamber and say they were always expecting power prices to rise. Why did they lie to the Australian people then? Why did they mislead the Australian people into believing that they would have cheaper electricity under this Labor government? This government's reckless pursuit of net zero at any cost is costing Australian businesses, it's costing Australian families, it is costing everyday hard-working taxpayers. We've got this government taking over farmland, agricultural, beautiful, pristine parts of Australia to put in solar panels and wind turbines. This government is proposing to destroy our natural environment, all in the name of having what they call the cheapest form of energy. And I would say, Deputy President, if it is the cheapest form of energy, why have our power bills gone up 23.6% just now? So if this is truly the cheapest form of energy for the Australian people, we should be seeing costs coming down. We are not seeing costs fall. We are seeing costs rise. And we are seeing costs rise across the board because when electricity is expensive, it's more expensive to do everything. It's more expensive to produce milk. It's more expensive to transport our products. It's more expensive for businesses to keep the lights on. So what we are seeing is inflation going through the roof in our country. We are a wealthy, resource-rich nation, and this Labor government is driving us into poverty. We are going to see living standards fall drastically. That's what productivity tells us. So when productivity flatlines, we know that our living standards are the next thing that are going to fall. And on this side of the chamber, Deputy President, we stand for everyday hard-working Australians. We stand for sensible policy in relation to energy. We stand for sensible policy in relation to the environment. And we will stand every single day with the Australian people to make sure that they have access to cheap, reliable energy. That is something that this Labor government is not able to deliver for the Australian people. I mean, even their own spending in terms of what they are doing to our economy, where they are spending at 4 times the rate of the growth of our economy. And we are expected to see here in Australia, Deputy President, a debt set to reach $1.2 trillion. Now, I have 3 children, and I worry because my 3 children are inheriting that debt. And I certainly worry about their children, which will be my grandchildren, and what that is going to mean for them. We were the lucky country. That's why my grandparents and my parents migrated here, for the opportunities that were afforded to all Australians who came to our shore. But when I think about that debt and I think about the impact that that is going to have on my children and my children's children, it scares me, Deputy President. This out-of-control spending is hurting everyday Australians, and it has to stop. Emissions are up, power bills are up, productivity has flatlined. This Labor government has to accept that they have the policy settings all wrong, and the Australian people are the ones who are paying the price.
Blyth, your time has expired. The question is that the Senate takes note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of our many questions on the EPBC Act. The EPBC package is a backward step for our environment and for climate. The Greens have been very clear. We will not rubber stamp laws that fail to protect our native forests, that let down our precious habitat and with continuous land clearing, that leave our wildlife unprotected and don't take action on climate. These are pro-mining, pro-logging laws that Labor is trying to rush through the parliament. They have the mining industry's fingerprints all over them. Look no further than BHP, Chevron. The Minerals Councils are all delighted at the prospect of these environmental laws which will be rammed through if Labor get their way. These bills are riddled with carve-out clauses to suit industry. Carve-outs, loopholes, scope for more and more ministerial discretion. Climate impacts are still not to be required to be assessed under the federal environmental laws. Completely unsatisfactory. Large-scale deforestation will be able to continue. Bulldozers and chainsaws will have free rein, and the minister will have increased discretional powers. Minister will not rule out fast-tracking new coal and gas through these changes. The so-called national interest power in these bills would allow the minister to approve certain projects that might otherwise be rejected. The Greens cannot pass these so-called environmental laws as they stand in their current state. And we need laws that protect nature, stop native forest logging and actually factor in the climate crisis and don't fast-track coal and gas. And this is not them.
Senator Steele-John for 3 minutes 10 seconds.
Thank you, Deputy President. For years we have been gearing up for a long overdue reform of Australia's environmental laws, a reform that should reflect the urgency of the climate crisis. Yet this government has proposed a profoundly disappointing set of so-called reforms. These proposed laws are weaker than the ones that we already have and risk taking us backwards. Many in our community would find it appalling that this government continues to prioritise corporations over our environment. Labor's decision to greenlight the North West Shelf gas extension to 2070 makes it crystal clear that this government refuses to confront the long-term consequences of its choices. These new laws won't stop new coal or gas projects. The government is failing to stop the source of the climate destabilisation, and it is failing to chart a clear and credible pathway for transition. Just last month, I attended the release of a groundbreaking report showing just how Western Australia can reduce its emissions and manage energy demand across major industries, a science-based pathway to align WA with the Paris Agreement's 1.5-degree target. But this report wasn't commissioned by government. No, it came from Greenpeace and the environmental sector. The people are doing the work which our governments should be leading. Instead, both WA and federal Labor continue to pander to fossil fuel giants, ignoring the economic and environmental realities that are right before our eyes. This is not a time for denial, it is a time for strategic, bold action. A time for a transition to a cleaner economy, one that is fairer for people and puts the planet first. And for those who still believe that Australia is a negligible contributor to this problem, let me say this. Australia is one of the world's biggest gas exporters. Our per-person greenhouse gas emissions are amongst the highest on planet Earth. Our fossil fuel exports have already pumped 30 billion tonnes of CO2 into the atmosphere since the 1960s, and we are on track to add another 15 billion over the next decade. So no, Australia is not a small player. We are a major polluter, and the government's refusal to act isn't just an environmental failure, it is a moral failure. We need environmental laws that truly protect our environment, our native forests, our critical habitats and our climate, because protecting our environment is protecting our future.
Your time has expired. Are there any... the question before the chair is that the Senate take notes. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? No. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. I move that the superannuation legislation amendment tackling the gender super gap Bill 2025 be considered at the time for private senators' bill on Wednesday the 4th of November 2025.
Question is this motion be agreed to? Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Sheldon.
I seek leave. Thank you, Deputy President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absences for senators.
There being no objection, leave is granted.
I move the leave of absence be granted to the following senators. Senator Brown for 27th of October 2025 for personal reasons. Senator Polley from the 27th to the 29th of October 2025 for personal reasons. And Senator Wong for the 28th and 29th of October 2025 on account of ministerial business.
I'll put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Senator Babet.
I seek leave to a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is there being no objection? Leave is granted.
I move that leave of absence be granted to myself for October 30, 2025 for personal reasons.
I'll put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Any further leaves of absences? Do we have any postponements or extensions? Clerk.
Postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. Business of a Senate number 1 and general business 221, standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young for today, postponed till tomorrow. Business of a Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Lambie for tomorrow, postponed to the 27th of November. General business 163, standing in the name of Senator McKim, postponed from today till tomorrow. General business 164, standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock, postponed from today till tomorrow. And general business notices of motion number 166, 207, 211, 213, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, postponed from today until tomorrow. And committees have lodged extension notifications as shown at item 10 on today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the business is postponed. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. For the benefit of the chamber, I will be putting motions in an order that is most conducive to the efficient operation of the chamber. I will start at government business motion number 1. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. I ask that government business notice of motion number 1 proposing the reference of a public work to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works be taken as formal.
If there is no objection, the motion is taken as formal.
Senator Thank you. I move the motion. I table a statement in relation to the work.
Question is this motion be agreed to? Those in favour say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. I will now, Senator Payment, I'll go to your motion number 209.
Thank you, Deputy President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 209 be taken as a formal motion.
If there is no objection, the motion is taken as formal. Senator Payment.
I move the motion.
Question is this motion be agreed to? Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now go to Senator Payman, your 216.
Thank you, Deputy President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 216 be taken as a formal motion.
There being no objections, it is taken as formal. Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
Question is this motion be agreed to? Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I will now go to... is anyone else moving Senator Tyrrell's motion? No, we may have to come back to that then. All right, I'll now jump back to the top of the business of the Senate. Senator Bell, your business of the Senate motion number 2.
Thank you. I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 2 be taken as a formal motion.
There being no objection, it is taken as formal. Senator Bell.
I move the motion.
Senator Gallagher.
I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. The government will be opposing this motion. The Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner is the appropriate mechanism for complaints and inquiries from people about new or existing wind farms, large solar farms, energy storage sites like pump hydro or large batteries, and major power line projects. And the Commissioner is engaging with the proponents of the Lambrook solar project.
I will now put the motion. Those in favour of the motion say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. the doors. Question before the chair is the motion moved by Senator Bell, Business of the Senate, motion number 2. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew, teller for the ayes, Senator Sheldon, teller for the noes. Yes, that's correct. The result of the division is ayes 23, noes 34. Question is resolved in the negative. Senators, there is likely to be further divisions. I would ask you to remain in the chamber. Senator Payman, we'll go to your 206.
Is it 208? Sorry?
Sorry, 208. You're correct.
Thank you. I ask that general business notice of motion number 208 be taken as a formal motion.
If there are no objections, it is taken as formal. Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
The question is this motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The 208, sorry. The noes have it. The ayes have it. Apologies, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now go to motion number 212, Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 212 be taken as a formal motion.
There being no objection, it is taken as formal. Senator Whish-Wilson.
I move the motion.
Question is this motion be agreed to. Those of their opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Lock the doors. Question is the motion 212 moved by Senator Whish-Wilson be agreed to. Ayes are passed to the right of the chair. Noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon teller for the ayes. Senator Askew teller for the noes. Result of the division is ayes 37, noes 19. The question is resolved in the affirmative. We will now move, we'll go to Senator Payman, 215.
Thank you, Deputy President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 215 be taken as a formal motion.
There being no objection, it is taken as formal. Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
Question is this motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Whips, 1 minute. Lock the doors. Question is that motion number 215, moved by Senator Payman, be agreed to. Ayes are passed to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew teller for the ayes, but I'll just give the whips a few more moments to get the pairing arrangements sorted. point, Senator Askew teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 36, noes 20. The question is resolved in the affirmative. We'll now go to 217, Senator Payman.
Thank you, Deputy President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 217 be taken as a formal motion.
There being no objection,
I seek to withdraw this motion.
Oh, okay.
Yes, thank you.
It is so withdrawn. Well, Senator Tyrrell, we'll come to you next, please.
Acting
218, Senator Tyrrell.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 218, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
There being no objection, the motion is taken as formal. Senator
I
Tyrrell.
move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act relating to regulation impact statements for related purposes.
Question is this motion be agreed to? Those that have opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Tyrrell.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
Question is that the bill be now read a first time. Those that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Tyrrell. Clark, sorry.
A bill for an act relating to regulation impact statements and related purposes.
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting President. I move that this bill be now read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
There being no objections, leave is granted. And now Senator Bragg or Senator Askew, are you moving that one? 219, Senator Askew.
Okay. On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 219 be taken as a formal motion.
There being no objection, it is taken as formal. Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Question is this motion be agreed to? Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Or do you want to? 1 minute. I'll call the division again. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So we'll now move to motion 220 in the name of Senator Little. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Little, I ask that general business notice of motion number 220 be taken as a formal motion.
Question is this motion be taken as formal? There is no objection. The motion is taken as formal. Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Question is this motion be agreed to? Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And now, unless I'm mistaken, we're on to the deferred vote. I'll just check. That is the end of formal business. However, we do have a deferred vote. I remind senators that on Wednesday, the 29th of October 2025, after 6:30 p.m, a division was called on the motion moved by Senator Kovacic, proposing a reference to the Education and Employment References Committee. I understand it suits the convenience of the Senate for the deferred vote to be held now. There being no objections, I will put the question that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. very unproductive sand today. Lock the doors. The question is the deferred vote on motion moved by Senator Kovacic be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan teller for the noes. The result of the divisions is ayes 26, noes 31. The question is resolved in the negative, and that ends formal business well and truly. We will now move on. I'll just do a change of chair while the Senate chamber clears.
Yes, okay, there we go.
Senators, Senator McKim has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It is shown at item 13 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? It is supported. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. And I call Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move the motion. The plunder and pillage of the environment is being brought to you courtesy of big mining and the Labour Party, who they have bought up with their donations. The fossil-fuelled Labour Party is now responsible for fossil-fuelled disaster after fossil-fuel disaster. As the climate crisis worsens, as extreme heat worsens, as floods worsen, as fires worsen, as people are being crushed under the cascading impacts of the climate, cost of living, and the housing crisis. The Environment Minister talks the talk of now or never on environmental protection, but then walks the walk of environmental destruction. Because that is what these reforms unleash, a path to fast-track the destruction of nature, a path to fast-track coal and gas. They are protecting a system that created the climate crisis. They are protecting the profits of billionaires and corporations. What needs protection is our ever-dwindling biodiversity and wildlife-rich native forests. What needs protection is communities on the front lines of climate-driven disasters who suffer again and again and again, both here and in the global south. National interest should be about protecting people and the planet, not greed, not corporate profit, not flogging off our precious mineral resources for the war machine. That Labour is open to doing business with the coalition on the environment should tell you all you need to know. The Nationals have shown their true colours by dumping net zero. The least Labor could do is rule out doing any deals with the climate deniers and the environmental vandals on the EPBC reforms. But I'm not holding my breath, because Labor's environmental playbook runs something like this: draft laws at the behest of big business and the mining lobby, give permission to some backbenchers to express concern, pitch yourself as the sensible centre while fast-tracking logging and land clearing, destructions of First Nations land and country, polluting the atmosphere, and somehow trying to blame the Greens. We see through this. The community sees through this. The emperor with no clothes has nowhere to hide. The Greens are not here to play your petty political games. We are here to stand up for nature. We are here to stand up for our communities. We are here to work with First Nations people and those on the front lines of the climate crisis. We will not be scared by your rubbish tactics. We will not back down in standing up to protect our environment and our climate.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator McLaughlin.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. The motion before the Senate is that Australia needs environmental laws that actually protect our environment, including saving native forests, critical habitat and the climate. Now, when the motion was first proposed, I thought immediately of a famous businessman. I'm not going to reveal his name till after I've read important quotes, Acting Deputy President. Climate change poses clear, catastrophic threats. We may not agree on the extent, but we certainly can't afford the risk of inaction. Climate change and energy use are global problems. We need to push ourselves to make as many reductions as possible in our own energy use first, and that takes time. But we must do so quickly. The climate will not wait for us. Becoming carbon neutral is only the beginning. The climate problem will not be solved by one company reducing its emissions to zero, and it won't be solved by one government acting alone. The climate problem will not be solved without mass participation by the general public in the countries around the globe. Now, that was Rupert Murdoch. I'm not sure that's been read by the Sky News or Sky After Dark. They've got the missive. But their own master has very similar views to this senator. Now, traditional environmental law approach is primarily regulatory, and we are going to debate a bill that is before the other place, which is going to attempt to recast the environmental trade-offs between mining or commercial activities, in other words, the fruits of economic liberalism, against nature herself. And the bill is structured, as I have seen, although I am not completely conversant with it, since it's over 1,000 pages, because of the diligence of the minister and his staff. But I would challenge the chamber to think about the binary nature of that. And where does the voice of nature been injected in that debate? There are other approaches in other countries that take a completely different journey to solving that problem. Nature is given a role, a guardian. And before you dismiss me, Acting Deputy President, as someone at the edge of legal thinking, we give personal status or corporate status to our corporations. So why does nature miss out? Why is the arbiter of what nature has to give to us for our enjoyment and endless consumption? Who speaks for her? No one. The minister signs a missive. It's judge, jury and executioner. So perhaps when we reflect on the coming debate, we think that maybe we should take a completely different approach. It's happened in New Zealand, Ecuador, and other countries have taken this approach. And this is not a new thought of mine. If you seek to search the archive, I have made similar comments in state parliament, but not to such a warm and receptive audience as in this Senate. But it is a full house. I do believe that we need to evolve our thinking on how we deal with nature. I have said in this chamber before, but as a Conservative, I believe that I have a moral obligation to support, endorse and encourage and grow or enrich the compact between past, present and future generations. And that compact must be at the heart of any environmental regulation. I don't believe it's something that is of the left or the right, because nature sustains us. I believe that the Conservative tradition has been corrupted with an overemphasis on economic liberalism and its benefits, and I think there needs to be a recasting. But I do not propose that from the point of view of heavy-handed regulation, but a restructured way of drafting our legislation that puts nature at the heart of all decision-making. I don't consider that at all a radical concept as a lawyer of over 30 years standing.
Thank you, Senator McLaughlin. Senator Walker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. Australia needs environmental laws that actually protect our environment, and that's exactly what the Albanese government is delivering through our Environmental Protection Reform Bill. This is a once-in-a-generation overhaul of the EPBC Act, finally building a system that protects nature, gives businesses certainty and gets things moving again after years of delay. Our reforms are based on the independent Samuel Review. Professor Graham Samuel himself said that this bill captures the intent of his recommendation to stop the decline of Australia's environment and start the repair. In fact, Professor Samuel gave a direct message to the Greens when he released his report. He said, and I quote, "This is a major reform and it takes you a long way forward from the current position." That was 5 years ago. And since then, sadly, some of the Greens have done what they always do: block, delay, grandstand, instead of getting behind reforms that will actually make our system better. We should also remember that Professor Samuel's report was handed to the former Environment Minister, Susan Ley, in 2020, and for years, nothing happened. They chose to ignore advice that would improve outcomes for the environment, for industry and for local communities. Labor is turning that around. We're doing the hard work to fix the laws that the Liberals brushed aside, and some Greens prefer to posture rather than improve. The Australian people sent a clear message at the last election. They are tired of inaction. Australians don't like it when the Senate blocks reform for self-promotion, and they really don't like when that obstruction endangers the environment. If we're going to roll out renewables and cut emissions, we need clear, fair laws that make it possible to build transmission lines, solar farms and battery projects without trashing our ecosystems. If we're serious about the energy transition, we need these laws. If we're serious about solving the housing crisis, we need these laws. And if we're serious about protecting the environment, we definitely need these laws. So when the Greens stand in front of this reform, they're not helping the planet, they're holding it back. Our reforms will finally create an environment system that protects what matters and makes it easier to do the right thing. They're built around three key pillars: stronger environmental protection and restoration, quicker, more consistent project approvals, greater accountability and transparency in decision-making. We will establish Australia's first national environmental protection agency, an independent body with the power to enforce the law, audit safe processes and ensure compliance. This will mean real accountability for environmental breaches and an end to the rubber stamping we've seen in the past. We'll also set national environmental standards that make it crystal clear what is acceptable and what isn't. They'll protect important habitats, give businesses certainty and make sure decisions are consistent and fair. For the first time, we'll define unacceptable impacts, areas of harm that simply cannot be approved, like destruction of World Heritage sites, critical habitats or wetlands of international significance. These laws will also deliver net gain for the environment, meaning that where impacts do occur, they must be fully offset and compensated for, improving on the current no net loss approach. We're increasing penalties for serious breaches, giving the courts stronger tools to respond to those who flout with the rules. While the Greens are busy chasing retweets about protecting the Tarkine, Labor is establishing the legal framework that will actually protect it. We're introducing new emission disclosure requirements for major projects. We're ensuring restoration contributions go straight back into rehabilitating land and ecosystems. And we're doing all this while keeping Australia's economy strong. Environmental groups want these reforms, industry wants them, Australians want them. The only people standing in the way are the ones more interested in political stunts than actually achieving anything. Our unique environment is precious. It's what makes this country special, and we owe it to future generations to protect it. I appeal to senators here who care about the future and our environment to remember how destructive blocking these reforms actually are, and to join us in delivering the biggest step forward for environmental protection in a generation.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Thorpe, you have the call.
Thank you. First Peoples have sovereign rights and obligations to care for country, yet these continue to be violated by colonial governments, both Labor and Coalition. When we care for country, country cares for us. That's what this colony still needs to learn. Country is in crisis. Our rivers are dying, totems are disappearing, our bushland is being destroyed and ecosystems are collapsing. Yet Labor keeps approving fossil fuel and mining projects. It is ecocide before our eyes. Climate change is caused by humans. It's people like Minister Watt who are the problem when it comes to keeping our planet safe. Labor's new environment laws will decide what happens to country for generations. But right now, Labor is promising faster approvals for big business while First Peoples are still being locked out of decision-making. First Peoples have not been properly consulted, and Labor does not have consent of the people to pass these laws. As Michael Gillard-Anderson said, protections for species and totems are giving way to mining and development, ignoring the need to protect First Nations culture and heritage, which includes medicines, bush tucker, fibres and timber. We have to resist, or they will claim acquiescence. Protection of First Nations culture and heritage must be in the legislation. Destroying old-growth forest and habitat endangers our totems and spiritual beliefs." End quote. If Labor actually cared about protecting country instead of being gammon, they would respect our right to free, prior and informed consent and close the loopholes that let big business destroy our lands, waters, our climate and sacred sites. Anything less is just another colonial rubber stamp for destruction.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Whittaker, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on this motion. Australia does need environment laws that protect our environment, and that is exactly what this Labor government is seeking to do. Senators in this chamber have an opportunity in the coming weeks to make the right decision when our new Environmental Protection Reform Bill comes before us. And so, I remind my colleagues around the chamber, Australians voted for real action on climate change. Australians voted for a future made in Australia. Australians voted for more affordable housing. All of these things rely on us passing the Environment Bill when it comes before this place. Our environment laws are broken. We seek to make them stronger so we can protect and restore the environment. We seek to make them more efficient so businesses and communities can have more certainty and get decisions made faster. The Environmental Protection Reform Bill will deliver modern, fit-for-purpose national environment laws that are well overdue. that will deliver big gains for the environment. And yes, for business too. The bill is centred on three key pillars: stronger environmental protection and restoration, quicker and more robust project approvals, and greater accountability and transparency in decision-making. The bill delivers on the recommendations of the Samuel Review, which was tabled some 5 years ago. These reforms are well overdue, and it is time that we pass them. Labor has been working to deliver on the recommendations of the Samuel Review. These reforms will allow the Environment Minister to make new environmental standards, standards that will protect the environment, set out clear rules and help decision-makers be fair and consistent. We aim to protect and restore important environmental areas and species, to truly make up for environmental damage and deliver a net gain for the environment. Our proposal, importantly, includes a new definition of an unacceptable impact. This will set clear and upfront criteria for impacts that cannot and will not be approved. It will increase transparency, consistency and certainty of decisions and provide a safeguard against impacts that cause the irreversible loss of Australia's biodiversity and heritage. Our proposed reforms clearly define what type of environmental harm must be avoided and cannot be offset. Projects will be required by law, importantly, not just to avoid and mitigate, but to repair damage to protected matters where possible. Any residual impacts must be fully offset and achieve a net gain for the environment. This is a significant improvement on the existing policy of no net loss. Our reforms seek to increase the penalties for the most serious and significant breaches of the law, allowing courts to respond proportionately to the most egregious of breaches. Our proposed reforms seek to establish our nation's first ever independent national environmental protection agency, a strong and independent regulator with a clear focus, ensuring better compliance with and stronger enforcement of these environmental laws. A national EPA is well overdue. Very shortly, we have an opportunity to vote for a bill that does more to protect our environment, to set a new standard. And I hope the Greens get on board, instead of doing what they usually do and standing in the way of progress. I think Australians made it pretty clear at the election that they don't like it when the Greens stand in the way of good progressive policy. I'm sure they don't need reminding of what that meant for them following the ballot box in May. Australians don't want the Greens to be blockers. They want us as parliamentarians, as leaders, to be doers. We must take action to protect our environment and to keep our economy strong. Our bill gets the balance right, and I urge senators here in the coming weeks to make that decision.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Oh yeah, thanks, Acting Deputy. Well, the thing about the major parties racing to the bottom in politics is it has consequences. And in their quest for headlines and opinion polls, the stuff that actually matters, well, it just gets trashed. And right now, what's been demolished by Labor is our environment, our native forests, and any chance we have of meaningful climate action. A safe climate is the very thing that Labor's planning to sell down the river. Because Labor's so-called environmental laws are a farce. They're a fast-track approval factory for big mining corporations, for the fossil fuel giants, and for AUKUS. Yep, and you heard me. AUKUS projects will get total environmental exemption from protections whenever a Labor or a coalition minister snaps their fingers and says the magic words, national interest. That's when the next nuclear submarine base, the next US military base, a toxic nuclear waste dump, a critical minerals scraping of a farm gets waved through under national interest by the next Labor so-called environment minister. No environmental assessment, no community say, no accountability. And I don't think it'll be a great comfort to the communities having a nuclear waste dumped in their backyard that the Prime Minister got a selfie with Donald Trump. It won't slow the extinction of the greater glider in my beautiful home state, or the Regent honeyeater, to know that Minister Watt decided that the project killing them is in the national interest. A bump in the opinion polls for the Albanese Labor government won't be any comfort to young people who are confronting an increasingly hostile climate for the rest of their lives. The Greens are done playing nice with this nonsense. We will not rubber stamp laws that sacrifice our environment for corporate profits and US military production. We will not. There is a progressive majority in this parliament, or a potential progressive majority in this parliament, that could pass laws to protect the environment and the future. If only Labor realised that it could, if it chose, find a little bit of ambition and a little bit of spine.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator D. Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. We know that environmental laws are broken. Over the last 25 years, we've seen more than 7 million hectares of threatened species habitat bulldozed or destroyed, an area larger than Tasmania. Nearly 750 fossil fuel projects have been approved. Only one knocked back, a coal mine put forward by Clive Palmer. Hundreds of species have been pushed to the brink of extinction, and in fact we've seen a number of species go extinct. I'm concerned when it comes to this debate around nature, the decline of nature. Our framing of it is not up to task. Steve Irwin, a great Australian, reminded us that we don't own planet Earth, we belong to it, and we must share it with our wildlife. Almost 100 years before, one of my heroes, Aldo Leopold, said that conservation is getting nowhere because it is incompatible with our Abrahamic concept of land. We abuse land because we regard it as a commodity belonging to us. When we see land as a community to which we belong, we may begin to use it with love and respect. And I think we have to reframe how we discuss environmental issues. This is in our self-interest to have strong environmental laws that actually protect the environment that we are totally reliant on. We are part of nature, and if nature goes down, we're going down with her. And the government has introduced half-baked, loophole-ridden laws. They need to be tightened up. We need laws that are actually going to protect the incredible places and species that make this continent so unique.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Roberts, you have the call.
The Australian Greens abandon nature, bulldozing forests, blasting mountain ridges, disrupting whale migration, clubbing koalas, so subsidised parasitic billionaires can cover our country in solar panels, wind turbines and transmission lines. Senator McKim says of Tasmania's Robbins Island industrial wind project, quote, "Its habitats, landscapes and seascapes should be protected, not exploited for profit by a multinational corporation." Senator Whish-Wilson says, quote, "It would be a cruel irony if Australia's renewable energy projects came at the expense of our threatened and iconic species." They've done plenty opposing this project, only for Greens leader Senator Waters to say on national TV, quote, "I don't know very much about that." Despite endangered species, the project was approved because of claimed climate change. Labor, the Greens, Liberals and Nationals Teals are killing the environment and endangered species, supposedly to save the planet. Only one nation is united and consistent on protecting our beautiful natural environment against multinationals ripping off billions from Australians.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Whish-Wilson, you have the call.
The only corporations I never hear One Nation talking about are big fossil fuel companies. It's funny because Senator Roberts used to manage a coal mine. It had nothing to do with the fact that he loves fossil fuels and is completely captured by the fossil fuel industry in here. So make no doubt at all when you hear any One Nation contribution, they climate deniers. 100% flat earthers, climate deniers, conspiracy theorists. But sadly in an age of disinformation and misinformation, which Senator Roberts spends a lot of time contributing to, people
Please
do
direct your
get sucked
comments
into
through the
this
chair,
stuff.
Senator.
I was making a comment to the roof, Acting Deputy President,
Well,
but I'm happy to
standing
make
order's
it,
required to do
happy
it
to
through the
make
chair,
it to
but
you.
either way,
I was looking
continue.
for some divine intervention when I think
appreciate
about
that.
Senator Roberts. I think that's about the only thing that's ever going to work with changing his mind on climate change, is some kind of divine intervention. Anyway, back to the environment laws.
Back to me.
Acting Deputy President. Australians are going to have a simple decision to make. When we get these environment laws, there's progress underway, apparently, according to Minister Watt in Senate question time today, in relation to the laws themselves. But the Greens have been very clear. We will support laws and we encourage the government to bring forward environment laws that will protect nature. Laws that will give an Environmental Protection Authority independence in their decisions over nature. We've seen EPAs in Western Australia, in my home state of Tasmania, just get overruled constantly by ministers. And unfortunately, the laws written as they are now allow that to happen. We've seen very little information on environmental standards. And of course, as my colleagues made it very clear in Senate question time today, native forest logging is not being dealt with in these laws. I'm sorry, if you want to talk about the Samuels review, and following the Samuels review, then listen to what he had to say about excluding native forest logging from the environment laws and banning it altogether. That's what we want to see, Acting Deputy President. We also want to see the impacts of climate considered in environmental decisions. You can't have environmental laws or be an environment minister or claim you're an environmental party unless you assess the impacts of climate change. Whether it's on our oceans, on our forests, on our communities, extreme weather events, climate change is impacting everything. We are right now in this point in history in a biodiversity crisis. We're seeing the physical world break down before our very eyes. We're seeing the climate break down before our very eyes. People are waking up to this and they expect us to do something. At this point in history, there's no way the Greens will support environment laws that give the government the chance to give themselves a pat on the back and go to their next election saying they've fixed the environment when they clearly haven't. We won't be a part of that, Acting Deputy President. So the simple question that I have for Australians and the decision they have to make is, who do you trust to deliver strong environment laws that protect nature ahead of the interests of big corporations that are doing the damage in the first place? Not a party that the very last thing it did in the last term of Parliament was weaken environment laws for the salmon industry, or the very first thing they did in this term of government was approve the biggest fossil fuel project in our nation's history, the North West Shelf Extension. Australians trust the Greens. We've been a movement for over 50 years protecting the environment. They're not going to trust the Labor Party to deliver laws. I say to the Labor Party, come and work with the Greens. Let's get laws that protect nature first.
Thank you very much, Senator. Now, order, Senators. The Senate will now consider proposal from Senator Dean Smith, which is also shown at item 13 of today's order of business. Is consideration of this proposal supported? Very good. Excellent, we got there. Now, with the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with the informal arrangements made by the whips. Now, I'll call on D. Smith.
Thank you very much. The Senate chamber this afternoon is going to discuss the continued rise in inflation and the growing risk of another interest rate increase and the stress that that is continuing to put on Australian households and businesses who continue to face cost of living pressures under the Albanese government. And nowhere are those pressures being felt more than in my home state of Western Australia. Just in the last few days, it's been revealed that Western Australia is experiencing some of the fastest housing price increases anywhere in the country. House prices in metropolitan Perth have risen by 1.9% in October. House prices nationally rose by just 1.1% over the same period. This was the fastest monthly gain since June 2023 in Western Australia. This growth in housing prices, which are making it particularly difficult for young West Australians to get into the housing market, this growth continues to reflect supply continuing to lag behind demand, with advertised supply levels over the 4 weeks to the 26th of October 18% lower than average. On an annual basis, Perth now has the third most bullish capital city market, with prices increasing by 9.5% to a median value of $884,000. And some of those areas in Perth experiencing this highest growth: Albany, 22.2% in housing prices; Manjimup, 15.5% in housing prices; Belmont in Victoria Park, 13.6% in housing prices; Kwinana, 12.3%; Armidale, 11.5%; Serpentine Jarrahdale, 11.3%. And anyone who knows about these suburbs and regional towns that I've just mentioned knows that these are modest places, but they're important places because they're often where first home buyers in Western Australia get a head start. And just compare that growth that we're experiencing in Western Australia compared to the national growth of just 5.6%. Across regional Western Australia is experiencing the second strongest market overall, with prices up 13.5% over the last year. Indeed, Cotality has said that another key driver behind these higher numbers has been the government's expanded 5% deposit guarantee scheme. But these inflationary and cost of living pressures just aren't affecting parents, and they're not just affecting grandparents. I've got some information here, and senators in this place will be very, very familiar with the Raise Our Voices speech contest that many senators come into this Senate chamber and contribute to. And I want to thank Isabel and Isabella, who are in their mid-teens, for sharing with me their thoughts about teenage stress caused
Senator.
by inflation.
Senator Smith, you could take your seat, please, for a moment. Now, Senator Grogan, you have a point of order.
I would draw your attention to the state of the chamber.
Okay. Is a quorum required? I'll call quorum. Ring the bells. Quorum is present. Thank you, senators, for that. Well, hang on. I haven't given you the call. Senator Smith, I have not given you the call, Senator Smith. Thank you. You have the call now.
Thank you for the silence. I'm wondering whether Senator Grogan, the Labor senator from South Australia, would like to apologise to Isabel and Isabella for interrupting their contribution
please just make
on
sure you direct your
teenagers
comments.
impacted by inflation.
Senator Smith, please direct your comments through the chair. You know the rules.
So before Senator Grogan interrupted the contribution of Isabel and Isabella, who are in their mid-teens, who have written to me to talk to me about the impact of
Senator Smith, please. Well, just a moment, Senator Grogan. Senator Smith. Senator Grogan, you have a point of order?
Senator Smith is casting aspersions in my general direction. It is well within my right to call a quorum when there are insufficient people.
Thank you, Senator. I don't think there is a point of order, but again, Senator Smith, please make sure you direct your comments through the chair, and also let's focus back on the MPI that I'm sure everyone is focused on in this place. So I'll direct you back to this MPI, please, Senator Smith.
And I'm about to make a contribution because Isabel and Isabella in their mid-teens have written to me about the impact that inflation is having on the livelihoods of teenagers in our country. So I'm disappointed that Senator Grogan and others thought it necessary to
interrupt. Let's not reflect on other senators, but let's just focus back on the MPI. Thank you, Senator Smith.
Don't think they'll be doing that again in a hurry. Teenage stress caused by inflation, writes Isabel and Isabella. If you're like most teens of today, you may or may not have thought about your future, but those who have realise the horrors they may face. Teenagers today are under more stress than ever, and two major reasons are work and inflation. With prices rising for food, transport and even school supplies, many families are struggling. Some teens are working part-time jobs, not just for spending money, but to help support their households. This leaves less time for study, less time for hobbies and less time for rest. 61% of teenagers who feel this way also have a crippling fear of not being able to afford houses, food, clothing or transportation when they eventually move out. Fear of failure and leaving families suffering. 86.5% of 15 to 17-year-olds have part-time jobs and are studying full-time in order to beat the ravages of inflation. Not my views, not Senators' views, but the contributions of two young ladies in their mid-teens.
Thank you, Senator D. Smith. Now, Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Now, when Labor came into government, Australians were staring down a barrel of absolute economic mess that those opposite, the Liberals and the Nationals, left behind. High inflation, rising interest rates and $1 trillion of Liberal debt weighed down with waste, rorts and slogans. Those opposite left behind the budget riddled with pork barrelling and back in black mugs, but not a single surplus. They left Australians with hollow promises and higher costs. And today, the facts tell a very different story. Under the Albanese Labor government, inflation has more than halved. When we came to office, it was at 6.1% and climbing. Today, it is around half, with 3.2% through the year to September. Underlying inflation has been in the RBA's target band for 3 straight quarters, and that's not just luck. That's responsible, steady Labor economic management. And because of that progress, the Reserve Bank has cut interest rates 3 times this year. And that means a household with a $700,000 mortgage is saving about $330 a month. That's nearly $4,000 a year in savings. It's money in the bank and in pockets of Australians. And while other countries have slipped into recession, Australia has stayed strong. We've brought inflation down without costing jobs, something those opposites could never manage. But we know Australians have been doing it tough, and that's why we're delivering real, practical help with cost of living relief. Tax cuts for every taxpayer, because Australians deserve to keep more of what they earn. Energy bill relief, taking the sting out of power bills and helping families to actually stay ahead. Cheaper childcare so parents can get back to work without wondering if it's even worth it. Free TAFE, opening doors to new skills and better jobs without a mountain of debt. Cheaper medicines, because no one should have to choose between filling a script and feeding their kids. 50 more urgent care clinics, so families can actually see a doctor or a nurse when they need one, without a long hospital wait. And as of 1 November, expanded bulk billing so that all you need is your Medicare card, not your credit card, to see a GP. Hear, hear. We've also cut student debt by 20% for 3 million Australians. Hear, hear. We've lifted the minimum wage up again, up to 3.5%. And those opposite had a deliberate policy for lower wages. We don't. We back fair pay and secure work. And these are practical, targeted measures that make life fairer and keep our economy strong. Because when Labor's in government, we build, we don't cut. And yet the opposition still haven't learned. The leader of the opposition, Acting Deputy President, told recently a right-wing think tank that she supports a smaller government and that the Commonwealth should do fewer things. Well, we all know what that means. That means cuts. Cuts to Medicare, cuts to pensions, cuts to cost of living relief. And they preach austerity but practice hypocrisy. These are the same mob who wanted $600 billion of nuclear reactors and taxpayer-funded long lunches for their bosses. We haven't forgotten about that one. The Coalition's big idea for the country was to make life harder for ordinary working Australians, and they call that fiscal responsibility. Australians call it what it is. It's a con. They ran on cuts at the last election, and the people of Dixon cut their leader, and the people of Australia cut their numbers in this place. Because when you run on cuts, when Australians are doing it tough, Australians cut you out. Now, these crew are so obsessed with cutting things, they might even cut up their coalition agreement next. That's the difference between the Labor Party and the Liberals. While they cut, we build. We build stronger wages, fairer taxes, and an Australia where no one is left behind. And the coalition of the will they, won't they have zip to offer this country because they can't even thread the needle properly on most of the issues in this place. And the Albanese government are focused on building an Australia's future that's stronger, fairer and made to last.
Thank you. Senator Payman, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. In my community and across Western Australia, the cost of living remains, as it has for some time, a major issue. It is in times like these that we see the true character of our people. I've been blown away by the efforts of Oz Harvest, Food Bank and Second Bite, who are working every day in WA to feed and support vulnerable people in our community. Recently, I had the privilege of volunteering with Oz Harvest as they crisscross Perth to bring food to those most in need. From collecting donated food at Woolies Riverton to delivering meals to the Australian Relief Organisation and Cannington Soup Kitchen, I felt so privileged to see the amazing work that this group does to support our community. Last week, I met with 3 WA family and domestic services providers here in Canberra, Nagala, Amity Health and White Ribbon, who told me that poverty and the housing crisis is preventing women from leaving abusive relationships and trapping families in the cycle of abuse. This is not just a matter of economics or global uncertainty. A failure of government policy has had its part to play in causing this crisis. Fundamental to this is the fact that the government does not have the data to make proper decisions on poverty policy. In Australia, millions of people, including 761,000 children, are living below the poverty line. And despite that, there is no universal definition of income poverty. How can the government begin to address a crisis that they cannot see or grapple with because they do not have the data to inform the development of policy? The cost of living won't fall unless this government stops tinkering around the edges and engages in real holistic reform. Thank you.
Senator Bragg.
Well, this matter of public importance highlights the great problem that the Australian people have. And that problem is that they have a government that is uninterested in their own economic challenges and has been callous and cruel by declaring victory on the war on inflation, by declaring that the government had undertaken tax reform. I mean, we've got a country with a very sick economy. You've got rising inflation above the band. You've got a budget with its backside out of its pants. You've got very low capex, very flat capex. And you've got rising unemployment. And we hear members of the government literally reading out their speeches that have been prepared for them by other people. I mean, very few of the speeches I note from the government benches are ever actually genuine speeches. They're usually just read speeches. And apparently, down at Labor headquarters, they're giving dictation. They're getting dictation, right? And in the dictation that they receive, I think there's a point of order here.
Point of order, Senator O'Neill.
Yeah, just I'm wondering if the Senator's straying a little into reflecting on members in the chamber. I'll draw your attention to the comments.
Thank you. Not a point of order, but debating point, and I'm sure you'll be able to make a contribution on that. I will give the call back to Senator Bragg.
Well, I thank Senator O'Neill for that, and I appreciate her interest in these matters, and note that I think you have another point of order.
Senator Sheldon.
Well, thank you, Acting Deputy President. I just want to draw your attention to the state of the chamber.
Quorum required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Quorum achieved. Here they all come. Quorum is achieved. Senator Bragg, I'll pass the call back to you.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, it's very clear that the government clearly does not have much of an economic agenda, and the reason that the central casting people are giving these talking points to the government about their economic record is very telling. Now, I imagine what it says is that the Australian people should be very grateful to live in the world's greatest economy and should every day do a big thank you to Mr. or Dr. Chalmers, as he styles himself, for the magnificent economy that he's created with rising unemployment, rising inflation and low levels of investment. And an economy last year in which 85% of the jobs that were created were in the non-market sector. So we have a very sick economy in Australia, and if you're in a small business, you know that. Many Australians, many millions of Australians know the economy is not well. Things are not so good. And so the bragging from the government that they have created the world's best economy is grating beyond belief. And that is why the government established a roundtable after the election, because they had no policies. So they had a policy to have a meeting in Canberra in the Cabinet room, very democratic to have meetings in the Cabinet room, very Labor approach. Have a meeting in a small room with no air in the middle of Canberra, gives you great capacity to hear from the real people. Fantastic. And so you have this meeting, and after that meeting,
Order.
Very sensitive, aren't they, Deputy President? Very sensitive.
Order.
Another
Senator
sensitivity.
O'Neill.
Oh, we've touched a nerve. Very interesting. Very telling.
Senator O'Neill.
Very telling.
Order.
Thank you very much for those interjections. So we have the meeting in the Cabinet room, and the outcome we've had so far from those meetings, or that meeting, is nothing. Nothing has changed. We have a government still rudderless, without any economic policies that will improve employment, reduce inflation, and so we are rudderless. And the inflation now is biting, and we see it in the housing space. We see it in the first month of the 5% deposit guarantee scheme, which has driven the biggest monthly increase in house prices in living memory, according to all the independent agencies who monitor this. And why is that? Well, the answer is, if you increase demand in a supply-constrained market, you get higher prices. And you know what? The Australian people are smarter than Labor imagine that they are, because they understand that. They understand that these gimmicky posts on social media, these unbearable posts from the Labor members of the government saying that they've solved the housing crisis with their 5% guarantee scheme, is a cruel hoax, because people are not stupid. They know that a government that's failed to build houses but opens up the government insurance scheme to everyone, including the children of billionaires, is a cruel hoax and a con. And that is what you're seeing now in the inflation numbers. So we have high inflation, we have rising unemployment, we have a sick economy, and we have a Treasurer that is doing a victory lap saying that he's created the world's best economy. Well, it is beyond grating and beyond embarrassing, and the government ought to do a better job for the Australian people.
Before I go to Senator O'Neill, just a reminder to senators that your voices carry across the chamber. Please be mindful of your conversations with each other that carry to the front of the chamber while somebody is on their feet delivering their speeches. Please be mindful. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And I'm glad I was in the chamber for that last contribution, because it's hard not to hear the sort of glee at the hope that there might be bad economic signs on the horizon for the Australian people. That's the only thing they're hanging on to. The ridiculous descriptions that we just heard from Senator Bragg from the great state of New South Wales, who's just selling it down, selling the whole country down the river, instead of standing up with pride for what Australia has achieved and for the future and opportunities that lie ahead for Australians, because they didn't elect the opposition, they didn't elect the shameful, disrupted Liberal National Party at war with itself. They actually rejected the party whose economic plan at the last election was for higher taxes, for lower wages, for bigger deficits and for more debt. Australians said no to all that that party had on offer, rejected it wholeheartedly, delivered 94 seats to Labor in the House and a strong and growing team here in the Senate. And that is a great outcome for the country, because the reality is, despite the miserly view, the down-in-the-mouth, who-kicked-the-dog attitude of those sitting on the opposition benches, the Albanese Labor government has, in fact, a strong economic record. Senator Smith has put this motion before us today, a matter of public importance. And let's think about the last time that Senator Smith's coalition government was in office. At that period of time, inflation was high and rising. Today, after a period of government under the steady hand of the Albanese Labor cabinet and its members, we have inflation that is low and stable. Underlying inflation sits at 3%, squarely within the Reserve Bank's target band. And headline inflation has been lower for several consecutive quarters. We need to keep it that way. And to achieve that was absolutely no easy feat. It took careful and disciplined management to steer a very narrow path, supporting Australians, keeping unemployment low and steadily bringing inflation back to the target. Because Australians need to keep their jobs. That's our connection to our future, not just for ourselves, but for our families and for our communities, and particularly in regional areas, for regional economies. Now, the reality is Australians have done it tough, and this Labor government understands that and have stood shoulder to shoulder with our fellow Australians. And we know that people continue to feel pressure. But the contrast with those opposite couldn't be clearer. Senator Smith and his colleagues have been very, very long-term advocates for deep cuts. Cuts to the budget, cuts to services, and cuts to the supports that help everyday Australians make ends meet. Their prescription for inflation is the same old, tired ideology of austerity. And we know that if they had their way, Australians would be poorer, many, many more would be unemployed, and they would simply dress it up in highfalutin economic language and call it fiscal discipline. I'll tell you what it really is. It's hurting ordinary Australians. That is what they do every single time they come into government. It's not responsible economics. The motley collection of ideology and grievance that calls itself the Coalition, if they were serious at all about supporting Australians, they would have backed the measures that this government delivered. But they said no to energy bill relief. They said no to cheaper childcare. They said no to cheaper medicines. And they said no to a stronger Medicare. There's real pressure on people who want to be able to get to see a doctor. And taking the pressure off people's budgets so they can see a doctor when they need it is a massive effort from this government. From last week, the government began to deliver the single biggest investment in Medicare since its creation. And this is real cost of living relief. It helps families to see a doctor without worrying about the bill, and it keeps inflation down by reducing out-of-pocket costs. Now, we are stretched to make sure we get a 90% bulk billing rate by 2030, and it's already begun.
Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I thank Senator Smith for once again bringing this important issue to the attention of the Senate. Inflation hit 3.2% in the September quarter, up from 2.1% in June, driven by electricity prices jumping 23.6% over the year, as rebates ended in Queensland, Western Australia and Tasmania. They were nothing more than a Labor trick, a sleight of hand, to hide their economic ruin running into an election. But the facade of good fiscal management could only hold it for so long. It's time to pay the piper. The net zero chickens have come home to roost. Energy isn't the only thing driving up inflation. Housing has hit the roof thanks to Labor's insane policy choices. Labor's high immigration levels are flooding the housing market, with housing up 2.5% for the quarter and 4.7% for the year. Miles ahead of the headline inflation rate, and this doesn't even include the soaring cost of buying established homes, ballooning under Labor's ill-conceived 5% deposit scheme. Nor does it include the cost of interest on the ever larger mortgages that the next generation is lumped with. No sooner have the kids signed up for 95% of $1 million mortgage than they're staring down the barrel of a rate rise. Under normal economic conditions, inflation is usually accompanied by a boom in the economy, where people are doing so well, demand fuels prices and rates are brought up to take some of the juice out of the market. But that's not what we're seeing here. Unemployment is up. Thousands of Australians are losing their jobs while costs skyrocket. Labor brags about Australians getting a pay increase. It won't be enough. Labor has landed the RBA in the disastrous position of facing rising unemployment and rising inflation. Make no mistake, Labor has driven the crisis with their disastrous policies, and we are just seeing the beginning of this market sabotage. One Nation knows what needs to be done.
Senator Babet.
I rise in support of this matter of public importance. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? The relentless rise in inflation and the looming threat of another rate hike are crushing Australian households and businesses. Last week's CPI data was a rude awakening. Property rates and charges have surged 6.3%, the steepest increase since 2014, thanks to the bureaucrats who are obsessed with climate strategies and diversity officers instead of potholes and bins. Electricity up a staggering 23.6% in just the last year. In a nation that is overflowing in coal, gas and uranium, we should have the cheapest power in the world, yet we get rorted. This isn't a cost of living crisis, it's a cost of government crisis. Every new layer of red tape, every green dream, every bloated department drives prices higher. Inflation isn't random, it's the invoice for government waste.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, Madam Acting President. Well, cast your mind back to 2023. In February that year, Treasurer Jim Chalmers had his more than 5,000-word essay published in the Monthly. The Treasurer wrote about wanting to build a better capitalism. It was classic doublespeak, of course. What the Treasurer and the Prime Minister have wanted from day one is to move Australia away from a free market economy and towards a state-directed and controlled economy. Labor has embraced the same statist ideas that have devastated economies and people wherever they've been implemented. And that's why Australia is in such an economic mess today. That's why, instead of cost of living pressures going down, Australians will likely soon be hit by yet another interest rate rise. If the RBA decides to lift interest rates, it'll be the 13th rate rise Australians have experienced under this Labor government. Consider what we've seen under Labor. We've seen record government spending. Our economy will soon be burdened with $1.2 trillion of debt for the first time. We've seen the bloating of the public service. Australia's public sector workforce is now one of the largest in the world on a per capita basis. We've seen an appetite for government intrusion into the lives of Australians. Labor has enacted some 5,000 new regulations. We've seen interference across the economy, interference through Labor's environment, industrial relations and industry policies. It's no wonder that the economy is shuddering to a halt. It's no wonder that under Labor, Australians are paying 15% more for food, 19% more for housing, 15% more for health, and 39% more for insurance. But if there's one area of Labor's policy agenda that's contributing to economic decline more than anything else, it's Labor's energy policy. We used to be a competitive economy because we believed in affordable and reliable power. But under Labor's reckless renewables-only push, this government is making power unaffordable and completely unreliable. Labor has turned its back on coal and gas. It refuses to lift the ban on nuclear power because it knows nuclear power will be commercially viable, as it is in more than 30 other countries around the world. Instead, Labor subsidises renewables to give renewables the appearance of being competitive. Chris Bowen is engaging in one of the most scandalous cons ever attempted on the Australian people.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, just a reminder to refer to those from the other place by their correct title.
Certainly. But Australians, of course, aren't mugs. Every power bill they receive exposes the truth. Under Labor, Australians are paying 40% more for electricity. When energy prices skyrocket, it costs more to grow food, more to manufacture goods, and more to run homes, businesses and factories. Energy costs are having an inflationary impact across Australia. We need affordable and reliable energy, but we won't get that with a net zero target. Australia contributes just over 1% of global emissions. Reaching net zero could cost a staggering $7 to $9 trillion by 2060, as estimated by independent experts. Net zero will impoverish and deindustrialise our nation to achieve an emissions reduction target that, in an Australian context, will not alter global temperatures a single iota. Labor's overbuild of renewables and enforcement of draconian emission reduction policies are only going to cause more harm. Power bills will continue to climb, more businesses will close and more industries will move offshore. A public greenlash has started just as it came in Europe and America. It's time the government started putting Australians first. It's time Labor prioritised affordable and reliable energy. It's time to end the net zero nonsense and restore common sense if we're serious about turning our economy around.
Thank you. The time for that debate has now expired. I shall now move to proceed to the consideration of documents. The documents that are listed on page 4 of today's order of business. Senator Askew.
I would like to take note of items 3 on page 4 and item 18 on page 5 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you. Any other? Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I too seek leave. I take note of document number 1 on page 4 and seek leave to continue my remarks. And take note of document 3 on page 4 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you. I seek leave to table a non-conforming petition.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. I table a non-conforming petition signed by over 6,000 people calling on the federal government to step in and save Co-Health, Collingwood, Fitzroy and Kensington so that they can continue providing accessible and affordable health care.
Thank you. Is any other senators seeking the call? No? I think we'll move to ministerial statements. Minister.
Thank you. I table documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning emissions reduction targets, the Rewiring the Nation program, government responses to reports of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee on bank closures in regional Australia and the impact and mitigation of aircraft noise, and estimates briefings prepared by the National Indigenous Australians Agency and the Home Affairs portfolio.
So the question is that... Oh, no. Seeking the call to respond to those statements? No? And the President has received letters requesting changes to the membership of committees. I call the Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of committees.
Is leave granted? Sorry, leave is granted.
Thank you. I move that senators be discharged from and appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic read.
Thank you, Minister. I put the question before the chair. Is the committee membership motion moved by Minister Ayres agreed to? Those that opinion say aye. No? The ayes have it. Minister. Oh. Moving to messages. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Administrative Review Tribunal and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 and the Education Legislation Amendment Integrity and Other Measures Bill 2025. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
So the question before the chair is that these bills may proceed without formalities. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. The noes? No. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Administrative Review Tribunal and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, Education Legislation Amendment, Integrity and Other Measures Bill 2025.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. In accordance with Standing Order 1153, further consideration of these bills is now adjourned until the 24th of November 2025. I call the Minister.
I move that the bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
So the question is that the bills be listed as separate orders of the day. Those that opinion say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025, Measures Number 2, Bill of 2025, and the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Technical Changes Number 2, Bill of 2025. I call the Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
So the question is that the bills may proceed without formalities and be taken together and read the first time. Those that opinion say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025, Measures Number 2, Bill 2025. Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Technical Changes Number 2, Bill 2025.
Minister.
I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Technical Changes Number 2, Bill 2025, and move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned and the bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
So the question before the chair is that the debate now be adjourned and the bills be listed as separate orders of the day. Those that opinion say aye. No? The ayes have it. The President has received messages from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to 5 laws, details of which will be incorporated into Hansard. A message has been received from the House of Representatives informing the Senate of changes to the membership of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. I call the clerk.
Government business order relating to the Treasury Laws Amendment, Payday Superannuation Bill 2025 and a related bill, resumption of second reading debate.
Oh, Senator Donovan.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to continue my remarks from earlier today in this debate. Those opposite in the coalition want to delay payday super. They say it's too much, too soon, that it'll overwhelm business. Well, in a contemporary payroll environment, that argument does not withstand scrutiny. Payroll software is automated, digital reporting is routine, and businesses already run payroll cycles weekly or fortnightly. The idea that contributing to a worker's retirement savings with the same regularity as their wages is somehow an unreasonable ask belongs to another era. The longer we wait, the more workers will miss out on and the harder it will be to recover unpaid superannuation for them. This is also a matter of intergenerational fairness. Every delayed contribution widens inequality between generations, entrenches disadvantage and undermines confidence in our system. Payday Super addresses this directly, ensuring that younger Australians receive the value they have earned over the entirety of their careers. Superannuation is fundamentally workers' money. It is not employers' cash flow, it is not optional. When it is unpaid, workers lose not just wages but future security. And Payday Super fixes that. It ensures accountability, protects workers, rewards honest employers and strengthens trust in the system. Those opposite have a very long record of opposing superannuation reform, not on the basis of economics but on the basis of ideology. They opposed its introduction. They delayed the increase of the super guarantee to 12%. They proposed allowing people to raid their retirement savings for short-term problems, undermining long-term security. And let's not forget the dark chapter of the superannuation management under the Morrison government during the COVID-19 pandemic, where we saw Australians being encouraged to raid their super early to the tune of $20,000, leaving a gaping hole in their future retirement savings. In total, $36 billion was withdrawn from the system then. And over 700,000 Australians effectively depleted their super accounts, and 70% of those people were under 30. A shocking case of kicking the can down the road. We will not even begin to see the impact of that decision until 2050. 25 years of compounding interest down the drain. For early career workers, the impact of that $20,000 cash out will be far greater than the lump sum withdrawn. So in closing, those opposite have consistently treated superannuation as something optional, something secondary, something disposable. Workers deserve better than ideological objections. They deserve policy that is rooted in fairness and facts. Our retirement income is internationally respected. It stands alongside Medicare, universal education as a defining pillar of Australian social policy. But no pillar stands forever if it is not protected and built on. Payday super will improve retirement balances, particularly for women, carers, part-time workers, young people and workers in fragmented industries. It will create accountability where there has been ambiguity. Dignity in retirement begins with every payslip linked contribution every fortnight. What you earn now grows for tomorrow. This is a long-awaited reform. Workers have asked for it, regulators have recommended it, economists have modelled it, and now the Parliament has the opportunity to deliver it. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Pocock. Senator McKim, you're swapping.
We are indeed, Acting Deputy President. Thank you. The Greens welcome the Labor government's payday superannuation bill, and we will be supporting this legislation. And can I say, this reform has been a long, long time coming. And there's a bunch of folks who have been working behind the scenes and campaigning publicly for this legislation for a long, long time, including the Super Members Council, the Association of Superannuation Funds of Australia and Super Consumers Australia. And they have demonstrated relentless advocacy and persistence. And it is because of them and folks like them that this long overdue reform is now finally going to become law. This will be, when it passes through this Parliament, a win for fairness, a win for transparency and a win for accountability. And importantly, it's a win for millions of Australian workers who've been shortchanged and ignored for far too long. The numbers on people who are missing out on their superannuation payments are staggering. They're absolutely staggering. The Super Member Council's analysis of ATO data shows that in 2022-23, 3.3 million Australians were not paid the superannuation that they are owed. And they were not paid the superannuation that they earned. And let's be really clear about this. Superannuation payments belong to workers. They belong to the people to whom those payments are due. And those 3.3 million Australians who in 2022-23 weren't paid the super they earned, they missed out collectively on $5.7 billion. That's $5.7 billion in unpaid super in a single financial year. That is $110 million a week. $110 million a week that should have been going into the pockets and the bank accounts of Australian workers, but wasn't. And that money belongs to those workers. It doesn't belong to their employers. It belongs to the people who are doing the work. And for decades now, employers have been able to use their employees' superannuation as an interest-free loan, in effect, to top up their cash flow. The quarterly payment system, which has been in place for a long time now, has basically allowed widespread wage theft to hide in plain sight. Too many businesses have treated unpaid super as optional or as a buffer to offset their own financial mismanagement. And this bill will finally change that situation. From 1 July 2026, superannuation will be paid at the same time as wages. And in simple terms, what that means is that when working folks get their wages, they'll get their super payments too. It is simple, it is fair. It means workers and the ATO can spot problems faster, and it means unpaid super can be recovered sooner. And it means fewer workers arriving at retirement to discover that tens of thousands of dollars are missing out of their superannuation accounts. Now, this is a positive step, and credit where credit's due. We thank the government for bringing this legislation in. But I do want to say that we need far greater reform of the superannuation system than what this legislation delivers, than what the government's revamped super tax arrangements will deliver next year. Over time, since the superannuation system was created in Australia, it has drifted away from its original goal of providing for a dignified retirement for working Australians. And it's become less about that and more about functioning as a tax haven for wealthy Australians. And that is, it has to be said, mostly the fault of coalition governments, and in particular the Howard Costello government, which introduced a range of reforms to the superannuation system that actually made it less about being a dignified retirement system for workers and more about becoming a tax haven for wealthy Australians. And I'll have more to say about that general proposition and that drift in intent of the superannuation system in other speeches that I'll make in this parliament. But I do want to draw attention to one matter in this speech, which is the second reading amendment that the Greens have circulated in my name, and I do foreshadow that amendment to now acting Deputy President, and that amendment does hold the government to a promise that it's already made, which is to regulate the advertising of superannuation funds during employee onboarding. Those protections, that regulatory framework was in the exposure draft of this legislation, and those regulations that were proposed were widely supported by consumer advocates and the industry super movement, but they've been stripped out of the final legislation, and I have to say they've been stripped out of the final legislation without any kind of convincing explanation from the government, and that is disappointing because this reform is about, or that reform is about protecting workers at one of the most vulnerable moments in their financial lives, and that is when they start a new job. And I want to put the Greens' position very clearly on the table here, which is that new employees in any job shouldn't be subjected to unregulated advertising designed to manipulate them into joining underperforming or unsuitable superannuation funds. It is well beyond time that we regulated the advertising of superannuation funds during employee onboarding. That is simple common sense. It's about making sure that people's retirement savings and their choice of superannuation funds are guided by what is in their own best interests, not by marketing budgets. The government says they'll deal with it later, and our amendment will help ensure that that promise is kept. While we do support the bill, we need to acknowledge the broader reality for more and more workers in Australia at the moment. People are simply being hammered by a cost of living crisis. We have corporations, including supermarket corporations, price gouging hand over fist, and it is very disappointing that Labor's final announcement in the early days of the election campaign, which is that he is going to take on price gouging in the supermarket sector, is not going to extend across the entire economy, as the Greens bill does. Can I be very clear? Yes, indeed, superannuation, yes indeed, supermarkets are price gouging. And yes indeed, we need legislation to make price gouging by supermarket corporations illegal. Absolutely we do. But narrowly scoping the legislation as Labor is proposing to do so that it only relates to supermarkets is ignoring the fundamental and bitter reality for millions of Australians, is that they are getting price gouged by multiple corporations in multiple sectors of our economy. Do you think the big insurance companies aren't price gouging? Do you think the big airlines aren't misusing their market power to price gouge? Of course they are. Of course they are. Do you think the big banks aren't price gouging? Of course they are. If we're going to make price gouging illegal in Australia, and we should, absolutely it should apply to supermarkets, but it should apply to corporate price gouging right across our economy. It should capture the banks, it should capture the airlines, it should capture the insurance companies. Let's actually stand up to corporate greed, corporate profiteering, to misuse of market power, to corporate price gouging. Let's protect the millions of Australians who are getting smashed by corporate price gouging at the moment, and let's make price gouging illegal right across the entire economy. And I say to Labor, the makeup of this parliament is such that we could legislate for that tomorrow. If Labor wanted to make price gouging illegal across the entire economy, the numbers are there in both houses of this parliament to legislate for that tomorrow. The only reason that we're not going to legislate for that is because of lack of ambition from the Labor Party. And you have to ask yourself, why is the Labor Party so lacking in ambition? Well, I direct people who are asking that question to the corporate donations that the Australian Labor Party takes from so many big corporations in this country. I direct them to the photos of the Prime Minister in his safety vests with big polluting fossil fuel companies' logos on the chest and on the back. And I direct people to the revolving door that exists out of the parties of government in this place, including the Australian Labor Party, into the corporate boardrooms of Australia, where too many MPs representing the parties of government, the political duopoly in this country, know that if they run the pro-corporate agenda when they're in this place, they can roll out of the door at the end of their political careers into a cushy position in the boardroom of those same corporations that they protected when they were made, when they were sitting in this place. It is small c corruption that still occurs, Acting Deputy President, and it is time that we put an end to that practice. To sum up, this is much needed legislation. It's overdue legislation, it's pro-worker legislation, and it is legislation that delivers on the fundamental Australian value of fairness, and the Greens will be supporting it.
Senator Kim, before you sit down, did you want to move your amendments?
Yes, I do move that. Thank you,
Okay.
Acting Deputy President.
Thank you. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. As someone that grew a small business from two brothers, a ute, a wheelbarrow, into one that employed over 1,000 people, I have more experience than most people in this place to talk on this matter. Helping small business is a topic that I'm passionate about. So when a bill like this comes along from bureaucrats and politicians that have never built a business, never had to manage books or employees or cash flows, and they add more onerous compliance measures to struggling businesses, I see red. We're seeing record numbers of businesses go to the wall as they try to navigate the utterly toxic landscape that all levels and all sides of government have presided over. Federal, state and local government have all contributed to the demise of small business. I couldn't agree more that people are entitled to their superannuation, and we need to ensure that businesses are making those contributions. But what most people won't appreciate is just how much those couple of months of pay employees' super matters to a small business. especially when times get tough. It gives employers some breathing room to plan resources to make sure they are staying afloat and make sure their employees get paid. Superannuation arriving a few weeks earlier than that you still can't access for 30 years will cripple some small businesses through lean times. I've never been involved in or come across a small business that doesn't value their employees. But it just shows how little people in this place understand how the world really works. So let me help you out. If the business folds, you don't get paid at all, and we've lost another small business. As if to show how little Labor cares about small business, they are also going to shut down the Small Business Superannuation Clearinghouse, a facility that was designed to make it simple for small business to make a single lump sum payment of their super obligations and then let the ATO split that up to the eligible super funds. This small concession to ease the red tape on businesses, gone. And to replace it, just go out and get some commercial software. More cost for small business. Like money grows on a tree when you have a small business. Nobody here really cares. But the sad reality for the mum and dad businesses out there is that Labor makes the demands, Labor changes the rules, and small business foots the bill. They don't care, and they'll act like they're doing Australians a favour as they make owning a small business impossible and push every Australian into the arms of big multinational employers, the only ones that can afford to comply with the never-ending mountain of red tape. But this shouldn't surprise anyone. This is the same Labor government that introduced their much-touted same job, same pay rules, forcing businesses to overpay some workers and underpay others. What about same effort, same pay? Or same skills, same pay? What about same value proposition to your employer, same pay? But Labor just sees workers as numbers on a spreadsheet. In their socialist haze, they don't realise that every worker is different. Some work incredibly hard and are very talented and deserve to see the rewards for their efforts, while others are happy to sit back and let the slack be taken up by others. We've all seen it. Of course, Labor is full of lifelong politicians coming through the union pipelines who have never built anything in their lives. They don't care about hard workers getting ahead. They only care about their union friends, making their union friends happy. Once again, small business suffers as their best workers leave to higher paying jobs because the business can't afford to raise the wages above an average worker to keep them. People are individuals. They are not interchangeable. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. It's not the government's job to prescribe the value of workers. Even if a business survives the ridiculous industrial relation laws of Labor, they still have to contend with one of the most complex and oppressive tax systems in the world. Australia is in the top 3 countries in the world in length of tax codes. Income tax, payroll tax, FBT, GST, stamp duty, excise, royalties, levies. Australian businesses pay almost $100 billion a year to manage their tax affairs, and that figure only includes the deductible costs, not the value of the time lost dealing with this nightmare. Every time a new tax is brought in, every time a new regulation is brought in, we lose more Australian mum and dad businesses to the abyss of bankruptcy. The big end of town might be able to deal with the changes they can afford to comply with at a moment's notice with deep credit lines. Small businesses just go under. Who'd be an entrepreneur in today's climate? And then it is the workers with less and less employers to choose from, less bargaining power as their options diminish. Australia is heading towards complete capitulation, where the only reasonable jobs left will be government jobs as we snuff out anything that resembles innovation with our ever-mounting rules and regulations. One nation won't sit idly by and let small businesses and real competition die out. Successful businesses mean more choices for Australians, more real opportunity. When was the last time the government at any level had any idea to help a small business? One Nation is the only party who will help small business in a meaningful way and bring back an innovative and dynamic Australia where small business can flourish and employees have more options. So in summary, I am not advocating that employees shouldn't get their super on time. I am shouting from the rooftops, for the love of God, somebody please help small business.
Senator O'Neill.
Well, thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And, I'm pleased that I was here in the chamber to hear that contribution because It gives me the chance to speak to people who might be listening to the work of this Parliament, to point out how completely divisive that contribution was. I see you in the chair there as a man who ran your own business in the trucking industry. I see you as a representative of one of the largest unions in the country, the Transport Workers Union. While you're in the chair presiding over the Senate, you haven't forgotten all the struggle you had to get your truck, to keep it on the road, to meet the compliance, to do the work that keeps Australia moving, getting all of your business up and running, Senator Sterle. And then the Association of the Transport Workers Union, representing people with little power who are on wages, and also representing the biggest companies in Australia who deliver all the things we need everywhere around this fine country. Yet in that contribution, from a person who's come in and styled themselves as a businessman, I just had a quick look, he's born in Gosford, he can't be too bad. That's where I come from, that area of the world. It's a beautiful part of the world. I hope there might be a little bit of joy somewhere in the middle of it. And he's made his money out of earthworks. Well, hey, fantastic. I'm the daughter of an Irish immigrant. I know a bit about dirt and roads. I love it. I ran a small business for my parents. I did all the bookwork from age 11 in that business with pride and determination, because we needed to keep that business alive to keep our family going and to keep all those people employed. So every single time someone gets up in this chamber, predominantly from the Liberal National Party, or now joined by One Nation, and diminishes the contribution of senators who bring rich lives to this place, it gets my goat. Acting Deputy President, it gets my goat, because it sets one group of Australians against another, and that's all that is designed to do. This Parliament runs better. This country runs better when everybody brings their talents, knowledges and understandings of that complex world out there into the debate in a service of the nation. Instead of grandstanding saying, you know, hey, I'm a big business owner and I'm the only one who knows about this stuff. It's just a joke. And it diminishes what we do. The reality is, it's that sort of attitude we see today that would have prevented superannuation ever becoming a thing. Small business or workers or small business, this divisive narrative, when the reality is it's workers in great small businesses that populate across the entire country that drive our economy. And the great small businesses, let's talk about them, the really good ones. They don't want to rip off their workers. They want to pay them what is fair and reasonable. They want to pay above award to make sure they keep their staff employed, because that's their business. Their business is an investment in people as well as an expression of their own capacity. And I can tell you what small businesses are sick and tired of, whatever their sector, whatever sector they're in. Small businesses that are doing the right thing by their employees. Small businesses that are paying superannuation properly are sick and tired of being undercut by dodgy businesses who think they can rip off their employees and keep the money themselves. And sadly, that attitude still prevails in part of this country. Not every business owner is doing the right thing by their employees. So this is a change that isn't for the great employers. It's to make sure that the dodgy ones do what they should always have been doing, but have excused themselves from doing. So the reality is this is a battle that's been fought for a very long time. And I note that the SDA, the union, that I'm very proud to be associated, have been really making sure that people understand what this payday super thing is about. And they've written out to their members in June of this year, and it's as simple as this. What does payday super mean? Well, it says currently there's no requirement for employers to pay your superannuation on the same day as your pay. and it's generally paid quarterly. Well, what's wrong with that? And you probably would have heard from Senator Whitten a defence of not only just paying quarterly, perhaps he would only want to do it once a year. And they'll call that efficiency. But the thing is, it costs workers. It costs workers because when your super is only paid quarterly, the benefits of compound interest are lost for the individual employee. The money's sitting with that employer for 3 months when it could have been earning interest for that employee. And who does this most particularly affect? Well, it most particularly affects young people. I mean, every Australian, whether you're 65 or 70 or 60, should get paid properly. You're entitled to be paid for your work and contribution. And this reform, in the matter that we're discussing in this debate here in the Senate this evening, will help ensure that workers actually receive the super that they're owed. And they'll get it when they're owed it with their pay, on their pay day. Now, what is the problem that we're trying to solve here? Well, the ATO actually have a pretty good eye about what's happening with some of these matters. And in a typical ATO investigation of an unpaid super case, a worker has missed out on nearly 2 years' worth of super contributions. So for the average 35-year-old, failing to recover this money could reduce their retirement savings by around $32,000 in today's dollars. And how do we prevent that? We enact this piece of legislation so that every Australian who gets their pay will get their super on the day they get their pay. It's a common sense move. And it gives people a chance to see that superannuation coming in. Because what we've seen, sadly, is that some disreputable business owners who aren't running their business as efficiently and effectively as they should consider that the money that should be their employees, the superannuation that should be employees, is their own personal loan. Their own personal loan to do whatever they want to do with. And what happens then, as that money stays in the employer's account, not only is the compound interest lost to the employee, but if the employer should happen to go bust, the impact is going to be even more severe for that worker, be they young, middle-aged or older. Now, if you're 35 years old and you're missing out on super from a liquidated business, that could leave your retirement balance over $90,000 worse off in today's dollars. This is an untenable proposition. And that is why Labor is undertaking payday super. It's a once-in-a-generation reform to fix unpaid super and to give Australian workers access to the fullness of the money that they're entitled to by law on the day that they receive their pay. The scale of this problem is something that had to be addressed, and it would never, ever be addressed by a Liberal National Party government. They turned a blind eye to it. They're the ones who rejected superannuation. They were the ones who said it's going to kill small businesses across the country. If it was up to the Liberal National Party, there would be no Australian with superannuation of any kind at all, except very wealthy people who seem to have always had it. But now we have this dignified retirement capacity for Australians. Labor's invention, supported, delivered, advanced, to the point now where this is an important addition to make sure super does what it's supposed to do. The Australian Taxation Office have estimated that $5.2 billion in super went unpaid in one financial year alone. That's just 1 year, 2021 to 22. Now, think about that across the country, Acting Deputy President. That's people going to work, doing their job, waiting to get paid, expecting that they're going to get their super in a quarterly instalment, can't check it in their pay slip because it's not there, trusting their employer. Guess how much it's costing? $100 million a week. That's a lot of money that could be moving around in regional economies in Western New South Wales that I support, where employers have decided, no, we're in control of the pay slips, we're in control of the time that you get it, and we'll choose when you get it. $100 million a week that workers earned and never received, documented by the ATO. So we cannot let this continue, not if we are true to our values as Australians. Australians always say out loud and proud, we believe in a fair go. Well, part of a fair go is getting your fair pay. And part of your fair pay invested in the future that you're entitled to have as a dignified retirement is your superannuation. And when we put this legislation through the Parliament and it's finally approved, despite the opposition, this will improve the lives of millions of Australians. Every worker will benefit from this. So this legislation does a few critical things. So it's going to come into play, not immediately, but from the 1st of July 2026. Now, employers will be required to pay the super guarantee contributions at the same time as the wages are paid instead of quarterly. And I know that there was always challenge with businesses making a transition. But if you can't make a transition in your business by the 1st of July 2026, you have to wonder how good you might be at running a business where everything is constantly changing all the time. You have to problem solve every day in multiple ways. But nonetheless, that's been taken on board, and the ATO have committed to making sure that there'll be a soft approach to this as people get on board. So employers have to ensure that the contributions are received by the employee's super fund within 7 business days of payday, and that was a bit of a change that was negotiated with key stakeholders. And the change that will make it easier for employers to track their super, for the ATO to detect missed payments earlier and before debts become unrecoverable is the outcome that we get. So track your super, watch to make sure that you're getting your fair share, and interrupt a process with your employer if that's not happening as it should be. Under the new framework, the super guarantee charge is going to apply for each payday an employer fails to pay super in full and on time. So these super guarantee changes talk about critical terminology that is really important to getting this right. First thing is notional earnings. Notional earnings is this compensation of employees for the investment returns they missed out on due to a late payment. So that's an incentive for businesses to pay this part of your wages, the superannuation part, on time. There's a section called an administrative uplift, and that's an additional charge to reflect the cost of enforcement to incentivise voluntary rectification. So, businesses can be, very, very busy. They can become overwhelmed at times. There might be change in staff. Things do go wrong. But the incentive of the administrative uplift is to make sure that people get things back on track in a reasonable time. It's an incentive not to step outside the system, to do the right thing, to give your staff a fair go, to pay as the law requires you, in full, on the day that payment is due, for wages and the superannuation contribution. And there is an additional charge called a choice loading, an additional penalty if the employer fails to pay into the employee's chosen fund. Because sadly, sometimes employers, and I've very, very unhappily heard that there's some kickbacks for some of the employers, that they say, oh, no, we're not going to put it into the super fund that you want, we're going to put it into the one that we want. Well, that's just not on. It's absolutely not on. It's your super. It's your choice. You should get what you want. So we're going to make it a little more likely for the recalcitrants to do the right thing. So what I would say to Australians is Labor in government supports small businesses, fair wages, superannuation. This legislation should pass the Senate because it will improve the lives of Australians as they're earning their pay, but importantly, in a dignified retirement. Labor's vision for a great Australia.
Thank you. Senator Pocock. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise to speak to the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill 2025, and I associate myself with the remarks of my colleague Senator McKim. The Greens welcome this bill and we will be supporting it. It is a long overdue reform, and I want to acknowledge the work of many people that bring us to this today. The Super Members Council, the Association of Superannuation Funds of Australia and Super Consumers Australia, who've pushed so hard to secure these reforms. This bill requires employers to pay superannuation guarantee contributions at the same time as they pay their employees their take-home pay. It intends to strengthen Australia's superannuation system by reducing the superannuation guarantee gap and to help deliver a more dignified retirement for all Australians. It makes it clear to businesses that treat unpaid super as optional or as a buffer to their own financial management that this behaviour is not acceptable. This bill finally changes that, and from 1 July 2026, superannuation will be paid at the same time as wages. But workers need stronger protections and more progressive reform. Superannuation is a crucial right. It's not an optional extra. It's a workplace entitlement that protects a decent life in retirement for millions of Australians. According to APRA, as of the 30th of June 2025, Australians hold over $4.3 trillion in superannuation assets. However, we know that too many workers are missing out on their hard-earned superannuation. The ATO estimates that $5.2 billion worth of superannuation went unpaid in 2021-22. That is an enormous sum, and it's essentially theft. Superannuation guarantees non-compliance is unevenly spread across employers, with prevalence greater for small and micro businesses and in certain industries. Superannuation has made such a difference to the lives of millions of Australians. Right now, however, Australian women are still retiring with a third less super than men. Quarter of all women in this country retire in poverty, and many women's organisations and researchers, and I was one of them, across Australia at the moment the super was introduced, pointed to the structural inequality between the genders that is built into our super system, which piggybacks off our wages system and thus reproduces pay inequity in retirement incomes. The Greens introduced and passed legislation in the last Parliament to criminalise superannuation theft, and now it's a criminal offence for employers to withhold super payments. These reforms send a strong message to employers that if they steal superannuation from their workers, they will pay the price. In the most egregious cases, they will face criminal prosecution and go to jail. Victims of super theft are disproportionately young, they're low paid, or they're migrant workers, and most commonly they're working in the accommodation and food, services, retail and construction sectors. We know that unpaid superannuation can reduce employees' retirement incomes or even delay their retirement. Now, superannuation theft is a crime, just like wages theft, and this is what happens when Labor can work with the Greens to enact meaningful reforms for workers. The Greens believe that we must reform our superannuation system further. Young workers should receive the same financial rights as everyone else. Currently, workers under 18 are only entitled to super if they work more than 30 hours a week. This rule means most workers under 18 miss out on superannuation because they don't work enough hours each week, and this costs them thousands of dollars in lost savings when they reach retirement. And we've had them in my office a number of times showing me the numbers of the money that they lose, very regretfully, and knowing as they do that this will impact on their retirement earnings many decades ahead. The Greens believe that superannuation is a universal entitlement and that it should be accumulated fairly, regardless of your age. And that's why we will be moving an amendment to the Payday Superannuation Bill to make sure that young part-time workers are not left behind. Our amendment makes one thing crystal clear. You can't carve out 16 and 17-year-olds working part-time in retail, hospitality and any other job from receiving superannuation, just based on their age and hours of work. These young workers are already some of the lowest paid in our economy, and too often they're the first to miss out on super. By including under-18 workers, regardless of their hours in the super system, we can give young people a head start on saving for their future while recognising their valuable contribution to the workforce, often from a very early age, and making a really significant contribution. We took a policy to the last election to extend the superannuation guarantee to all under 18-year-olds, ensuring they're paid contributions regardless of how many hours they work. Under current laws, to be eligible for super, under 18s need those 30 hours a week for the same employer. However, most young people juggle part-time work with school, with study, and therefore are unable to reach the required 30 hours a week. As a result, hundreds of thousands of young workers are missing out on super. It's a small, sensible change that we're proposing that will make a big difference for thousands of Australian workers starting out at work while they're also studying. The Greens believe every worker deserves super on payday, no exceptions, no exclusions, no excuses. We know that our super system needs improvement in other ways also. We need greater public investment options, fairer rates of taxation and ethical investment structures, and to ensure more equitable retirement incomes, particularly for women and other disadvantaged groups. The Greens have circulated a second reading amendment, as my colleague Senator McKim spoke of, that holds the government to a promise that it's already made to regulate advertising of superannuation funds during employee onboarding. These protections were in the exposure draft of this bill. This is a really important reform that would protect workers from being influenced to join unsuitable superannuation products when they start a new job. The Greens will continue to hold the Labor government to their previous commitment to do this before 1 July 2026. So, in conclusion, this is a bill that aligns with Greens' values of fairness, economic security and intergenerational justice. However, we do not accept that this is where the reform journey ends. Our superannuation system must evolve to meet the realities of modern work, to address entrenched inequality, to ensure that women, First Nations people and insecure workers are not left behind. It means that workers and the ATO will spot problems faster. It means unpaid super can be recovered sooner, and that fewer workers arrive at retirement to discover that tens of thousands of dollars are missing. Superannuation is one of the key pillars of our economy, and the Greens welcome this simple, fair and long overdue bill. And we would be delighted to see our amendment supported to ensure that all of those young people, 16 and 17-year-olds, making significant contributions to our labour market are not robbed of their super just because they don't work enough hours, even though their contributions to their workplace are very meaningful and important. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Dowling.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, fundamentally, this bill is about fairness. Fair pay, fair timing and a fair future.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I call your attention to the status of the chamber.
Do we require a quorum call?
I second that.
Yes. Please ring the bells for quorum call. Quorum has been achieved. We shall now return to Senator Dowling.
I was just getting started, Acting Deputy President, really hitting my stride. So one line in, I feel I've had time to reflect and I can do it with even more gusto this time. So let's see how far we get through. As I was reflecting, superannuation, it's not a bonus, it's not optional, it's a legislated entitlement. Yet right now millions of workers are being shortchanged. Across this country, super is often paid months late, if it's paid at all. This is not a small administrative delay. It's a multi-billion-dollar breach of trust. The Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill 2025 and its companion, the Superannuation Guarantee Charge Amendment Bill 2025, seeks to fix that. And from the 1st of July 2026, employers will be required to pay super contributions into an employee's fund within 7 days of each payday rather than quarterly. Should they fail to do so, under the updated superannuation guarantee charge, under the new framework, that charge is strengthened. It includes now notional earnings, administrative uplifts and penalties for failing to use a worker's chosen fund. And I think, as other speakers have reflected, the worker is the one who decides that the fund of their choice that works for them and sets them up for retirement, and that should be at the primacy of how that choice is made. And repeated non-compliance to this framework can attract penalties of up to 50% of the unpaid amount. So it's only fair. Workers should not bear the burden of another's delay or oversight. It's a simple change, aligning super with wages, and it will make the system fairer, more transparent and harder to exploit. It will ensure that unpaid super is detected and recovered earlier, before an employer collapses or they disappear. So in that sense, it's not a small reform. It's a modernisation of our great $3.7 trillion national savings system, the envy of the world. And it is urgent, because time in superannuation is not neutral. $1 in super delayed by 3 months is denying its chance to compound. Multiply that by the millions of workers and the national loss can run into the billions. Indeed, Treasury estimates that around 2.8 million Australians miss out on their full superannuation entitlements every year. So collectively, that's around $5.2 billion annually. $5.2 billion that should be building retirement savings, but instead sits in employers' accounts or is lost entirely. In my home state of Tasmania, the effects are even more stark. I was reflecting on recent analysis by the Super Members Council, which found that 57,400 Tasmanian workers were underpaid their superannuation in the 2022-23 financial year. 54,000 Tasmanian workers. The entire Tasmanian workforce, that's about a fifth, so it's significant. The total value of their missing super was $83 million in just 1 year. I really had to go back and check the Super Members Council figures myself going into the ATO raw data, because I almost didn't believe it, how big these numbers were. And on average, each Tasmanian worker lost about $1,450. Money they earned, money they should already be compounding in their retirement fund. Over 6 years, that added up to $443 million, just in Tasmania. Tasmania is about 2% of the national economy, and we're talking about nearly $500 million drained from the savings of ordinary Tasmanians. Money that could be put towards building homes, funding retirements and strengthening our local economy. It's not isolated just one region of Tasmania either. In Clark, where Hobart is based, 11,450 workers were underpaid a combined $16.9 million and nearly $90 million across a 6-year period. In Franklin, 12,000 workers underpaid $19.2 million in that same year and $89 million cumulatively over the 6 years. The story is the same across Braddon, $16.8 million, Bass, $15.7 million, and Lyons, $14.4 million. So if I put it simply, 1 in 4 Tasmanian workers is being shortchanged. 1 in 4. It's an extraordinary figure. It's not a rounding error, it's a system failure. Acting Deputy President, superannuation is the economic handshake between generations. Each generation works, contributes and retires with dignity without asking the next to pick up the bill. But a handshake only holds if that system delivers what it promises. When contributions are late or underpaid, the people hurt the most are young and low-income workers who lose the benefit of early compounding. The gender impact is also stark. Women, who are more likely to work part-time or casually, are disproportionately affected. The bill is not only a fairness reform, it's an intergenerational equity reform. It ensures that a 22-year-old hospitality worker in the northern suburbs of Hobart or a 25-year-old apprentice in Devonport is treated with the same respect as a senior executive in Sydney. They should both get their super paid on time when they earn it. No delays, no excuses. By closing the gap on unpaid super now, we also protect future budgets. We know that every dollar that reaches a super fund on time is a dollar that won't need to be funded in the age pension later. That's a long-term cost of living security, delivered sustainability and fairly. Now, some small businesses have expressed understandable concern about cash flow. But this reform has been designed carefully. It doesn't increase the superannuation guarantee rate, it simply changes when super is paid. And the start date is not till July 2026, so it gives employers plenty of time to adapt. And most employers already use the single-touch payroll system, which is capable of processing super at the same time as wages. Treasury has also modernised the superannuation guarantee charge framework. The penalties are targeted and more appropriate. Employers can make voluntary disclosures before assessment, and the system will focus on compliance through technology, not through paperwork. So this is a pragmatic reform, firm with non-compliance, fair with honest employers, and fully achievable with modern payroll systems. Deputy President, this is federal legislation, but its impact will be deeply local. In Tasmania, where the median income is around $68,000, even small improvements in superannuation timing can lift lifetime savings by thousands of dollars. For local families, that's real money, retirement security, or the difference between renting and owning later in life. Tasmania also has one of the oldest populations in the country. Strengthening super now isn't just about today's workforce, it's about ensuring the next generation can retire with dignity without adding to the fiscal load of the state or the Commonwealth. The bill helps keep that promise and every dollar of super paid on time also feeds investment back into the real economy. Super funds invest in renewable energy projects, housing developments, infrastructure, including in Tasmania. By ensuring contributions flow consistently, this reform strengthens the capital base that underwrites our state's future growth. Australians understand fairness. It's in our DNA. When you work a day, you should be paid for that day, including your super, and this bill delivers on that principle. It makes the system transparent and it makes the system accountable. It supports honest employees and protects workers' entitlements. It ensures that no young worker's future is sacrificed to administrative convenience or corporate delay. It is quite simply a promise kept, a fair day's super for a fair day's work. In conclusion, Deputy President, the superannuation system is one of Australia's great social and economic achievements. It reflects a compact between generations to save today so that we can retire tomorrow in dignity and with independence. The Treasury Laws Amendment Bill strengthens that compact. It recognises that fairness delayed is fairness denied. For Tasmania, it means recovering some $83 million in lost entitlements every year. And across the nation, it means protecting $5.2 billion in earnings workers have already earned. For the next generation, it means confidence. Confidence their super is real, reliable and respected. That is why this legislation is urgent, and that is why I commend this bill to the Senate.
Senator Delegar.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. And I rise today to speak in strong support of the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill for 2025. A reform that is long overdue and it's essential. The bill delivers on a simple but powerful principle. When Australians are paid their wages, they are paid their superannuation at the same time. No delays and no excuses. For too long, our system has tolerated a gap that has allowed billions of dollars in super to go unpaid, disproportionately affecting young workers, low-income earners and women. And these are Australians who can afford least to fall behind, yet they've borne the brunt of a system that hasn't kept pace with fairness. Superannuation is one of Labor's proudest legacies, a world-leading system that has transformed retirement for millions. But its promise is only as strong as its delivery. If super isn't paid on time, Australians are left worse off. This bill fixes that. It ensures that super is paid alongside your wages, where it belongs, in workers' accounts, compounding for their future, not sitting in someone else's ledger. It's fair, it's practical, and it's long overdue. Every week, Australian workers are shortchanged by a mere $100 million in unpaid super. And it's just not a number, it's money that people have earned but never received. And in total, the ATO estimates that $5.2 billion in super went unpaid in just 1 year. And it was really telling to hear my Senator colleague, Senator Dowling, talk about the Tasmanian figures. And we know that Tasmanians are quite often underpaid compared to colleagues on the Big Island. Payday super is a generational reform to end this injustice, because super isn't a bonus, it's a right. It's just like your wages. It's part of what workers are owed in exchange for their labour. And when it's withheld, it's theft. Plain and simple. This bill will put a stop to that.
Would you please resume your seat? Senator Kovacic, on a point of order.
Deputy President, I call your attention to the state of the chamber.
Quorum is required. Ring the bells. One more. Quorum is present. Senator Delega, you have the call.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. And as I was saying, payday super is a generational reform to end the injustice, because super isn't a bonus, it's a right. Just like our wages, it's part of what workers are owed, and whether it's withheld, it's theft. Plain and simple, and this bill will put a stop to that. It's important to note that workers' super was never intended to be a part of your boss's cash flow. Super is part of your pay, and now it will be paid when you get paid. And let's be clear, many employers do the right thing and pay superannuation on time. This law closes the gap with the shonks, and it reduces the risk for workers. The impact on workers having their super delayed is real and it's lasting. For a 35-year-old worker, failing to recover the money that could reduce their retirement savings by around $32,000 in today's dollars. And when businesses collapse, the damage is even worse. Missing super from a liquidated business could leave a 35-year-old with more than $90,000 worse off in their retirement. That's why from 1 July 2026, employers will be required to pay super at the same time as paying wages instead of paying it quarterly. It means that workers will receive their super funds in their funds within 7 business days of payday. It ensures that workers that will receive what they are legally owed, which adds strength to the entire super system. This will make it easier for workers to track their super and for the ATO to detect missed payments earlier. Then there's the superannuation charge, which is a penalty that employers face when they fail to pay super on time. The new framework makes sure that your employer pays your super on time every payday, and if they don't, they have to pay that penalty called that super guarantee charge. The charge includes missed investment earnings to make up for the money that you could have earned if you had your super paid on time, an extra admin fee to cover the cost of enforcing the framework, and to encourage employers to voluntarily rectify these missed payments, and a penalty for not using your chosen super fund. If an employer still doesn't pay super after the ATO gets involved, they could face even bigger penalties, up to 50% of the unpaid amounts. However, if the employer owns up to their mistakes and has a good track record, they may get a good penalty, as you would expect. These changes are meant to ensure that workers are properly compensated when their super isn't paid. It's not the employee's fault, it's the employer's responsibility. These are new changes, and it's fair for Australians to ask how, practically speaking, they will be implemented. To enforce these changes, the ATO will use their single-touch payroll data, which employers already report, and match it with data from super funds to detect missed payments in near real time. This data matching capability ensures the ATO can intervene earlier, reducing the risks of large debts building up and increasing their chance of recovery for workers who aren't getting paid their fair share of super. To support employers to meet their obligations in their first year of this legislation being implemented, employers who make a genuine attempt to comply, even if they face technical issues, will not be targeted by ATO compliance. This reform really is good for everyone. It helps reduce the administrative pressure and the risk of larger liabilities for employers. This is because the reform aligns with super payroll, meaning there's pressure taken off that end-of-quarter paperwork. But when you're talking about the practicalities, this legislation needs to pass through our parliament now. The longer we wait, the more workers miss out and the harder it becomes to recover all the super that is unpaid. That's why we're introducing the legislation now and passing it now, because we know the importance of building a fairer, better system, and we know the impact that a better system will have on the lives of everyday Australians. Labor is the party of superannuation. We built it, we believe in it, and we will always fight to strengthen it. It was Labor that introduced compulsory superannuation. In 1983, the Hawke Labor government, in partnership with the ACTU, laid the foundation for a universal super system to ensure that all Australian workers could benefit. And then in 1992, the Keating Labor government introduced the superannuation guarantee, giving workers for the first time minimum superannuation rates of 3%. We've backed compulsory super from the beginning, and we continue to do so for a simple but powerful reason: to ensure every Australian can retire with dignity and financial security. That's the purpose of super, that is the principle that we support, and the intent we continue to support. Today, working people hold $4.1 trillion worth of investments thanks to Labor and superannuation. This drives the far right and the super wealthy crazy. It keeps them up at night. These are the types that grew up with a silver spoon in their mouth, the types that claim they're for Australians, but through their actions they try to divide us at every chance they get. They can't stand working people holding so much collective wealth. That's why, on the right, they keep peddling scams trying to disrupt the super system, scams like super for housing deposits. These scams have drastic long-term negative impacts on retirement savings for workers. Those opposite attack workers' rights at every chance that they get. There hasn't been a workplace right or entitlement that they wouldn't have cut given the opportunity. So, of course, they'd go for super too. Workers should always scrutinise and question when these grifters and scammers try to encourage use of your super for other purposes, like house deposits or COVID relief money, because their intentions are never in the interests of working people. There's always that agenda. They're all about keeping wealth at the top end of town because they can't stand it when the working class rises. At the centre of Labor's economic plan is a simple objectives: more Australians earning more and keeping more of what they earn. That's the driving force behind this legislation. Our reforms to super reflect our belief that Australians should have access to funds that allow them to have that dignified retirement. Labor governments have raised the superannuation guarantee, so it's finally reached 12%. We've boosted the low-income superannuation tax offset, which is the payment the government makes to your super if you're a low-income earner. It repays the tax paid on low-income workers' super contributions so you can get more in your super account. This year we've raised the income threshold to $45,000 a year and increased how much you can get back through the low-income super tax offset to $810. Increasing the number of people that's getting this offset to 3.1 million. We've ensured that parents now get paid super on paid parental leave, ensuring that parents do not miss out on superannuation payments when they spend those critical years out of the workforce, often caring for their children. Reforming super is by no means the whole story when it comes to Labor and protecting Australian workers. It's the tip of the iceberg. But this bill, it's about fairness, it's about respect for workers, and it's about making sure every Australian is paid what they earn in real time. Every time they get paid. Labor is the party of working people. We are the party of super, and with this bill, we're strengthening super and we're protecting workers for generations to come, and I commend this bill to the Senate.
Senator Polly.
Right, Deputy President, I rise to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill. In Australia, we believe that if you work hard, you should be paid fairly, not just your wages, but every cent of your superannuation. Yet, for too long, too many Australians have been shortchanged on the retirement savings they have earned. Payday Super, a landmark reform of the Albanese government, will change that once and for all. I still remember working in the finance sector, and as a woman working for that company, you had to be an employee for 10 years and then you may be invited to join their superannuation. We've come a long way thanks to Labor governments. This legislation, this is a once-in-a-generation reform to close one of the biggest gaps in our superannuation system. In 2021 to 2022 alone, unpaid superannuation cost Australian workers $5.2 billion. That's $5.2 billion that should have been invested for workers' futures, growing with a compounded interest, building security for retirement and easing the burden on future taxpayers. I know from my home city where I live, I know businesses who failed to pay superannuation, and it was some years after, and the penalty that those workers experienced, we cannot allow that to happen. One business, what did they do? They did it a second time. So that was no accident of overlooking these things. It was a deliberate strategy to not pay that super, but for them to have the use of that money. So for decades, unpaid or late super has been quite an injustice in our system. The introduction of payday super is the moment we draw a line that from the 1st of July 2026, employers will be required to pay superannuation at the same time as wages, not quarterly. It's a simple change with profound consequences, one that strengthens the entire superannuation system and ensures that Australians receive what they are legally owed, on time, every time. Right now, super contributions can be paid by employees up to 3 months after an employee receives their wages. That delay may sound small to some, but it creates a huge problem. It means workers often have no way of knowing if their super is actually being paid until months later, by which time it's often too late to recover missing payments. Underpaid super contributions must reach an employee's super fund within 7 business days of the payday. That brings super into line with how wages are paid today, promptly, transparently and electronically. This is a simple concept, but it will transform superannuation. It will transform workers' entitlement when they get to retirement age, which is why we proudly support and will always defend superannuation. It will also protect workers' entitlements by closing the gap that allows unpaid super to go unnoticed. Strengthen retirement outcomes by ensuring that super is paid regularly, boosting compounding returns over time. Level the playing field by ensuring that honest businesses are not undercut by competitors who dodge their super obligations. Build transparency and trust, giving workers the ability to check their super payments in real time through their payslips and online accounts. Put simply, this is about fairness. It's about accountability. When people work, they deserve to know that every dollar they've earned, including their super, is being paid promptly. Unpaid super is not a minor issue. It's a national problem. According to the Australian Tax Office, ATO, around 1 in 4 workers are underpaid or underpaid super each year.
Please resume your seat. Apologies, Senator
State
Scarr.
of the chamber, President.
Quorum not being present, ring the bells. That was... You're kidding me. That's it. Quorum is present. Senator Polly, you have the call.
Unpaid super is not a minor issue, it's a national problem. According to the Australian Taxation Office, around 1 in 4 workers are underpaid or unpaid super each year. That means millions of Australians, often in low-paid, casual or insecure work, are being denied the retirement savings that they rely on. In particular, affected young workers, women and those in industries like hospitality, retail and construction. People who can least afford to lose out. Every dollar of super unpaid today can mean thousands of dollars less in their retirement. For example, a 25-year-old worker who misses out of $1,000 of super contributions today could have around $4,000 less by retirement age, once compounded interest is considered. Multiply that across the years and across millions of workers, and the scale of the problem becomes staggering. Payday super ensures that superannuation is paid on time, every time, closing a loophole that has cost workers billions of dollars. And one of those most practical and impactful reforms to workplace laws in decades. And who's done that? It's been the Albanese Labor government, because we believe in superannuation. The bill does more than just change the timing of payments. It modernises the entire superannuation guarantee framework to make it more effective and fairer. employers will still be required to pay the super guarantee rate, currently 11%, but the timing and enforcement mechanisms will be updated to ensure compliance. Under the reforms, superannuation contributions must be received by the employer's funds within 7 business days of pay. Employers who fail to meet this timeline will be liable for the superannuation guarantee charge. The superannuation guarantee charge has been updated to better target employers' behaviour, meaning that penalties will focus on those who fail to pay on time, while ensuring that employees are compensated for any delay through notional earnings and penalties. In other words, the system will now reward employers who do the right thing and ensure consequences for those who don't. It's a modern, fair and transparent model of compliance. The government recognises that reforming a system as large and interconnected as superannuation cannot happen overnight. That's why implementation will begin from the 1st of July 2026, giving employers, payroll providers, super funds and the ATOs ample time to update their systems and processes. This is a highly legislative priority, and the government is seeking urgent passage through Parliament to allow preparation to begin immediately. Employers will begin from the 1st of July 2026. We're giving them time to get their systems in place. Employers will benefit from clearer obligations and simpler processes once the new system is in place. Payroll providers and super funds are already working closely with Treasury and the Australian Taxation Office to design systems that will automate compliance and integrate super payments seamlessly into pay cycles. Ultimately, this reform is about making compliance easier, not harder. By aligning super payments with payroll, we make it simpler for employers to meet their obligations while providing workers with greater transparency and confidence. Australia's superannuation system is the envy of the world. We should be proud of it. That's why Labor will always protect it, unlike those opposite. It has turned retirement savings into one of our nation's great economic strengths. Over $3.5 trillion invested on behalf of working Australians. But a system that is big and important cannot afford to have cracks in the foundations. Unpaid super is one such crack, and if left unaddressed, it undermines the integrity of the whole structure. Payday super closes that gap by ensuring that super is paid promptly and regularly. The reform will help super funds manage inflows more efficiently, improve data accuracy and give members clearer visibility of their growing savings. It will also support faster detection of non-compliance, allowing the ATO and super funds to step in earlier if contributions are missing, which is so critically important. This reform strengthens not only individual retirement outcomes, but the broader economic resilience of our country. Every dollar that flows into super on time is a dollar that could be invested productively in housing and being proactive, investing in housing, investing in infrastructure, being innovative and investing in Australian businesses. Critics of reform often claim that stronger regulation comes at a cost to business. But payday super demonstrates that fairness and economic responsibility can go hand in hand. But integrating super payments with payroll, the administrative burden on employers is actually reduced. Most modern payroll systems are already capable of handling real-time or near real-time super payments. This reform simply brings the law into line with technological reality and by preventing unpaid super from accumulating. Payday super reduces the need for costly enforcement and recovery actions later. It's good policy, it's good economics, and it's good governance. For workers, it means confidence For businesses, it means clarity. For the economy, it means fairness backed by efficiency. The payday super reform embodies what Labor governments do best: practical reforms grounded in fairness that makes a real difference to people's lives. It's about ensuring that the social contract between worker and employer is honoured, and when you go to work, you get what you earn. It's about lifting standards across the board, not lowering them. And it's about protecting the dignity of retirement for every Australian. You work hard all your life, you deserve respect, you deserve dignity, and you deserve to be able to live a comfortable life. From the introduction of universal superannuation under the great Paul Keating's government to this latest reform under the Prime Minister Albanese's government, Labor has always been the party of fair retirement savings. Payday super continues that proud tradition, ensuring that the promise of superannuation, a comfortable and secure retirement for all, is finally delivered in full. When this reform takes effect in July 2026, it will transform the experience of millions of workers. Superannuation will no longer be an afterthought. It will be an automatic, reliable part of every pay cycle. Workers will be able to see their super building alongside their wages and know that their hard work today is securing their future for tomorrow. This is how we build a stronger, fairer, more resilient Australia, by tackling long-standing problems with smart, practical solutions that put people first. Payday super is more than just an administrative reform. It's a statement of values. It says that fairness matters, that every dollar earned counts, and that the dignity of retirement is not a privilege but a right. That's why the Albanese government is acting with urgency and determination to pass this legislation, because when Australians work hard, they deserve to be paid properly, not just now, but for the rest of their lives. I've seen the transformation that compulsory superannuation has made. Why should a woman have to work for a company for 10 years before they may be, not guarantee, that I may have been invited to join their superannuation fund? That's the good thing about Labor. We deliver real reform that benefits not only individuals, but it benefits our economy. We are leading the world when it comes to superannuation. I'm proud to be part of the Albanese government. Always been very proud of Paul Keating and what he's done, and still today he stands up for what he believes is essential, and that is having superannuation. This takes that next step, and I'm proud to support this legislation, and I hope everyone else in this chamber will do the same thing, because every Australian, whether you're a young worker, whether you're working in retail, whether you're working in a warehouse, whether you're collecting garbage, whether you're sitting in this chamber, need to be able to rely that your superannuation is being paid so you can get the benefits of that in the longer term.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Acting President. It's been a genuinely interesting experience to listen to the contributions of the senators this evening to this important piece of legislation. I'd very much particularly like to associate my remarks this evening with the remarks of Senators McKim and Pocock, and put on the record my support for the amendment moved by my colleague Barbara Pocock of South Australia in relation to the payment of superannuation to those below the age of 18. As the Greens spokesperson for Youth Affairs, I've heard from many young people across my home state of Western Australia and across the country about the real challenges and struggles of young people right now confronting the reality of the cost of living crisis. Last week I shared with the Chamber an individual's story shared with me as part of the Your Voice campaign, where they outlined very, very clearly the challenges of being a young person trying to make ends meet when age-based wage discrimination in Australia is a reality. And I would take that argument further. It is a shame upon us that right now young people in Australia who are below the age of 18 are often not paid their super and have to jump through these additional hoops to be able to get the super that should rightly be theirs. It's quite frankly ridiculous that in Australia in 2025, a person who is below the age of 18 and needs to work 30 plus hours for one employer to be able to qualify for the provision of superannuation. Anybody who has taken a moment to look at the dynamics of work among that particular age cohort knows that if you are below the age of 18, you are much more likely to work for multiple employers in part-time positions as you seek to make ends meet and to find yourself fully employed. So I very much support Barbara's Senator Pocock's amendment and would commend it to the Senate. I want to mention two other groups here in relation to superannuation and this bill. Firstly, disabled people in Australia. Now, we know that disabled people in Australia, as a community, experience far higher levels of unemployment, far higher levels of underemployment than the rest of the Australian community. And because of those factors, we have far less in our retirement savings than the rest of the Australian community. We also continue to live in a legal reality where it is legal in 2025 in Australia under Australian law to pay a disabled person less than the minimum wage purely because they are disabled. We have wage-based discrimination as the law of the land in Australia. And that means that many, many workers work in so-called sheltered workshops or Australian disability enterprises for dollars on the hour. Dollars on the hour. And that does affect the amount of money that they have in their superannuation. A friend of mine who was in an ADE for 6 years, I believe, managed to accrue some $300 over that time in paid superannuation. So when we look at reforming the super system, we need to take account of the fact that many disabled people are starting from far, far behind the rest of the community. Finally, I would draw the Senate's attention to some superb reporting that's been done by the ABC and by The Guardian over the course of the last few weeks. And they've drawn the community's attention to a rather horrifying fact. And that is that between 2018-19 and the financial year that we are in now, so 24-25, there has been a 1,200% increase in the amount of money withdrawn by Australians from their superannuation for the purpose of paying for healthcare. Now, overwhelmingly, the reason that they are withdrawing that money is to pay for dental care. In the last year alone, Australians withdrew some $817 million from their superannuation in order to pay for dental care. In 2018-19, that figure was 66.4 million. That represents a colossal loss of retirement security, which Australians otherwise would have otherwise enjoyed because they had to take it out to pay for the dentist. Now, some might be thinking as you listen to this debate tonight that potentially people withdrew this money for non-essential care. Maybe you're thinking that people have somehow found a way to utilise the hardship loopholes within the superannuation system to withdraw for cosmetic reasons. But again, the good journalists that are on the case of this issue, this time at the 7:30 report last week, showed us really clearly what the reality is, what is actually going on. They brought us stories of Australians who are survivors of cancer, head and neck cancer. They've taken it on and they've beaten it with the help of their families and their healthcare professionals. And as they confront and look down the barrel of the journey back to what life was before, the restorative work that is so necessary to live well again post head, neck or oral cancer, they discover, and their treatment team discovers, that there is this completely unjustifiable gap in our cancer treatment system. And the gap is this, that if you are seeking restorative care, prosthetics, surgeries to regain function, and that has to take place in the mouth or in some parts of the face, then it's not covered under Medicare. It's not covered under Medicare. And so what do people do? They are having to turn to the remortgaging of their homes and, yes, the withdrawal of tens of thousands of dollars from their superannuation. Tens of thousands of dollars. One story alone in the most recent reporting quoted an individual who had to withdraw $50,000 to afford the restorative dental care post their victory over cancer. Situations like this are why Jonathan Clark, who is the head of neck and head cancer at the Chris O'Brien Lifehouse Hospital, were driven to give a quote to the ABC about this situation. He was asked what he thought about people being confronted with these unthinkable choices, unthinkable decisions, whether to live your life in pain and in physical shame or to go so deeply into debt. And his response was that it makes him feel ashamed to work in a health system that thinks that's an acceptable choice for people to have to make. And I share with Chris that sense of shame. We as a legislature should never have let our community arrive at 2025 with gaps like that still remaining in the system. It's just not okay. I'm really pleased that last week the government supported the second reading amendment that I moved in relation to the commissioning of a study into what it would mean to bring head and neck cancer restorative treatments fully into Medicare. That's a great first start. We have to take the passion and the historical knowledge and the care and commitment that so many have displayed in the course of this debate in relation to superannuation, a scheme which is close to the hearts of many people in here, and I would say every single one of our electors. We have to take that energy and direct it towards a clear-eyed assessment of what is currently happening in our community, which is a mass transfer of retirement savings from the super accounts where they were intended to stay, to accrue that interest so that people can have a nest egg. That money is flowing out and into this gaping hole in our public healthcare system. The gaping hole that will only be filled when we finally take the step of bringing dental care fully into Medicare. That's what we must do to solve this problem. I know it can't happen overnight. I know it is a significant reform, but let's start somewhere. Let's start by bringing head and neck cancer rehabilitative treatment into Medicare so that nobody ever again has to raid their super to be able to afford a prosthetic that allows them to smile, or a surgery or a treatment that allows their teeth enamel and their mouth to function, because the radiation that saved their life also fried their salivary glands. Let's end that for people. And while we're at it, let's introduce a seniors dental benefit scheme for those older Australians that are doing it tough, so that they can get some basic dental care. Let's take those first 3 steps towards that world where dental care is covered by Medicare. And among the many benefits that that will bring will be that so much more will remain in people's superannuation accounts where it was intended to be in the first place. Let's do that. Let's provide full coverage and provision of superannuation for those under the age of 18, as suggested by my colleague from South Australia, and let us make sure that all disabled people in Australia are paid a full wage, regardless of their disability. I commend this legislation to the House. Senate, rather.
Senator Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank other senators for their contributions on the bill, and I commend the bill to the Senate.
The question before the Senate is the motion moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. The second reading amendment moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Division required? The ayes have it. The question now is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Treasury Laws Amendment, Payday Superannuation Bill 2025. Superannuation Guarantee Charge Amendment Bill 2025.
As amendments have been circulated, we will now move into committee.
If you read down to there.
Is it the wish of the committee that the bills be taken together and as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bills be agreed to without amendments or requests. And I call Senator McKim.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. I believe amendments have been circulated in mine and Senator Pocock's name, and I do move I do move those amendments, and I thank Senator Gallagher for her assistance. But before we do put those to the vote, and of course other senators may wish to make contributions, I just wanted to ask Senator Gallagher, if I might, whether you could provide advice to the Senate on why the provisions in the exposure draft of this legislation that related to regulating advertising of superannuation funds during employee onboarding were not reflected in the version of the bill that we currently have. And just obviously to assist the chamber there, the second reading amendment that that has just passed, that was moved by the Australian Greens, did relate to the regulation of advertising of superannuation funds during employee onboarding, and I was very pleased that they passed with no dissent. So I do acknowledge and thank colleagues both in the opposition and in the government for their concurrence with that motion. And I do think it's important that that there is legislation introduced to regulate advertising of superannuation funds during employee onboarding, and that legislation be introduced in time to commence by the 1st of July next year. But I'm wondering, Senator, or Minister, I should say, whether you could just explain why the government made the decision not to include those provisions in this bill. Was it a matter of needing more time to consult, or to address the detail of those provisions? Because our understanding from the consultation process on the draft, the exposure draft of this legislation, is that most, if not all, stakeholders did support that, did support those provisions. So if you're able to provide the Senate with any update or explanation, that would be appreciated.
Minister.
Thank you very much. And yes, I can, Senator McKim. As you pointed out, we just did support the second reading amendment. It is a commitment of the Labor government to do these reforms. Stapling and ad ban reforms will support the payday super reform, however, are important in their own regard as separate policies. These reforms are no longer part of this package, as you point out, and the government is intending to introduce the relevant legislation in a separate package in time for the payday super reforms to be enacted on that 1st of July. I mean, we're in the hands of the Parliament, but they will be introduced so that there's enough time for them to be in place by the 1st of July. I don't want to commit to Week 8.
Senator McKim.
Thanks. Well, I thank the Minister for that response, and I'm very pleased that that remains the government's timetable. Now, I think probably, given that we're going to move into the adjournment imminently, I'm happy to move them, but I expect that there will be a division, so I'm not sure you can get your bill through today. But these are the processes of the Senate, Minister. So I'm very happy to move them. Although I see Senator Scarr on his feet, and I'm very happy to cede the call.
I draw your attention to the state of the chamber.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Call quorum.
Ring the bells.
Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Am I able to move the adjournment from here, or no? What do we do?
No, you'll go back up to the top there. Glenn will give you a...
So once quorum's established?
Yeah, we'll just report progress. Yeah, you might have...
We're in committee when we move to adjournment. Do I
declare when quorum has been established?
Yes, you do. About 15? Yeah. Four more meters, right? 2 more now. Which one more? Okay, quorum present.
Quorum is present.
And then if you take that up to, if you say that line from here and then go up to the top.
It being 8 p.m, I shall report to the Senate. The committee reports progress. I propose the question that the Senate do now adjourn, and I call Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, I'll add a bit of excitement this evening because, quite frankly, this week is an exciting week. It's exciting because we are riding very high in the state of Victoria with the Spring Racing Carnival running from August to November, hitting its full strides at the moment. And while I can't be at Flemington for the Melbourne Cup, being here in the Senate, celebrating the industry and its people feels like the next best thing. And I must say, dress for the occasion too. And for any lover of horse racing, as Senator Chisholm will no doubt attest, the Melbourne Cup Carnival, headlined by the race that stops a nation, captures the spirit, splendour and passion of Victoria. But it's not all about the horses, the jockeys, the trainers, the fast finishers and the fashion. It's about the people, the communities and the enormous work that brings the carnival and the wider industry to life every single year. Victoria's thoroughbred racing industry delivers a remarkable $3.8 billion in economic benefit each year, with $1.8 billion flowing directly into regional areas. Last year's Melbourne Cup Carnival delivered a record $502 million economic benefit to Victoria. That's 81 cents of every dollar spent, while contributing over $1 billion nationally. Across the 4 days, the carnival drew more than 285,000 visitors, with 45% of general admission ticket holders aged under the age of 35, and 20,000 of these people, of the 285,000, were from overseas. These figures highlight that the carnival is a powerful economic engine for Victoria and our nation. More broadly, the Victorian racing industry supports 25,000 full-time equivalent jobs and involves over 65,000 racehorse owners, many in regional parts. Across the state, 67 racetracks host more than 530 racing meetings each year, with over 75% taking place in regional and country areas. Events like the 26 Country Cup meetings see small towns like Dunkeld swell from 600 to 10,000 people on Cup Day. These race days form the beating heart of many regional towns across Victoria, driving local businesses and tourism. Nationally, thoroughbred racing generates $9.5 billion a year, supports 75,000 full-time jobs and involves more than 140,000 racehorse owners. The carnival also highlights the sport's international prestige, attracting horses from the USA, England, Ireland, France, Germany, Japan and New Zealand. And this year, Parchment Party becomes the first US-trained horse to run in the Melbourne Cup. Equally important is the significant work being done in equine welfare. Now, since the introduction of 41 new safety measures back in 2021, the Melbourne Cup has recorded no significant injuries, setting a global benchmark for equine welfare and safety. Since 2017, Racing Victoria's prize money contribution, now at 2%, has enabled an investment of $44 million in welfare programs. Through its 2023-27 Equine Welfare Strategic Plan, Racing Victoria addresses 7 focus areas, including physical and behavioural welfare, traceability and life after racing. Since 2021, we've had 4,200 welfare checks that have been conducted, 670 subsidised scans that have been provided through the so-called Medicare for Horses diagnostic imaging program, 2,300 thoroughbreds have been retrained and rehomed, and 15,000 retired racehorses now compete in the off-the-track events. These programs reflect Victoria's leadership in horse care and integrity. This is a whole-of-industry effort with trainers, owners, breeders, vets and Racing Victoria all working together to ensure every horse receives the care and protection it deserves. And that is why I'm proud to celebrate this vital industry, one that sustains jobs, connects communities, drives economic growth and showcases Victoria and the nation to the world. The Spring Racing Carnival isn't just a celebration of competition and tradition, it's a celebration of the people, the places, the horses that embody Victoria's spirit of excellence, care and community pride. And as the Melbourne Cup Carnival thunders down the home straight, I can only say this, that if Parliament had a photo finish, I reckon we all know which chamber would be first past the post.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Senator Smith.
I rise this evening to acknowledge the Japan Society of Western Australia and to place on record my appreciation for the exceptional work it does to strengthen the relationship between Western Australia and Japan. For more than 6 decades, the Japan Society has served as a bridge, connecting communities, fostering understanding and celebrating the shared values that underpin one of our state's most important international partnerships. Through its language programs, cultural festivals, educational exchanges and community outreach, the Society has helped generations of Western Australians gain a deeper appreciation of Japanese culture, history and values. These efforts do not merely enrich our social fabric, they sustain the trust and mutual understanding upon which modern diplomacy depends. The Japan Society's work gives these links meaning, whether through its support for Japanese language education, hosting cultural events, or building partnerships with schools and universities. It ensures that our friendship with Japan is lived and experienced, not just spoken about. The friendship between Western Australia and Japan is one founded on trust, respect, and decades of cooperation. A defining moment came in 1966 when the first trial shipment of iron ore from Rio Tinto's Mount Tom Price mine left Dampier from the Huon Maru, bound for Yawata Iron and Steel in Kitayushu. That single act was the beginning of a partnership that not only transformed our economy and helped fuel Japan's remarkable post-war recovery, but changed the face of Western Australia forever. Nearly 60 years later, that partnership endures, broader, deeper and more ambitious than ever. Japan remains one of Western Australia's largest and most valued trading partners. Our state supplies the iron ore, LNG and increasingly the critical minerals that power Japan's industry and energy needs. In return, Japanese investment has built much of the backbone of our modern economy, our ports, railways and resource projects. It is a partnership of mutual benefit. But the true strength of this relationship lies beyond trade. It lies in the human stories, in the teachers and students learning each other's languages, in the artists, engineers and entrepreneurs. Through initiatives like those of the Japan Society, Western Australians and Japanese feel alike experience firsthand the value of understanding, curiosity and respect. Our sister city relationships from Perth and Kagoshima to Belmont and Adachi are living examples of this cooperation in action. They show that international friendship begins at a local level where people share culture, knowledge and opportunity. As we both look to the future, our shared values, democracy, innovation and mutual respect will guide us through new challenges. And through the people-to-people links sustained by organisations like the Japan Society, the next generation will inherit a partnership strengthened by understanding and friendship. The Japan Society of Western Australia continues to remind us that diplomacy is not only the work of governments, it is the work of communities. It is found in classrooms, cultural centres and family friendships that span the Indian and Pacific Oceans. To all who contribute to this mission, I extend my gratitude. Your work ensures that the friendship between Western Australia and Japan, forged in trust and respect, will continue to flourish for generations to come.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, President. And I just want to reflect that when I go down to my local corner store and ask the shopkeeper what's on her mind, I don't hear strident commentary about the National Party's latest stance on net zero, or even idle speculation about who's moving where in the coalition ranks. That's the last thing on ordinary Australians' minds. They've got better things to do. What I hear are the stories of everyday Australians, the stories that make up the fabric of this nation. My shopkeeper tells me that her little girl's been unwell, had a fever, up late at night, a trip to the urgent care clinic, a course of antibiotics and the worry that comes with it. She tells me she was late dropping off her daughter to childcare this morning after the little sleep that she had. And that's the same childcare that's finally affordable for her now because of Labor's reforms. So my shopkeeper is able to keep her job without having to make a choice to stay at home because she simply couldn't afford unsustainable childcare. These are real and pressing concerns. Australians experience government in their real life. They are far less interested in headlines and slogans than would be perhaps presented in the image of this place. Australians understand that they need real and practical assistance in ways that the government touches their lives to enhance their lives. And that's why the open warfare we see on the other side of politics is so unedifying. The sniping, the friendly fire, it's not just embarrassing, it's revealing. It shows us a grouping known as the LNP coalition that was never serious about serving the people in recent times. It's a party mired in ego and personal gratification. Australians saw that, they saw it coming, and they clearly voted accordingly on May the 3rd. We see in the Liberal National Party a group of people, not really a party. That would indicate some connection. But the LNP now is a cobbled together cacophony of discordant voices. No harmony, all dissonance. It's a disaster for the old LNP of Menzies and Howard. It's a shaking shadow of its former self. And it matters. It matters for our democracy. For democracy to be healthy, an alternative government has to be credible. It has to be ready. It has to be serious about meeting the moment. The many moments of need and desire of the Australian people who it should be serving. Business and community leaders alike look to an alternative opposition to gauge the country's direction. Australians want stability. Australians want certainty. But what they're seeing from the coalition right now is absolute chaos. Take climate policy. The fact is the climate is changing, and so is the world around us. Investments made by past Labor governments are now paying dividends with renewables, the cheapest form of energy, and coal now the most expensive. Yet the National Party has abandoned the facts. dragging the coalition into climate denial and forcing businesses to factor that denial into their decision-making. It's a disaster for the nation. The chaos and craziness of it is almost unbelievable. While Labor ministers are lifting the ceiling, the coalition is busily lowering the floor. It's not new. We saw it in the last term of Parliament: negativity, division, dressed up as policy. When global inflation hit and the Australian people needed help, Labor stepped up with cost of living relief, energy rebates, cheaper childcare, fairer tax cuts for every worker. But what did the coalition do? They just said no. No to help for families. No to cheaper medicines. No to support for small business. No to tax cuts. Because for them, opposition is an identity, not a responsibility. Australians deserve better than that. They deserve a government that governs, one that listens and works, and they deserve a far better opposition.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, President. I was delighted on Sunday to attend the Oakley Glendy in Melbourne with the opposition leader, the Honourable Susan Lee MP, and our wonderful Greek Australian community. Held over 2 days, the festival attracted an extraordinary 40,000 attendees. I pay tribute to all of the organisers, sponsors and volunteers. I'd like to pay special tribute to Oakley Grammar, who were integral to the event, to Father Stavros Kakafas, parish priest and school chaplain, to Chris Damatopoulos, the board chair and the driving force behind making the Oakley Glendy such a successful and important event, and to all the other board members. I'd also like to pay tribute to the wonderful principal, Mark Robertson. People spoke so highly of the principal and how important he's been to the success of Oakley Grammar. And he said on the day that he was a very proud principal, and he should be. He should be a very proud principal. He should be proud of the flag bearers from Oakley Grammar, proud of the wonderful band from Oakley Grammar, and proud of the choir, who did an amazing job from Oakley Grammar. Just an outstanding school community. Well done to everyone involved with the festival. And it should be noted, President, that the festival was held in part to commemorate 28 October, which is Ohi Day, and that is a very, very important day for our Greek Australian community, because on 28 October 1940, Greece courageously responded to a demand from the Italian fascist Benito Mussolini to invade Greece and to occupy strategic parts of Greece. Greece said no, and Greece resisted, heroically resisted, over quite a number of months. And indeed, it was only the intervention of Nazi Germany which led to Greece's fall. And it should also be remembered, and noted that there were approximately 17,000 Australians who fought shoulder to shoulder with their Greek brothers in the name of freedom and democracy in Greece. And that is a bond which can never, ever be broken. President, a very disturbing report was released over the weekend from Digital Financial Analytics, which showed 43.2% of mortgage holders in my home state of Queensland are suffering from mortgage stress. And what does that mean? I just want to quote to you from the data scientist and analyst Martin North from the Digital Finance Analytics organisation. And he painted a chilling picture of the consequence of that mortgage stress. Quote, "Mortgage stress shows households have cash flow pressure, so they cut back on spending. They hunker down, leading to lower economic activity. If this continues, some people may eventually default on their mortgage. But this process takes a long time, and banks try to extend and pretend by extending loan terms or offering interest only," he explained. It also means more people are working more jobs, more social pressure. And in the list of suburbs across Australia, it was quite extraordinary to see in Queensland 2 of the top 4 suburbs for mortgage stress in my home state of Queensland are in the region where my office is located, in the greater Ipswich region. So Pine Mountain is in fact ranked number 2 in Queensland for mortgage stress and 11 in the whole of Australia, Pine Mountain. And the mortgage stress level there is rated at 90.9%. And then in Ipswich, the mortgage stress level is rated at 70.9%, and it's ranked number 4 in Queensland and number 22 across the whole of Australia. So Pine Mountain and Ipswich, there are so many Queenslanders doing it tough at the moment under mortgage stress. And in that context, we should note that inflation surged to 3.2% on an annualised basis last week, well above expectations and outside the RBA's target range of 2 to 3%. And as Digital Financial Analytics said, even a 50 basis point cut to interest rates wouldn't ease the pressure on those households under mortgage stress. So my thoughts are with the people of Ipswich at this point in time suffering mortgage stress.
Senator Scarr, the Senate stands adjourned and we'll meet again tomorrow at 12 noon. Good night, Senators.